creating equitable cultures and non-colonial relationships with Indigenous communities. She's an influential voice in interfaith dialogues and has been a frequent speaker on Sikhi and social justice. Kevin Kelly is a prominent figure associated with the Kwantlen First Nation, a role which holds significant historical and cultural importance. Not only is Kevin an active representative of the community, but he's intrinsically linked to its rich past through his marriage to Chief Marilyn Gabriel. Chief Marilyn is a direct descendant of James Macmillan, the fur trader who laid the foundation of the first Fort Langley for the Hudson's Bay Company in 1827. This deep-rooted connection to both the native and his history and the colonial past of the region makes Kevin's association with the Kwantlen First Nation especially noteworthy. And I'm going to introduce Gurjeet Kaur right now as well, who will be coming on after the Ardas. Gurjeet Kaur is an educator and lawyer from Brampton, Ontario, who obtained her law degree from City University and her master's degree in law from Osgoode Hall Law School in Toronto. She has a deep commitment for community service and youth development and specializes in social justice and equity studies, specifically the Canadian legal system and public health care. She is also Director of Administration for the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. Sukhvinder Kaur and Kevin Kelly, please come onto the stage.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. तू ठाकर तुम पहर अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास. You are the divine master. To you I offer this prayer. This body and soul are all yours. तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे. You are our mother and father. We are your children. In your grace there are so many joys. कोई न जाने तुम्हारा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत. No one knows your limits, O highest of the high, most generous divine. Sagal samagari tumre sutartari, tumte hoye so agyakari. The whole of creation is strung on your thread. That which has come from you is under your command. Tumri gatmit tumhi jani, Nanak das sada kurbani. You alone know your state and extent. I, Nanak, your slave, am forever a sacrifice. एक ओंकार वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. श्री भगवती जी सहाय वार श्री भगवती जी की पातशाही दसवें. प्रथम भगवती सिमर के गुरु नानक लई ते आए. फिर अंगद गुरु ते अमरदास रामदास से हुई सहाय. अर्जुन हर गोबिंद नो सिमरो श्री हराय. श्री हर कृष्ण ते आइए जिस डिठे सब दुख जाए. तेग बहादुर सिमरिए कर नौ निद आवे ताए. सब थाई हुई सहाय. दसवां पातशाह श्री गुरु गोबिंद सिंह साहिब जी सब थाई होए सहाय. दसां पातशाहियां दी जोत श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी जी दे पाठ दीदार दा ध्यान करके बोलो जी वाहिगुरु. धन धन सच्चे पातशाह. साडी बेनती है कि गुरु नानक इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ग्लोबल स्टडीज़ नूं हमेशा कामयाबी बख्शना. आप अंग संग होके सहाय होना. Divine Mother, Father, Creator, we ask you to bless the work of Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies and walk with us through every step of this journey. Say pyare mel janab milya tere naam chit ave, Nanak naam chardi kala tere paane sarvata pala. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Jo bole so nihal, Sat Sri Akal. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Yes.
My traditional name is Salasalton. I carry my late father's name from my territory up in Cultus Lake, Surrey First Nation. As the lady mentioned, I'm married to the chief of Kwantlen, Stakwasan's my wife's Indian name, hereditary chief Marilyn Gabriel. The maid reserves in Fort Langley. I really want to thank the organizers for respecting the land here on Kwantlen, but also Semiamo and Kately. And I talked to our dignitaries that come here, and they always respect the land there like you do. I met this lady here. I'm glad you stick to your traditional. And the lady I met in the hall, this is who you are. Nobody could ever change us. Nobody could ever take our culture from us. You have a nice turnout today. I'm honored to be here for my wife. I hope you have a beautiful day. I met this lady. I was sitting with her right over there. My friend who's acting mayor, she's a friend of mine who's on council. Harry Baines, Linda Annis, the council. And I hold my hands up to each and every you for taking your time out of the schedule like you always do, and respecting your town, your people. For today I'm in your home, and I thank you for allowing me to be in your home today. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be here for you. I know you have a lot of speakers, so I'm going to do a welcome song, and there's a beautiful prayer, the beautiful music we played. Our drums, every song we sing is a prayer song. That's what we tell our people. Maybe today somebody needed this song for themselves. So this is what the song represents. The drum is the beat of our heart, like the beat of your drums. So with that, I hope you have a beautiful day. We can learn from each other, and we can share with each other. Our people always say, walk together, not in front, not behind, but walk together. We're all the same. All the same. Oh, 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 hey, oh, hey, oh, oh, hey, oh, hey, Have a beautiful day, all my relations. In closing, like on my drum, when I hold my hands up to you, can you do this, everybody? What I'm saying to you, if you came to our lawn house, like I go to your temple, this is how my wife, the chief, would welcome you. Our people would be doing this to you. OCM in our language means you're the respected one. So when we hold our hands up, each and every one of you, we're calling you the respected one. And that's thanking you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and learn from each other, come and walk with each other. I just wanted to share that with you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Most of all, I hope you have good health. Awesome. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Gurfate and good morning. My name is Gurjeet Gorbens, and I am, as mentioned before, the Director of Administration here at GNI, which is truly, truly an honor. It is, again, an honor to be here amongst so many esteemed personalities. I can't explain how many deep conversations I want to have with many of you based on some of the research that you are doing and the work that you have done. I know many of you have come from near and far, and I want to take this moment to thank each of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here for this historic event. I also want to take just a minute to thank all of the volunteers and many individuals who have spent the past months, countless hours, organizing this event and making it the success that it will be over these next 2 days. Honestly, words are not enough. I'm going to move next to our first speaker for the morning, a person who we are all very familiar with, and many of us
would not be here if it was not for him. And he's very dear to my heart, for sure, Mr. Gyan Singh Sandhu. Now, Mr. Sandhu is an esteemed author, an academic, a strategist, a grandfather, and a person who has committed his lifetime to serving the community in countless ways, whether it's social, cultural, educational, civic, professional, different professional organizations. And he's played a crucial role in the Sikh community, not only in BC, but nationally. He has won numerous awards for the work that he has done, not leaving many of them out, but including the Order of British Columbia and the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal for community service. Without further ado, I'd like to call Mr. Gyan Singh Sandhu to say his opening remarks.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Let me take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to this very fantastic and auspicious occasion. It's rare to see academics from all over the world come and join us. And it's also rare to see a lot of youngsters actually take part in this kind of a summit. Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies is about 20 months old. Can you really imagine that? In 20 months, you have achieved so much that many people take 20 years to achieve. And the credit goes to all of you, all of you. We are an approved institute, actually awarding diplomas and certificates. So we have been teaching since last September. The initial courses that we undertook to provide to the international community from all over. And we felt that since Guru Nanak's Institute was devoted and we were to the cause of Sikhi as well as to the academic and research field, that we would start our courses from Introduction to Sikhi and also the Punjabi language courses, as well as that we have now started with the frontline management. Business administration courses are coming up starting October, and production and procurement management courses are already approved, and they're going to be starting in October. And starting January, keep my fingers crossed, as they have been partially approved. We're just waiting for the letter from the registrar on starting cybersecurity diploma, which is a 20 courses diploma. And the distinctiveness of our program is it's non-profit, my friends. This institute is not there to grab money from the international students. You can look at the fee structure that we offer. It's minimal, does not even cover our professors' fees. So unless we have minimum 25 students, it barely, I would say, covers what we are paying our professors. So if there are students under 25, we don't cover their cost either. Forget about administrations or everything else that we are required to do. And so I think I won't take much time. Basically, I want to thank all the scholars from all over the world. You would hear their bios, and I'm amazed. And over the last couple of years or even prior, I've been working with a lot of them, and I think they have really contributed to the Guru Nanak Institute success thus far that we see here. Without them, it wouldn't have been there. It wouldn't have been there. And it's certainly a pleasure to have our friends. Mr. Baines is here, and Gary Big is here, and I think Linda from the City Hall, that the mayor couldn't make it actually, what I understand, because she has to be present outside this hall right now attending that function. So many of you are there, and please enjoy. And all the researchers, I want to challenge you one thing. Think out of the box. This institute provides funding for research. Anything that novice comes through your mind and you think that others have not been able to provide the funding for you to do the research, look up to the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies. We're currently doing major projects that other universities would have done hundreds of years ago. They have not touched it. We have 33 scholars working on one project alone for the past 20 months. And that project is still continuing. And you'll hear about that project later on today. We also have even introduced a new Punjabi font. There are 500 of them floating around, but none of them could capture some part of our scriptural, our Guru Granth Sahib's words. So we have really come up with a new font in collaboration with Punjabi University, Patiala, and that is already launched. It was launched in April in Punjab, and it's going to be launched here officially during the coming today or tomorrow. So I think we've done a number of projects, and we're open. We do have an understanding with the University of Victoria, doing research on international students. You will hear a lot about that part as well. So we're working with other universities as well to really provide funding for research. But their research has to be really new, something groundbreaking research. So with that, once again, welcome each and every one of you. Enjoy the next 2 days. Do take part and ask questions. And because there's going to be a question period after every presentation. So don't shy away, please. You know, we're looking for that'll guide us actually for the years to come. And so far, we're all online. Starting January, we're going actually both online and hybrid actually in-person classes. Thank you very much. May Waheguru be with you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. As Mr. Sandhu mentioned, we are very fortunate to have a number of dignitaries here with us today, and we welcome all of you. There are a few that couldn't be with us in person and have sent some greetings that I'd like to share with you. Firstly, a message from Prime Minister Trudeau. He extends his very best wishes for the International Sikh Research Summit, thanking GNI for taking this initiative to bring together some of the brightest research scholars from around the world. There is encouragement in the letter to continue the work of equality for all, social justice, interfaith harmony, environmental responsibility, empowerment of women, and community service. And we thank Prime Minister Trudeau for his words of encouragement. I believe now I will be directing your attention to the screens to a video that was sent to us from the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby. Just bear with us for 1 minute. We'll be directing your attention to the screens to a video that was sent to us from the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby. Just bear with us for 1 minute. Maybe in the meantime, while the tech team is just loading up the video, I can also, if you help me. We'll play in the afternoon. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Minister of Labour, Harry Bains, who will share a few words on behalf of the provincial government. Mr. Bains.
Thank you, and good morning, friends, and Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. It is great to be joining you here today, and before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered here on Coast Salish territory, including Kwantlen, Katsis, Samiamu, and Tawasan people. And with me joining us here today also is Gary Begg, as was mentioned earlier, my colleague from Guildford MLA. And I just want to say thank you to Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies for organizing this today. The platform, as you have read, allows us to explore various aspects of Sikhi, its relevancy today in dealing with some very, very important issues that we face in this world. And I know that the Institute also have proactively help our province through their research and education. And I want to say thank you to each and every member who has contributed in that research and education. I think the question is the relevancy of Sikhi today in our lives, running our governments, our institutions. I think we need to put this thing in perspective. The Sikhis' role in the progress and development of British Columbia. To do that, I think we need to put that in perspective. Where we were, what guided us to be here today. As I was standing outside, trying to come in here, this beautiful building that we are, performing here and doing our business, I pinched myself. Is this actually true? Because it wasn't the case always in British Columbia like this. When Sikhs started to come to Canada in British Columbia, Vancouver, in early 1900, they were not welcomed here. There were moves to send them back. They faced discrimination at their workplaces, in their neighborhoods. That you can blame on arrogancy and ignorance of people around us. But what was going on in government houses? The legislations were being passed in Victoria, in Ottawa, not only to not give us the rights who were here, but attempts, legislations to stop us from coming. Many in this room know the continuous journey legislation. Kamagata-Maru, we all talk about this. 1907 in Victoria legislature, a legislation was being debated and it was passed unanimously, adding us on exclusion list of voters in British Columbia, which already included our First Nations, Japanese, Chinese, and then they added Hindus onto that list of exclusion. They could not even bring themselves up to call us Indian because we were all of India. They call us Hindu in the legislation. And the premier of the day said, this is white man's country and we want to keep it white. And he said, those values will go with me to my grave. A few years later, Minister Laver stood up in that house when legislation was introduced to give us the right to vote. A Minister Laver stood up. He said, there's no one in British Columbia as unreliable, deceitful, and dishonest as Hindus. Therefore, that justify us continue to deny them equal right of citizenship. Why I'm saying all of this is that those who were here at that time, facing that kind of reception from governments, from their neighbors, in 2nd Avenue Gurdwara, by Pag Singh Honi, Naginder Singh Honi, Balwant Singh Honi, never gave up on Canada. They could have easily gave up on Canada, said, okay, this is not the country that we want to live, raise our children. But they, because of the Sikhi, because of the values and the teachings of the gurus, they made a determination that we will fight because our religion teaches us, stand up to the oppressor and bullies. So they did that. And they vowed, based on, again, Sikhi's values, that we want to make Canada a better place. Sarvat da Pala, better place, more equal Canada, Canada that is more just. In 1990s, Moshe Hoda, 2017, myself, both occupied same chair as Minister of Labor's. Now we're making laws for other people in British Columbia. And we have a speaker in the House now who decides who can speak for how long and when. That's a Punjabi Sikh. The people that those, British Columbian at that time, the government said they should not be allowed to come. They have no contribution to make to us. There are 5 ministers and speakers in the House right now in British Columbia, thanks to those Sikhi values that they practiced. And I think today, the challenge to all of us is, what is our role? Guided by Sikhi, guided by our teachings, hard work, sharing, and sarvata pala. So I think the challenge for us is, what is our role so that 50 years later, our children, their children will say that the people here in 2023 or thereabout made their life, their Canada, even better Canada than what we have today. That's our challenge. And I think we as a government, and I can personally say that, we're guided by those values. That's why I think I was asked by Mr. Sandhu to say a few words what our achievements are. I won't go too deeply because the list is a long one. Because we are who we are, respect and dignity for all. That's what Sikhi teach us. Treat everyone equal. So what are some of the highlights? When we formed government, our minimum wage was one of the lowest in the country. Through gradual 4 years predictable increases guided by the Fair Wages Commission's recommendations, today our minimum wage is highest of all provinces. We brought in 5 paid days for those victims of domestic violence and sexual violence. Because this is some of the most difficult time that those victims are going through, to manage their life, find school for their children, find different place to live. And the least we can do is they don't worry about losing wages when they're doing that. We brought in 5 paid days for workers who become sick, so that they're not forced to make a decision to go to work sick, make everyone else sick, or stay home and lose wages. We are protecting our children. When we formed government, we were cited by United Nations that our child labor laws were not up to the standard of international labor laws. Because here in BC, children as young as 12 could do any work, no matter how dangerous that work was. And government ignored it at that time. We now raised the general working age in British Columbia to 16 and defined what the light work is for 14 and 15 years. And what dangerous work is between 16 and 19, like logging and using the chainsaws. Because working is a very rewarding, the first job, as we all know, but it cannot be at the cost of your health and safety. And I think the more work needs to be done here, but I think together, if we are guided by Sikhi, why I'm saying this, it was relevant back in 1900. Those values are still relevant here today. If we follow it, work hard, share, and sarvata pala, if we keep that in mind, and I think, this country, this province, this world will be a better place for all of us, our children and their children. So thank you for the invitation, and hope you will enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Rains. I would now like to call on Mr. Gary Begg, the MLA for Surrey Guildford, to say a few words on behalf of the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you here today. I was thinking as I was coming here that what do we talk about at a conference like this? And really, what we're talking about is ignorance. And ignorance in any form can only be overcome through education. It's not a new idea. It's not an idea that I came up with today. But it has always been what has made the difference between ignorance and knowledge. I believe as well that we're responsible for ensuring that everyone has the knowledge that they need to make independent judgments, independent decisions based on facts. And so over the next 2 days, I look forward to being with you here as we challenge some of those things that have to be changed in our society. I again thank you for allowing me to be with you, and I look forward to speaking with you further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begg. Now, next I'd like to call, as mentioned before, we have another distinguished member in our audience today, Deputy Mayor Linda Annis, who is a City Councillor, to share greetings on behalf of the City of Surrey.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna, go ahead.
Good morning. It's really an honor to be here, and I just wanted to correct one little thing. Our acting mayor today is Pardeep Kunar, and it's a pleasure to share the stage with her, and I'm going to turn it over to the acting mayor to say a few words on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Mayor Brenda Locke and Surrey City Council, as Linda is here, as well as Councillor Mike Bowes is here as well, to welcome you to the 2023 International Sikh Research Summit. Surrey is very proud to be the host for the second annual Sikh Summit. The global Sikh population exceeds 28 million, making it the 5th largest religious faith. Out of more than 750,000 Sikh Canadians, over 150,000 call Surrey home, and I am glad that we are such a prominent gathering here is happening here at City Hall, and I'm very proud that as a Sikh that this is something that is an annual event that we're willing to host here. This important event brings together leaders, experts, and scholars with the common goal of advancing Sikh studies. The work that will be done at this summit will provide valuable insight into the challenges and opportunities that Sikhs face in our city, our country, and around the world. I would like to thank and commend the members of the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies for organizing this summit and for your dedication to celebrating cultural diversity through research, education, and service. Without question, the City of Surrey is made stronger and more vibrant by our multiculturalism, and we share your commitment to cross-cultural understanding. I thank everybody here today for the work that you have done to create a more inclusive society, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of this year's summit. Thank you. Ooh, that was good. That wasn't that bad. I thank everybody here today for the work that you have done to create a more inclusive society.
Thank you, Ms. Kunar and Ms. Annis. My apologies. As close as Brampton and Surrey are, sometimes we get our titles and names mixed up. My apologies to both of you for that. We're going to move straight into our keynote address, a person who has literally just flown in fresh this morning. And many of you are familiar with Dr. Baljeet Singh. He is the Vice President of Research at the University of Saskatoon. He is a highly accomplished veterinary researcher and very sought-after speaker. We are very honored to have him here with us. He has received prestigious accolades such as the Outstanding Veterinary Anatomist Award and the Pfizer Award for Research Excellence. Dr. Singh is a fellow of the American Association of Anatomists and the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences. His expertise lies in the cell and molecular biology of lung inflammation with extensive national and international experience. Dr. Singh has made significant contributions to the field. At this point, please, Mr. Singh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you very much. It's quite a pleasure to be here this morning. Really, the show will begin when our scholars who are experts in the various fields of Sikhi are going to be speaking during the day. My job is to simply warm up the crowd. I'm the opening act. And so I will pick up the theme where we left it last year. How do we build academic institutions? Where do we think Guru Nanak Institute can go? And what type of building blocks we need to put in place. Before I go there, I really want to acknowledge the leadership of Sardar Gyan Singh Sandhu, his inspiring vision and his ability to bring people together and have real focused discussions building towards the vision that we have in front of us. So with that, let me go to the first slide. When we look around the world, there are some organizations and institutions which endure over a long period of time, which are durable, which don't go away. Things like the Catholic Church, it has been around for a long time. Or you think about the art of fermenting something, making yogurt, making kefir or kombucha tea, or fermenting beer. It has been around for as long as the civilization has been with us. The another component that comes into our play are the institutions of learning, which have been with us in one form or the other for a long period of time. Could you give me the next slide, please? And that's where our focus is about the institution. There are old ones which go by various names in various parts of the world, and then we have the modern concept of a university, which we all are familiar with in one form or the other. Next slide, please. And when we could you move the slide, please? Thank you very much. And when we look at the universities in the modern concept, there are the oldest universities like Bologna in Italy, which was set up in 1000 or so. Then there are a series of other institutions which were put in place. If you look at that little photo there, this is a hall where human bodies were dissected, and it was built in 1600 century. It is exactly the way it was built at that point. The challenge I want to tell you is that the difficulty with which people learned during those days. So there will be about 400 students arranged in the spiral stair going up, and there will be one body at the floor which will be dissected by a professor. The lighting was done by candles, so they will suck out all the oxygen from the room. And the people, the students, they will faint because there won't be any oxygen in the room. But they still wanted to learn. The passion and the curiosity of the human mind to learn something new is boundless. And at that time, the church would not allow you to dissect a body, and the college will get only 2 bodies per year, and that's how it was supposed to be. And then when we look at setting up a brand modern university concept which endures during University of British Columbia, Toronto, or any of the Canadian institutions, it's about the freedom to teach. It's the freedom to inquire. It is to bring the two components together and take the knowledge to the broader community with the latest ideas and findings. So you can begin to imagine the purpose of Guru Nanak Institute, which we are starting to build, not only to teach, but to really dive deep into some of the most complex questions, whether they pertain to Sikhi or the culture or something like climate change and how that can be affected by the values of the Sikhism. So 3 facets are very important, as Sardar Gyan Singh Sandhu said. All 3 components are rolling out with full force at Guru Nanak Institute at this point. The last point, when I want to talk about the self-governance, this is the key part. The governance of the academic institution need to be above reproach. Nobody should be able to say that a particular agenda is being pursued behind scenes. It has to be transparent and very clear as to what we want to do. The next slide, please. And as we look at the development of universities, I want to give you an example. We live in times when things happen a little bit easier. Minister Baines pointed to some of the differences as to how life was 100 years ago, how it is today. Right in the middle of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln one day sat down. He said, someday this war is going to end. We will need to find a way to educate large number of young men and women into agriculture, into engineering, into military training. What are we going to do with that? The Moral Act, Land Grant University Act, was signed right in the middle of the thick of the Civil War. That's called leadership. We simply don't give up ideas of learning because there's a war going on. We remain focused on that. That led to, again, that is the indigenous perspective there, taking away the land from the indigenous people of the United States. Millions of acres of land was taken away forcibly from them with violence. I live in the Treaty 6 territories in Saskatchewan, and I'm also familiar with the history of the indigenous peoples in this country. And that land was converted into parcels to really generate the income, to set up powerhouse of universities that we see today, Texas A&M, Michigan State, Iowa State, you just name it. That's how, over a period of time, from the middle of the war, you create something which is empowering and it changes the world through enlightenment. The next one, please. And when we look at next slide. When we look at long-term project, Guru Nanak Institute has done quite a bit in 20 months. But this does not simply settle the story. Building of institutions is something that we all need to participate in, and Sikhs generally have not done such a great job of building institutions. Other than the institution of Sikhi that Gurus have built and left us with Sri Guru Granth Sahib and the philosophy contained therein. When we think about long term, I just want to highlight this project that some of you might be familiar with. It's happening in a town in Germany, the town is many years old, about, 13, 1400 years old. And one of the architects came up with a project. It's called Zeitpyramide. The German word is time pyramid. And the pyramid will be like that. It will be comprised of 120 concrete blocks, each one of them 6 by 4 feet in dimension. The next slide, please. The challenge there is that these blocks, only one block will be installed every decade. So from 1993, only 4 blocks has been put in place and 116 more have to go in. So it's going to take 1200 years to build it. So just imagine the patience that the town has developed. They have all agreed on it, that we are going to build a project which has been laid out by Manfred Weber, and we are going to put one block every 10 years. The recent one was put only a few weeks ago. Now, the artist who has conceived it could have said, this is what I'm writing, you cannot deviate from that. He said, no, the new ideas will come. The technologies will come. You might actually color the blocks in a different way compared to gray concrete that I am proposing it. So when we develop institutions, there's a broader vision. There's a very strategic vision. But the founders do not constrain what the future generations are going to do. Quite often we just end up doing that. We just jaffa maar ke baith jane aapa institutions nu, unhanu nu saah nahi leਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ. So that's how we think about long-term projects, hundreds of years old. The next slide, please. And this is how we set the stage for an institute like Guru Nanak Institute. But how do you develop? Here is a museum, an open-air museum just outside Oslo in Norway. I saw it this summer. It's an old pulp mill that people in British Columbia are familiar with. And they are developing this art exhibit. They bring the artist to the compound and they ask her to imagine what type of exhibit can be put in there, typically once a year. What they are trying to create is look at the history of that place, look at the culture and the environment, the context in which you are going to create something. So when we develop institutions, we cannot go away from the history, the culture, and the local context, which means that the vision has to come from the history, the local culture has to influence it, how we do things, and we need to leave an open door as to how the future is going to shape it, because things are going to change rapidly. As people in the town of Wending in 793 could not imagine how Germany will be today, in the same way we cannot imagine what GNI will be 200 years from now, but The values of the Sikhi, that foundation needs to be in place, and that cannot change. Next slide, please. And as we look at the development of institute over a period of time, we need to think about even a university, how people envision modern institutions. This is the university where I work. The founding president said, we are building for the centuries. Imagine Saskatchewan 115 years ago, open prairie, very few people, harsh, cold, minus 40-degree temperatures, and there's a president who was given the task of building a university. He said, we begin today, but we are building for the centuries. And then he said, we are going to have an honorable place among the best in the world. It was not going to happen in a day. It was not going to happen in his lifetime. He was very clear about that. There were German universities, British universities, French places, Italian and Spain. They were far ahead of Canadian universities at that time. But then he began to do things which really tell you how we need to act. Professor Hertzberg was suffering from rise of Nazism in Germany. He wanted to leave the country. He wrote to many university presidents, Toronto, New York, and other places, that I want to come, please take me. Nobody took him. Professor Murray said, you come to Saskatchewan, we will give you a place to hide, to work, to do research. You can escape Nazism from Germany. He came, he won a Nobel Prize. So think about when we help somebody through an institute, through an institution, what that individual is going to do down the line. So that is another fundamental aspect of the academic institutions to support young minds so that they can do things far better than what we are doing today. The next slide, please. Now, when we look about Guru Nanak Institute, I spoke about this slide last year. Again, I want to go back to the same theme. If I speak next year, I will build on the same theme. The vision, the infrastructure, and the resources which are in place, and then the new ideas and technology and the culture and the political influences. The examples I gave you were simply to convey the point that in the coming days and months and the years and the centuries, the Institute will look very different, but it still will be rooted in the values of the Sikhism, and that's what the basic vision is. How we do things, it will always change. The next one, please. Now, this is pretty interesting, the patience. Sometimes we get impatient. Why we did not do that? This was wrong. This should have been done in a different way. We need to be able to be having patience and forbearance, the courage, the capacity to withstand change and criticism, and sometimes things don't work, but we keep on plugging away at it. If you look at the progress that GNI has made, it is the result of a couple of things. Number one, there is pretty strong strategic vision, and then the operational execution is literally top-notch. We don't waste time in our meetings. We have projects in front of us. When a project comes, we review it, we tell the people back very quickly. The courses are being created, they are being launched. It's a way you can learn how to do things. And there's a very positive way, the way GNI is developing. But the last point is the key here. Again, I'm going to show you that photo and talk about that in a minute. It is the Institute's ability to withstand criticism, skepticism, and the debate. Quite often the institutes, when they become big and powerful, they don't like criticism. They want that everybody should be praising them. We cannot live with that. That is a little platform on which Galileo used to teach physics and astronomy to his students. And you know, he was the one who said actually the earth goes around the sun, and the church did not like him. But that was the battle he fought with a very powerful institution, the Catholic Church of the day. Catholic Church has changed or not, I won't get into that. I'm not an expert on that, but the platform is still there. That is the original wood on which he used to stand and teach his students. And that's what endures behind the people who change the way we live our life, give the knowledge when there's opposition to that, and stand in front of the aggressor, as Minister Bain said. I think that's what we be able to do that. And same applies to Guru Nanak Institute, the ability to withstand criticism, skepticism, and all those things. Next one, please. I think I'm nearly done there. That's it. What do we expect in the coming days? Great things from the institution. And the last points are very dear to my heart. The young scholars, how do we support them? How do we create networks for them? How do we share with the world that people like Dr. Gurdev Singh Khush had developed varieties of rice? The 50% of the rice grown in this world is an outcome of his work. Who can claim that? Who else can claim that? So I think we are not talking about the work of Sikh professors, scholars, scientists. It's a flaw in our community. We don't bring them to the front. We are very happy about singers and other things which we should be proud of, but we keep our scholars behind doors. We need to really bring them to the front because that is the knowledge economy that they are contributing to solving some of the most complex problems that this world has. Thank you very much. I conclude here, and I've taken 2 minutes more than I thought I will. Thank you very much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
It's just a small bag he can carry with him as if he doesn't have enough books, actually. Thank you very much again.
Well, actually, I really don't have a bag today. I was hoping if I had my bag, I could put something in there. Thank you very much, really. I mean, thank you.
Can we take a quick picture? Okay.
That's it.
One second.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. There was so many things that you mentioned in your address that really touched on the heart of many of our meetings, many of our visions. Sometimes it's very difficult to explain to friends and family, to people, what exactly our vision is. And I always try to tell them, you know, this is something that I see 10 years down the road. This is how I see it. And sometimes it's very difficult to explain that. But Dr. Singh, you put that into a beautiful presentation that helps to not only encapsulate what's in our hearts, in our minds, and what we see in many of the scholars that are here today, that vision, that future that we see in our partnerships with you. So thank you very much. Our first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Nabila Rahman. Now, Dr. Rahman is a distinguished academic and scholar and is the director of the Institute of Punjabi and Cultural Studies at the University of Punjab, Lahore, and serves as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jhang, Pakistan. Dr. Rahman's extensive research predominantly encompasses the realms of classical and Sufi literature, feminism, and a diverse array of literary and social subjects. Author of 10 books and an impressive corpus of research articles, she successfully organized the first ever Guru Nanak conference in Pakistan, coinciding with a momentous unveiling of the Kartarpur corridor in 2019. Not only is she a wonderful human being, but a distinguished academic. Dr. Nabila Rahman.
Respected chair and the intellectual audience, Sat Sri Akal, happy good morning, and Assalamu Alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank the great Gyan Singh Ji, the entire family of GNI, and Sardar Jai Tegh Singh Anand Ji for inviting me on this esteemed international summit, and Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur, an Iron Lady, for wonderful hosting. The topic of my paper is multilingualism, cultural diversity, and Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Slide, please. Next, please. So boundaries and borders on the globe are the symbols of the human journey. The geography of these boundaries and borders gives a glimpse of human cultural identity and living style. Punjab is an area whose geographical landscape kept changing because it was a rich agricultural land and a gateway to India, due to which it suffered numerous annexations. Many languages and cultures from across the globe kept amalgamating into Punjab's language and culture. Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam were the three major religions of this area. All three idol-worshipping, avatarism, and monotheism were practiced here. The division by Varna ashram and many other social evils cursed the people of India. Islam came from Arabs through the Indus Valley, and its effects were evident in all the faiths in India. The Bhakti movement was one of the prominent ones. Next, please. So should I wait? Should I wait? Okay, thank you. Interestingly, the center of the Bhakti movement in the valley of Ganga Jamuna, Banaras, but it could not effectively provoke the people of this region. However, the seed of the Bhakti movement sowed by Ramand and Bhagat Kabir grew into a strong tree in Punjab. The roots of this tree spread in villages, pubs, towns, and other far-flung areas in Punjab. No doubt that this strong Bhakti tree was turned into a blossoming garden by Baba Guru Nanak, who revolutionized the entire Hindustan with the theory of monotheism and Bhakti. He introduced an invigorating and thought-provoking system which became the first and only religion born in Punjab. The iconoclastic tendencies of Muslim rulers led to the destruction of temples, imposition of jizya, suppression of religious faiths and processions, and prohibition of building new temples as well as repairing the old ones. These measures had brought degradation of Hindus, and consequently they became hypocrites. Guru Nanak described their condition in the following words: "You wear a loincloth, sacrificial mask and rosary, yet you earn your living from whom you call malates, untouchables. You perform the Hindu worship in private, yet, my brother, you read the books of Mohammedans and adopt their manners." Another example described their condition at that time when Guru Nanak visited Hardwar, a place of pilgrimage for the Hindus on the bank of the river Gangas on the day of Vaisakhi. People were taking holy bath and offering water to the sun. The Guru also went into the river and began to throw water to the west. The people were attracted to the Guru and asked him what he was doing. Guru replied that he was sending water to the fields in Punjab. People laughed and asked how the water could reach his fields thousands of miles away in Punjab. The Guru answered that my water would reach Punjab in the same way their water could reach the sun. Guru Nanak described Allah's almightiness, creation, and equality for human beings in such an excellent, unequivocal, and comprehensive way. A scholar, Ujala Man Amritsari, said that not even a Muslim could explain it in such a manner. Guru Nanak perceived the upcoming geographical changes of the 15th century due to the thoughtfulness and travels that are called udasis. In today's geography, their 4 udasis cover 9 different countries, including Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Nepal, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, and Sri Lanka. He became familiar with the geography, cultural norms, and sociological standings and roots of the language of these areas. which are linked with the Indo-European and Indo-Aryan branches. He learned the linguistic and cultural connectivity and disconnectedness of these languages. He inculcated the writings associated with love for Allah and humanity in his poetry, written by the Sufis, Sads, Bhagats, and poets of these languages, that then became part of Ad Granth, which was compiled in 1604 by the fifth Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Guru Nanak understood well that nature, nurture, and culture are deeply connected. Human has thorough relationship with the changing environment since the day he was born, where his culture is made up the foundation stone of language, land, and mind. Language and culture flourish the connectivity and disconnectedness in this nurturing atmosphere. In this environment, many personalities with positive and negative mindsets are born, who are also called binary opposites. Nature is just like the mother, which takes care of human growth, and can also be understood in this way that culture is just like flowing blood in the social skeleton or existence, which is the food for internal and external beings. People have their own languages, and the government has its own, through which it runs the entire system. The intellectuals comprehend the cultural and linguistic relations and differences between the language of the public and the ruler. They understand the science of culture and spiritual relation among words, alphabets, and the hymnetics. Today, the term memetics is used for this. Guru Nanak was a visionary personality who understood well the languages, cultures, mindsets, social norms, and skill sets of this area. In short, he was well aware of cultural science and psychological ambiguities, which can be seen in Guru Granth Sahib, which is not only the encyclopedia of political and social structure, but also the charter of humanity. For example, in Skandar Lodhi's era, a Kabirpanthi Brahmin was murdered because he said that Hindus and Muslims are equal in Allah's opinion. On the other side, no Shudra was allowed to sit with the Brahmin. He was not allowed to listen to the recitation of Veda. If any Shudra had ever listened to a Veda, burning molten metal would be poured in his ear. The punishment for killing a Shudra was equal to that of killing a dog, where there was no difference between a human being and an animal. Guru Nanak was saying, "Phakkad jati, phakkad nao, sabna jiya, ikka nao. Paran mein Nanak, jaat kaisi? जात जन्म पूछिए सच घर ल्यो बताए सा जात सा पत है जेहे कर्म कमाए." What to ask about birth and caste if he is the only one creator? A man is known by his deeds, which is actually his representation. Nanak provoked such social values which touched the hearts of humanity, and its fragrance took the entire globe into its arm. He inculcated the values and importance of freedom and integrity, which is expressed in his writings, and the accents of Lendi, Purbi, Majhi, and Braj Bhasha are evident in his poetry. The circumstances of the socio-political and cultural system is that era can be understood through his Bani. Please, 8th slide. Slide number 8, please. Ralph Linton writes in his book titled Tree of Culture that there were two generations in the Indus Valley civilization, one of which practiced hand axe culture, which was linked with the common culture of Africa and Asia. The other generation followed copper and flag culture, which was linked with Southeast Asia. The Proto-Australites came to this region. Manda, Santhal, Koru, Khond, and Panri were people of this generation. Dravidian culture flourished from the Mediterranean and Armenide. After them, Aryans came who were wizards, wanderers, polygamists, and fighters with strong bodies, whereas the local of these areas were feeble and skinny and worshipped the linga and yoni. They were gamblers and rest-loving. It is said that when Islam was spread in this region, two kinds of generations came into being. One of them was Samis, who came with Muhammad bin Qasim's annexation, and the other one was the European Aryans who had roots in Iran and Turkestan. A renowned Punjabi scholar Sharif Kunjahi says in a study of Rig Veda that this generation of Aryans came from the Arctic region where previously the weather conditions were normal and the region was inhabitable. He quoted a Canadian geophysicist to prove his viewpoint, who said in 1991 that thousands of years ago there were 150-foot tall trees in the Arctic region. Due to changing weather conditions, people migrated from this region to different areas. Aryans used to associate themselves with the sky, whereas the Dravidians linked themselves with earth. The concept of caste and creed developed right from this point. Metallic spears and swords were invented by Aryans and Brahmins. Khatris kept horses and associated themselves with the high sky, whereas the Dravidians linked themselves with earth, so they were considered Shudras, the lower castes. Next, please. In this scenario, Sri Guru Nanak Ji developed his thought by amalgamating Vedanta, Bhakti, and Islamic mysticism. The main point of his philosophy was that human is just one part of the entire universe, and the entire universe is created by one creator. Each creation in this nature is a reflection of the creator, which is why one cannot think negatively or badly of the other. As a creator in the one who has created every single being, like Bhagat Kabir says, Awwal Allah Noor upaya, Kudrat ke sab bande, ek noor se sab jag upjya, kaun bhale ko mande. Guru Nanak's philosophy neither created the atmosphere of competition and difference like the Nathpanthis, nor was it based on one single thought or experiment. In fact, he gave respect, space, and freedom of expression to everyone for expressing their viewpoints. As discussed earlier, his 4 Udasis spanned an area that became 9 countries afterwards. Now, in my opinion, there are 9 such rachanas from Sri Guru Granth Sahib that are not only the geopolitical, social, and cultural anthology of the region, but the scripture of consciousness, which awares a human being with the sense and awareness of entire socio-cultural existence in life. Next, please. First one is Japji Sahib, recitation of the name of Almighty, absolute truth, creator. Second, Maj Diwar, middle of rag, relationship between creator and creation, purification. Third, Patti, discipline, development, and regulation. Fourth, Thiti, time, period, organism, meter, arrangement, flow, pulse, flow, and pulse. Fifth, Asa Divar, hope, belief. And sixth, Onkar, the continuous voice, the continuity, force of being. Next, please. Siddh Gosht, discourses of Siddhas, wisdom of visionaries, and such kind of a dialogue. Malar Divar, also called Babarwani, integrity, a piece of courage and clarity in the fort of contemporary power. Barama, 12 months, changing patterns of nature over 12 months. In my opinion, these 9 realms of Guru Granth Sahib can be linked with the 3-sided polygon of existence, creator, cosmos, and self-being. Ek Onkar Satnam Kartapurak Nirbhav Nirbhair Akal Murat Ajuni Sebhang Gur Prasad. और जपजी आज सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच. There is only one God, his name is true, he is the creator, he has no fear, he has no hate. He is omnipresent, unborn and self-illuminating. Meditate on his name by the Guru's grace. He is realized he has been true since time began. He has been true since the ages. He is still true. Guru Nanak says he will forever be true. Now look the base of Islamic ideology. In Surah Ikhlas, Allah says, Kul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid, walam yulad, walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Say, O Prophet, Allah is one and indivisible. Allah is sustainer, needed by all. He has never had offspring, nor he was born, and there is none comparable to him. Next, please. This concept of oneness is also present in Vedanta, Nirgun and Sargun are two terms of this concept. Nirgun means without attributes and Sargun means with the attributes. In my opinion, if we place both these terms on the same voice meter or reconsider their etymology, then both these terms can be read as Nargun and Sargun. And their meanings would be, Nargun means, Nar also means water, Maya, which is the source of all material forces. Nargun means the power of the whole universe with which it has been created. And Sargun, numerous dictionaries shows its meaning as lake. The entire universe is lake where the whole Maya or water is accumulated. In Quran, there are a number of references which show that water is the source of the creation of the universe. In Guru Granth Sahib, there is a Bani of Bhagat Namdev. He says, Har jan naam Ram gun gaave. Je koi nind kare har jan ki apna gun na gavave. Je kich kare so ape swami har ape kar kamave. In this poetry, Har and Hari words are used for Allah and for a common person too. Jan means every living thing. Sharif Kunjahi is an intellectual who gave a new meaning to human history by using words and etymological shapes. He views linguists and pronunciation in an entirely new manner. He views linguistics and pronunciation in an entirely new manner. He is of the view that when many new nations and their businesses came to Hindustan, the new words that came with them should be seen through the lens of culture and civilization. He says that from 522 to 486, before Alexander's invasion, there was a king in Iran who worshipped a god named Ahura Mazda. In English dictionaries, Ahura means big god. Kunjahi says that the first shape of Hura and Ahura would be Har. In Norwegian language, this word means Lord. In German language, the word means honor. In Sanskrit, Har and Hari means the creator of all. In 1967, a book titled 6 Centuries of Glory, published by Science Academy in Russia, mentions the meaning of Ahura as sense and spirit, whereas Majda means worshipper and poetry. In Persian, Mija means eyelash. In Japanese, it means cold water. In Pahlavi, it means cloud. Another word is derived from Majda, which is mazar. That means on the bank of the river. In this way, Ahura Majda means the power of the Almighty who has created the entire universe. Har and Hari are rooted in each other. It is the duty of linguists to find which one is derived from the other. The three sounds of Ha, Ra, and La are the basic sounds, with the change of which there are many changes in the languages of this region. When the sound A comes as a prefix in Sanskrit and Punjabi, it gives an opposite meaning to the word. For instance, mul and amul, price and priceless. Sanj, unity, and asanj, disunion. In Arabic, the La sound plays this same role. For instance, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. There is no God but Allah. and Muhammad, peace be upon, is the messenger of Allah. In fact, Sanskrit and Arabic are both rich languages in which there are numerous meanings of the same word. In the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, there was many words in Sanskrit, Arabic, and other local languages which were discussed above. Some of the words are used as they are, and others are somewhat different. Asa Ki War is the bhajan of Guru Nanak, which is sung early in the morning, and this is sung in Rag Todi, which means hamd or dua. And another meaning of it is stick, which is used for herding cattle. In Arabic, it is called asa, which means sport or stick. In Estonia, asa means a green pasture. As, umid, and ahar are the words that have the meanings behind the word asa, which actually means hope. Another word is dhai. Baba Farid says in a slok, Jindvati maranvar lejasi parnaye, apan hathi jool ke kaigal lage dhai. Dhai is a Vedic word which means to adopt. Whereas Damodar Das, the first writer here who lived in Jhang, writes its meaning as to meet and greet. Likewise, there is the word salok, which means the words of someone of higher status, whereas Sharif Kunjai associates it with the Scottish language in which it means thirst. And this word has also been used in war slogans. In Greek, this word means unity and pile of food. Griffith takes the meaning of water from it and calls shalok as songs of praise. In a nutshell, Guru Granth Sahib not only encompasses the written history of this region's anthology, mythology, and sociology. In fact, it also includes the etymology of numerous languages of the entire globe. This great book holds religious, social, moral, and intellectual prestige. Culture is woven into the geography of a region, and geography is under the special structure of the region, but cultural geography is beyond any limits or borders. Geography considers and changes itself with the political landscape of a region, but it does not spread like language, literature, and cultural intellect. Guru Granth Sahib includes South Asia's geography, the relationship between Indo-European and Indo-Aryan languages, and amalgamated culture, which can be researched in a new way. But the meaning of this philosophical and prestigious scripture will always remain universal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. We have about 8 to 10 minutes for any questions in the audience, and then I do have a question from one of our participants online. There is a mic set up right here on my left. If you could come up to the mic and you can ask your question of Dr. Rahman. Sorry, I can't see very well. Oh.
Thank you, Dr. Nabila, for your etymology presentation that you had. It seems that your view of Sikhi is very much in line with what Khushwant Singh had promoted. You referred to Sikhi being an amalgamation of Vedic tradition. You also referred to it as being part of the Hindu Bhakti tradition. Nowhere in Guru Granth Sahib, not even at one place, do the Gurus ever talk about Sikhi being part of the Vedic Hindu tradition or the Bhakti movement. And so I'd like your opinion. Before I do that, I have a quote from you which repeatedly comes in Guru Granth Sahib. And I do it with all respect to my Hindu brothers and sisters, but I think it's important we talk about what the Guru tells us. It says, Brahma, Bishan, Mahesh, Tragun Rogi, which home kar kamai. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, all three suffer from the same disease of home or ego. And the fourth Guru doesn't stop there. And like I say, in all respect to my Hindu brothers and sisters, but this is what the Guru is telling us, that do we believe in Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh? And the second part is, continues the fourth Guru, Jin kiye tise na chete, bapde har gurmukh soji pai. The Guru calls them the poor fools. Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, as per the fourth Guru, is referring to them as the poor fools do not remember the one God who created them. This understanding of God is only obtained by those who become a Gurmukh. How do you claim then, from Guru Granth Sahib's evidence, don't bring the Sakhis in Guru Granth Sahib, what evidence do you have that Sikhi is part of the Bhakti tradition and is an amalgamation of Vedas and Islam? Thank you.
मैं पंजाबी जवाब दे दें, ज़रा चंगी तरह जवाब दे दें जी। देखो मेरी ਪ੍ਰੈਜੈਂਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਸਟ ਐਟਮੋਲੋਜੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫੋਕਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਹਿੰਦੂਇਜ਼ਮ ਵੇਦਾਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਵਰਡਸ ਐਟਮੋਲੋਜੀ, ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਿਲੀਵਸ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਬਿਲੀਵ ਤੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਆਲਮਾਈਟੀਨੈਸ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਵੈਦਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਐਨਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਅਦਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਦਾ ਸੰਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਖਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਪਰਸਪੈਕਟਿਵ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਕਲਚਰਲ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਮੈਲਜਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਮੁਖਤਲਿਫ ਕਲਚਰਸ ਦੇ ਐਂਡ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜਿਸ ਦੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਬਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਵਨਨੈਸ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਵਨਨੈਸ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਚੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਸਾਇੰਟਿਸਟ ਦਾ ਹੈ, ਲਿੰਗੁਇਸਟਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਰ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਾਇਨੇ ਤੈਅ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸੇ ਲਈ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਕੂਮਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹਕੂਮਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਇੱਕ ਕਲਾਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਹਸਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਥ 'ਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਚੱਲੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਸੂਫੀ ਸਾਧ ਚੱਲੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਨਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੁਖਤਲਿਫ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਕਲਾਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨਸ, ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਾਇਨੇ ਮੁਖਤਲਿਫ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਬਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਲੇਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਾਬਾ ਫਰੀਦ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਉਹ ਕੁਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਔਰ ਭਗਤੀ ਕੀ ਸੀ? ਭਗਤੀ ਮਾੜੇ ਨੂੰ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਭਗਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਲਾ ਦੀ ਵਨਨੈਸ ਨੂੰ ਓਨ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਵਾਈਡ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 ਵਰਨ ਆਸ਼ਰਮ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ, ਉਹ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਨਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰ ਉਸ ਜ਼ਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਨ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ, ਔਰ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ, ਹਰ ਜਣ ਨੂੰ, ਨਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਬਲਕਿ ਹਰ ਕਣ ਨੂੰ, ਹਰ ਜਣ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਤਰਾਮ ਦੇਣਾ, ਹਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਆਦਰ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹਦੀ ਬੀਇੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਓਨ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹ ਹੈ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਪਾਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵਸ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵਸ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਓਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੌਧਰਾਹਟ ਕਾਇਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੈਪਚਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤੋਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨਵੀਂ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਗੇ ਦੀ ਸੋਚਦੀ ਹੈ, ਨਵੀਂ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਵੇਂ ਐਂਗਲ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਚ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਬਾਬਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈ ਉਹ ਯੂਨਿਟੀ ਐਂਡ ਡਾਈਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਓਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਔਰ ਬਿਊਟੀ ਆਫ ਡਾਈਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਓਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਬਿਊਟੀ ਆਫ ਡਾਈਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਔਰ ਯੂਨਿਟੀ ਐਂਡ ਡਾਈਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਂਦ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਪਸਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੁੱਕਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨਸ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਹਾਕਿਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫ਼ਰਕ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੇਂ ਐਂਗਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਖਾਬ ਜੋ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਸਾਧਾਂ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਦੇਖਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਐਂਗਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
As mentioned earlier, we do have one more question from one of our online participants. Rupinder Kaur from Sikh Archives in Ontario has asked, Dr. Rahman refers to the Creator as He. Does she think that the ultimate force has a gender?
ਦੇਖੋ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜੈਂਡਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਲੋਕ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਜੈਂਡਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਇਲਾਮਾ ਇਕਬਾਲ ਨੇ ਆਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਬਗੈਰ ਸੋਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਦੇਖਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਤਰਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਾਂਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਜ਼ਨਾਨੀ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ। ਇਕਬਾਲ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਮਸ਼ਹੂਰ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੀ ਐਂਡ ਸ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੋ, ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਾਇਨਾਤ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਔਰ ਪੋਜ਼ੀਟਿਵ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਅਸੂਲ ਹੈ, ਦੋ ਤਾਕਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕੁਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਬ ਆਖਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਨਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜੋੜਾ ਜੋੜਾ ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਦਾ ਜੋੜਾ ਮਰਦ ਔਰ ਔਰਤ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਉਤਾਰੇ ਨੇ, ਹੀ ਐਂਡ ਸ਼ੀ। ਪਰ ਰੱਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ, ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਦਾ ਤਾਲੁਕ ਨਾ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਰੱਬ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਮਝ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਰੱਬ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਖਿਆਲ ਉਤਾਰਦਾ। ਖਿਆਲ ਦੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਟਸ ਅਪ ਟੂ ਯੂ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ। थैंक यू जी। अगर मेरे को कोई गलती हो गई होवे तो ओदी खिमा।
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. And as Dr. Sidhu mentioned in her opening address, there will be many opportunities for you to have discussions in our upcoming break, during lunch, and after the presentations are done. So please take that opportunity to have discussions. Our next presenter is Dr. Harjinder Singh Sandhu. He will be doing a presentation titled Artificial Intelligence Impacts Academia, Research, and Sikhi. Dr. Sandhu is an AI technology entrepreneur, a former assistant professor of computer science at York University in Toronto, and currently the vice president of technology strategy at Nuance Microsoft. His 3 startups focused on using AI to improve clinical documentation, automate patient engagement, and document doctor-patient encounters. Dr. Sandhu obtained a BSc from the University of British Columbia and a master's and doctorate degree from the University of Toronto, all in computer science. In our house, he is affectionately known as Dayaji, so I call to the stage Dr. Harjinder Singh Sandhu.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. That's not me. It's a pleasure to be here today. I spend most of my time in Microsoft working on, thinking about, talking about the impact of artificial intelligence in the healthcare and life sciences space. So it's kind of a unique pleasure for me to talk about its impact on Sikhi today. I'll tell you up front a little bit of a hint. The biggest impact it's going to have by this time next year, I'm hoping we'll have AI running the slideshows. So no dig at the people actually writing them. Now, this is a really big topic, and we only have a little bit of time, so I'm going to just touch on some of the key points. So if you go to the next slide, and I'll try to be brief in most of this, but AI has been around for 60, 70 years. Since the dawn of computers, people have been working on AI, but it's really been the evolution in the last year or so that's raised eyebrows. For a long time, it was really nothing special, somewhere in the background. But in the last year or so, there's been a tremendous leap. There's lots of different kinds of AI systems. When we look at what's happening in AI today, most of that progress is in a field of AI called large language models. If you've used ChatGPT is a large language model. And if you've used it, you know that AI systems today, starting from about a year ago, have suddenly leaped in their ability to do all sorts of amazing things. You can interact with them using regular language like you would talk to another person. They'll do reasoning, do simple math problems, they'll write essays, poems, all sorts of things. They'll translate between languages. And most of this progress, and I don't have a lot of time to talk about this today, but most of this progress, interestingly, has been surprising even to the people in the field that are doing research on these systems, building these systems. It's been actually incredible, very rapid progress. Most of the people that I work with that are researchers in this field are actually caught off guard, just like most everybody in this audience, by how these systems all of a sudden are taking on these new capabilities. The latest AI systems are going to have a tremendous impact. So as I said, we're going to try to touch a little bit upon how these impacts will manifest in the subject of this conference on Sikhi, Punjabi, all those kinds of things. And in particular, I'm going to talk really briefly about what are some of the things that you as academics, as researchers, should be thinking about. What are some of the concerns? What are some of the opportunities that present themselves? I know a lot of times when we think about academics, particularly in the Sikh context, we tend to look at the past. And rightfully so. There's a lot of rich history, a lot of rich language, lots of things that we are exploring in our past and rediscovering. But we also have to look to the future and embrace the future and take control of the future. And I'm going to try to touch upon that a little bit today. So next slide. The idea of a large language model is actually, if you study the basics of large language models, it's actually relatively simple. The idea started around 6 years ago with this idea of a transformer model. And the basic idea was this. You take all of the data that you could get, all the language you can get on the internet. So these systems take massive amounts of data from the internet. They go to lots of different websites, Wikipedia, lots of books that are given to them to train on. And the training is simple. They basically start trying to make statistical relationships between the words. They don't understand the words. They're basically just creating statistical relationships between the words. And when you build these models take months to train on massive amounts of trillions and trillions of words from the internet that they're taking, and the sentences, the paragraphs, all that kind of stuff. They're taking all this and they're creating these massive statistical neural network models, artificial intelligence models. And you end up with this base model, which is a LLM, a large language model. Now, the problem with these base models, so people started, companies and researchers started building these about 6 years ago. And part of the challenge with these base models, these LLMs, was that if you have spent any time on the internet, you know that there's a lot of garbage on the internet too. There's a lot of hate, there's a lot of racism, misogynism, all sorts of filth and all sorts of stuff on the internet. And when people started training these models on information on the internet, they started finding when they're trying to get them to write things or interact with them, that a lot of these large language models are spewing out the same kind of garbage that they are trained on the internet. So a lot of the racist, misogynistic, all sorts of language that you'll find prevalent on the internet, they start repeating a lot of that stuff. And so the real key innovation, so one is, two things actually occurred. One is that people started building really large models. So the term large originally meant millions of artificial neurons. Now it means hundreds of billions and now trillions of neurons, so kind of approximating the size of the human brain now. That was one key innovation, as people started figuring out how to make these really, really big and train them on lots more data, and they start making better and better predictions, getting better and better at understanding language and making predictions about what to say and things like that. But what happened about a year ago when ChatGPT came out is that OpenAI had one more thing that they did that actually made these systems useful. Because before that, these systems weren't really useful. They were interesting, but again, because of their tendency to start spewing out lots of garbage, they weren't actually usable systems. the useful part of this process, and this is really important to the topic we're going to discuss today in terms of what some of these impacts are, is that after creating a base model, what they realize is that they need to actually go back and further train these models based upon human input. And so what they did was they hired thousands of contractors, people, just average people, and they started having these people write proper responses. So when a large language model gives you a response, it can give you lots of different responses. So they got people to actually go and start training these systems to say, well, no, this is actually a better response. This is not a good response. And they started being able to steer these models away from the kinds of responses that people don't want to see towards the responses that they do actually want to see. So when ChatGPT came out, it was the first large language model that actually had a considerable, what's called reinforcement learning. This is actually a really important area of research these days, but this whole idea of reinforcement learning, where you reinforce a particular behavior in the large language model based upon human feedback, that was the essence of what got to ChatGPT. Now today there's actually lots of different models that have copied this and continue to work on this kind of idea. But again, the key issue here and key idea here is that these models are trained on a lot of data, and then they're trained by people. And one of the questions you want to ask and think about is, well, what are they actually learning? If you go to the next slide, these models don't understand in the way we think we understand concepts and ideas. So if you ask a question such as this, what is the origin of the Khalsa? The system will actually give you a pretty interesting response. It's not memorized this, so it's not like it's gone out to the internet and it's memorized this particular question. They don't memorize. Generally, these systems don't memorize information. What it's actually doing is it's just taking statistical relationships between words, and it's predicting what might be a good word to spit out next, and then the next and next. And so it's basically just predicting words in sequence. So if you go to next, so that's the basic idea. The impact of this, and we'll come back to some of the issues here, but the impact of this is really worth keeping in mind, is that because these systems are so phenomenally good now, and getting better on a monthly basis, we see all sorts of advances in this area. They're advancing very rapidly, and it's only a matter of time before you'll see that virtually everybody. So today, if you're going to start doing any research, what's the first place you go? You go to Google, right? Now that's become part of our part of just the way we go and explore and research topics. You know, people have stopped learning how to go to the library anymore, unfortunately. Everybody just goes and does Google searches. They find some websites. They filter through the websites that they don't like. They go to the websites that they do actually like, and they go and get that information from there. What's happening with large language models is that these models are actually replacing even that level of effort. So because these models are so good and getting better at just giving you exactly the answer you want without having to search for it, these models are actually becoming used now as a replacement for knowledge acquisition, for searching, for knowledge creation. And so what you'll see is that in the very near future, everybody in the world, and when we're talking about the future here, we're not talking anymore 20, 30 years. We're talking in the next couple of years. Pretty much everybody in the world is going to be using these large language models to do research, to explore topics, to learn things, and you'll basically have people sitting in villages in some part of the world looking up topics about, oh, Sikh was on the news. Well, tell me what a Sikh is. Who was Guru Nanak? All these kinds of topics. And this is both a massive opportunity for us because, of course, now it brings information and concepts and ideas right to our fingertips, to us personally, even in a way that Google never did. Right? That still required some effort to go and research, and nobody wants to go and sit there and read through 10 websites and try to understand information. This will bring you answers right away, right to your fingertips right away. What's the problem with this? You can well imagine that AI has huge opportunities, but it can also cause harm as well. And so if you think about some of these harms, if you go to the next slide, and again, I'm going through this relatively quickly, and there's actually a lot of different ways that AI systems can actually cause harm as well. They don't pertain to just the topics what we're talking about here today, but of course they're a topic here today is around the impact on Sikhi and academia and stuff. So I'm going to narrowly think about those kinds of things. The very first one, which everybody here, I'm sure many of you are already aware, that these large language models, because they're prediction engines, they just make predictions about what to spit out. They're not memorize anything. So if you ask it a question, in this example, if you ask it a question about Gurbani, that large language model does not have the Guru Granth Sahib memorized. What it is going to do, it has large parts of it that it's learned. And so if you ask a question like, find a shabd of the Guru Granth Sahib on the topic of academia, as I typed in, and you look at this and you say, oh, well, that's pretty good. It brought me a shabd. Now, if you actually go and look this up, the first line of the shabd, Padiye nahi ped bujiye pavana, is actually an actual line. The other two, it just fabricated. It pulled words and things from other parts that it had from Gurbani, and it put it together, and it presented this. It's only a matter of time before the first LLM is called before the Akal Takht for fabricating Gurbani. I want to see that day. But this is a huge problem, is that it fabricates information. Now, fabricating Gurbani is easy to check, right? We can go to the Guru Granth Sahib and we can say, well, did this make this up? Most people aren't going to bother. But if it's on other topics of Sikh history, of the current affairs that's going on, there's everybody now in the media is talking about, well, what's a Sikh? What is, what are Sikhs doing and all this kind of stuff. Just imagine if all the people are getting their information from LLMs and half the time these LLMs are fabricating information. Of course, the media half the time fabricates information as well, so it might not be that different. But this is going to be a more dangerous world because people will start to trust these LLMs. We know how to distill information from the media because we know, well, this media source has biases. We know this media source is a little bit more trustworthy, and we know how to distill that information. When it comes to LLMs, people will lose sight of how to distill what those information sources are telling us. So this is a huge problem. If you go to the next slide, please. Now, there's a secondary issue here, and I touched upon it a little briefly or alluded to it when I said about how these systems are trained. They're trained on information on the internet, and then they're trained by people who are giving it feedback on how to respond. Now, what does that do, of course? Well, the information that these systems are starting with has its own biases. So if you go out to the web and say, well, this system is trained on all the information on that web, and there's websites that talk about Sikhi, some of them are, good websites, some of them are, again, they're saying stuff that is just kind of dumb. These systems are learning all of that, and they're synthesizing all that information. A lot of times there's contradictory information out there, and these systems somehow, nobody really understands how, but somehow they're able to synthesize all that information and put it together. But what do they actually learn? It's not really clear, but they do have their biases. And then the people that are doing the reinforcement learning have their own biases. They're steering these systems to respond in a particular way on particular topics, and that steering process itself is full of biases. So what we're going to see in the future is that the biases of these systems are going to impact what people learn. So in this example, for instance, I asked the system to write a speech. Now, this is a very mild form of bias. This is kind of obvious, right? I asked it to write a speech that could be delivered at an Anand Karaj, and it starts out with ladies and gentlemen and esteemed guests. And of course, if anybody were to stand up and do a speech talking about Anand Karaj and start out that way rather than Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh, you would say, well, this person knows nothing, get off the stage. But this is the problem, is that the biases here in this system are biased towards information sources that are mostly Western. There's obviously, it's learned considerable amounts about Sikhi and about the Anand Karaj in this case, but it doesn't really know how to craft an appropriate opening and talk about this using the vocabulary that you would actually use. But again, this is a mild form of bias. There's going to be much deeper forms of biases that aren't going to be as obvious. In the healthcare industry where I work, we spend a lot of time thinking about the biases, about demographic biases, about how it's going to respond to patients based upon the data that it's learned from. In fields such as this, of academia pertaining to Sikhi, we have to be really, really vigilant about the kind of biases that are being designed into these systems, either unintentionally or intentionally in some cases. So if you go to the next slide, now this is an area where you can actually, if you are building these systems, you can bias it intentionally, and people will bias it intentionally, and that biasing will result in censorship. Well, now we know that a lot of countries in the world censor information already. They're censoring social media very heavily. So a lot of information that's on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube gets censored all the time in countries like China, Russia, India. China has actually banned ChatGPT already because they don't like what it will tell you if you ask a question such as, is Taiwan a part of China? But you can imagine lots of other countries having issues with what these systems will actually tell you, because these systems they're not thinking in the way of, well, I have to respond this way. They're being taught biases based upon the information they're trained on and the way the humans are actually giving them feedback and steering them. So these biases are going to be a huge issue. So censorship is going to become a big issue. It's something that, again, we have to be very vigilant of, that we will face a lot of censorship. And again, because people will start trusting these systems inherently, they will not know when the system is responding in a particular way because it's been censored, and when it's responding in a particular way just because that's what it's learned and that's actually an accurate answer, for example. So huge issue. I'll spend a few minutes just talking about some of the opportunities. So I don't want to just paint a dire picture and say, well, there's nothing we can do. This is just going to become a huge nightmare for us as a community. So if you go to the next slide, please. There's a couple of things that I would really encourage the academic community in particular to take on. And as I said, a lot of times we spend our time looking at the past and doing research about the past, but here's an opportunity to actually look at the future and take control and work on the future. One of the key things, there's a couple of things I'm going to talk about. One of the key things here is to be at the forefront of understanding what the biases of these systems are. So again, in the healthcare space, we're spending a lot of time trying to evaluate these systems, trying to understand how well they'll respond for particular kinds of use cases within healthcare. But the same has to be done in the context of lots of other domains, including the domain of what these systems know and think about Sikhi. So this doesn't require AR researchers, by the way, to actually do some of these things that I'm going to talk about. So if you go to the next slide, if you wanted to do evaluation to see, well, how do these systems, what kind of biases do these systems have? It doesn't require you to be an AI researcher anymore. That's one of the things that's happened with these systems, that they're really good at just interacting in plain English or plain Punjabi, if you want, for the many of the systems that are coming up. And so you can probe these systems, just like if you're a psychologist and you're trying to understand a particular person and what their bias is and stuff like that. What you do is you ask them questions and you evaluate the responses and say, what does this person actually believe about this particular topic? You can do, anybody here can do this. You can go and type in questions into ChatGPT and see what are its biases. Why did it say this when we think the answer should have been something more akin to this, right? So it doesn't require, and I put down here, the technical skills here are actually low to actually do this evaluation. If we're going to automate this and do this at scale across lots of LLMs, which I think is one of the core needs here, it does require a little bit of technical skill to automate this process, but just to do an evaluation doesn't require much cost. And again, it's something that I would really, really encourage academicians to take on, because this is such a critical area for us as we try to embrace and own the future, as opposed to just reacting to it. Next slide. The second important thing here is that, as I said near the beginning, is what are these systems trained on? They're trained on information on the web. Why do they have such a shallow knowledge base about Sikhi? Well, it's because we don't have a lot of information. I mean, there's hundreds of websites, but it's minuscule compared to some of the other information that's out there. And we do have massive repositories of information. If you think about just all of the books that Punjabi University has, for example, in its library, there's a tremendous amount of knowledge about Sikhi, but it's not open to these LLMs. And one area that I would strongly encourage is that we start being much more forthright in making this information publicly available on the internet, so that these not only for people, but now for these LLMs to go and train on this, because we want them to have a rich rich set of knowledge about Sikhi, about other topics. We want them to be able to converse really well in Punjabi, and the only way they can do that is if there's a ton of knowledge out there that they can be trained on. We have to make these data sets publicly available, open, so that these LLMs are going and training on this. This actually is a massive effort to put a lot of this together, but lots of other communities and other groups are doing this. We have to make sure that we're, again, owning the future. Next slide, please. I know I'm largely out of time, but I'll have one more suggestion here. This is actually an area that requires a higher amount of technical skills, and the two things that I just mentioned are prerequisites. We have to start out by understanding how to evaluate these LLMs. We have to start creating corpuses of data that can be used to train them, and only then can we start creating customized, specialized LLMs that actually are specialists in a particular area. This is one of the trends that you're going to see over the next couple of years, is that while ChatGPT is a good generalist that understands little bits about almost everything that it's learned on the internet, people are now starting to create specialist LLMs that are really good and understand in depth a particular topic in detail. And so there's all sorts of such LLMs already being created or starting to be put out there. We absolutely have to have specialist LLMs that are grounded in deep, deep knowledge in Punjabi and Sikhi and all that kind of stuff. But again, this is something that requires much more technical skill to do. The prerequisites to this are, I think, somewhat easier to go through. So just to conclude, last slide, please. In summary, I think, again, just to reemphasize this point, we have to look forward to a future. We can't do this passively. We have to be doing this absolutely in an aggressive way to say we have to be part of embracing what's happening. Artificial intelligence is probably the most significant technological innovations, definitely since the internet. You could actually make an argument that it's actually going to have a more transformative effect on humanity as a whole than the internet did. And we can't sit back and just say, well, this is going to happen and, oh, well, we can't really do much about it. We have to be proactive. And it starts with academia, first and foremost, to take control and start understanding what is happening, what these LLMs are learning, what their biases are, and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. We have a little bit of time for questions, if there are any questions in the in-person audience first. Again, the mic is just on my left here. If you could also state your name and maybe a little bit, maybe your title, so that we have an idea of who is speaking with us. We've got 2 questions in the audience and then 1 online, and then we will be moving on to our next program.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Prabsharan Beer Singh, and I teach at the University of the Fraser Valley. So my question is, who controls the reinforcement learning through human feedback? So is it open source, like anyone can do that, or only?
No, it's actually, so ChatGPT is built by OpenAI, the company OpenAI. OpenAI hires those people. They actually control what those systems are being taught. It's not a public thing. So that's unfortunate. OpenAI actually has committed that they're going to try to make it a more open process, but most other companies aren't. They're going to control that process. They're going to decide what happens and what these systems learn in that process, unfortunately.
Is there any way around that?
You can fine-tune these systems after the fact. So that third process I talked about specializing these LLMs. So it is possible to take the LLMs that are there, and you can fine-tune them with knowledge that you yourself want to give. You can't control the LLMs that everybody else is going to use, but you can create LLMs that are actually geared towards what you believe is kind of steering them in the right direction, for example. So that is possible.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really helpful and very knowledgeable. My question is actually really simple. I would like to know if the model of LLMs is based on the prediction of the words. How are they able to pass the entrance exams of medical doctors and lawyers and whatever? Thank you very much.
So I will tell you that nobody actually has an answer. So I've read research papers from some of the Stanford and other places that are studying this, and they're still trying to figure out this question, is how these systems actually able to do this. The short part of it is basically they just build massive statistical models. These are models, in the same way that they have these emergent capabilities. So when we think about our brains or our cells, we're made of very simple parts, right? Our cellular structures are actually very simple if you study them on a cellular level. But when you put trillions and trillions of these together, we emerge with new capabilities that you couldn't predict based upon the cellular structure themselves. Our ability our consciousness, all these kinds of things. And so that's the same thing that's happening in these AI systems. There's these emergent capabilities. The models are so massive, trillions of parameters now in some of these cases, that you can't actually look at them and try to understand what's going on. And so it's a mystery for even the people that build these systems. They don't really know how they take on these capabilities. Sorry, one more question? Yep.
Thank you, Harjinder. As many of you may not know, I have known Harjinder for like 33 years, but we met for the first time here. Taranjit Singh Bhutale, I'm associate professor at the Ohio State University in Columbus. One dumb question and then pushing the limits. It seems that, and my focus has been on Charda and Lenda Punjab. Both sides speak the same language, Punjabi. But we don't even have an app up till now that will take Gurmukhi to Shamukhi and Shamukhi to Gurmukhi. So there is a need for in Punjab to have such an app. And my smarter question is as follows. There are a few scripts in the world that have not been deciphered, and one of them happens to be from Punjab, that is the Indus Valley Civilization script. In your opinion, do you think these kinds of models have the capability of being, because there is no Rosetta Stone for this, that's the problem you have. Yeah. So how can AI help possibly in deciphering languages like Indus Valley script, which will change South Asian history in the way we perceive it? Thank you.
So this is a great question, a great topic, and we can definitely talk about it much more at length offline. These models are learning to translate when they've never actually been taught to translate. I've seen examples where they're actually able to translate some really rare languages from Africa that actually doesn't even have a lot of data in those languages. So I absolutely think that this whole problem of translating between Shamukhi and Gurmukhi and a lot of these other kinds of rare languages are well within the capabilities of these LLMs. In many cases, what you want to do, again, is you want to fine-tune them on specific data sets so that they actually learn more about that, but the models definitely can do this. I think that's all the time we had, but...
Yes, unfortunately, that is all the time we have. I'm going to ask one of the questions from online, just one quick question from one of the online participants.
I will do this.
Thank you. But there will be opportunity again at the break. We're going to break just after this, during lunch, after at dinner as well. So Vishwajit Singh, who is an online participant, is asking how AI can be helpful in researching about the history and polity of Sikhi, provided major sources are available in Gurmukhi script.
Well, hello Vishwajit Singh, good to see you again, or at least hear from you. I think doing research in Gurmukhi, like these systems actually understand Gurmukhi. So if you actually cut and paste Gurmukhi into ChatGPT, if you haven't tried it, they actually do understand this. The problem is that they haven't been trained enough on a lot of these primary sources that we want to do research in. And so this goes back to what I was saying earlier. You can absolutely paste a lot of old text into them and they'll actually translate. Most of the time, actually, the translation is actually pretty decent, but they don't know those texts on their own. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there to, again, do a lot of this data collection, fine-tune these models so they understand these texts, and then you can have this interaction and be able to ask a question such as, tell me about how Pant Prakash, for example, deals with this topic and how it's different from another historical text on the same kind of topic, and these systems will understand that and be able to give you pretty good answers and help you also direct your research so you can actually go and look up these subjects on your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. All right, so we will be moving to a very short break, about 10 minutes, a bio break. The washrooms are located just by the elevators. There are 2 washrooms just to the left here as well as you exit. Please take about 10 minutes, stretch your legs for the online participants as well, and we'll meet back here in 10 minutes exactly. Thank you. Outside, please help yourself. It's, oh, maybe not. They heard me and they got scared. All right, that's how I like it. A couple of changes to the agenda, but please bear with us. We are trying to operate a bunch of different things at the same time, so my apologies to all of you for the schedule, the timing, and so on, but I assure you that all of our volunteers and our organizers are doing their level best. We're going to be moving to our next presentation, which will be from Dr. Gurmail Singh. And the presentation is titled Gurbani Arth Milan. It's a GNI research project. Now, Dr. Gurmail Singh is the head of religious studies at Punjab University, Patiala. He earned his master's and PhD in Sikh studies there. His expertise spans Sikh and religious studies, substantiated by over 36 papers, 26 of which were presented at major conferences. His literary contributions are also quite significant, with 4 books authored and 3 edited. As a mentor, Dr. Singh has guided 15 graduate students to success and advises 7 PhD students. His dedication to teaching and research has garnered him respect in religious studies, and he voluntarily supervises the Gurbani Arth Milan project for GNI. Dr. Singh's presentation will be in Punjabi. There are no slides as the AV team sorts that out, but please bear with us, Dr. Gurmail Singh.
ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਤਿਕਾਰਯੋਗ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਜੋ GNI ਵੱਲੋਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਂਝਾਂ ਪਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੀ ਕੀ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕੀ ਕੀ ਪੱਖ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਛ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਗੁਰਪੁਰਬ ਸੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇੰਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ GNI, ਤਾਂ ਕੁਛ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ, ਅਧਿਆਪਨ, ਵਿਆਖਿਆ, ਖੋਜ ਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਛ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਬਣਾਏ ਗਏ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ GNI ਦਾ ਮੇਜਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਆ। ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੈਲੂਏਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮੁਲਾਂਕਣ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ, ਉਹਦੀ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਕਲ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਲੈਣ ਲਈ। ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਕੁਛ ਆਊਟਲਾਈਨ ਬਣਾਈ। ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਫਸਟ ਪੜਾਅ ਇਹ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਟੀਕ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਔਰ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਪਾਈਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮੈਟਿਕ ਵੇ ਨਾਲ, ਅਤੇ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਵੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਮੁਲਾਂਕਣ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਉਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਸਟ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੜਾਅ, ਉਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਊਟਲਾਈਨ ਬਣੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਗਭਗ 33 ਰਿਸਰਚ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 1.5-2 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਤੋਂ ਨੇ। ਕੁਛ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਸ ਆਊਟ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ, PhD ਕਰ ਗਏ ਆ, MA ਕਰ ਗਏ ਆ, BA ਕਰ ਗਏ ਆ, ਕੁਛ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਕੁਛ 1-2 ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਵੀ ਨੇ। ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ, ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਬੰਬੇ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਨੇ 2 ਬੱਚੇ। ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਕੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਜੇ ਵਕਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੱਸਾਂਗਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕੀ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਏਗਾ, ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 15 ਸਟੀਕ ਲਏ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 7 ਲਏ ਆ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ, ਅਤੇ ਬਾਕੀ 8 ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਲਏ ਆ, ਅਤੇ 7 ਸਟੀਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਲਏ ਆ। ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ, ਫਰੀਦਕੋਟੀ ਟੀਕਾ,
ਸੰਥਿਆ ਭਾਈ ਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਵਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ 1934 ਵਿੱਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਰਪਣ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ 1964 ਤੇ 74 'ਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਨਿਰਣੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਹਰਵੰਸ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ 14 ਵੋਲਿਊਮਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਗਿਆਨੀ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਹੈੱਡ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਰਹੇ ਆ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ 1980 ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਤੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜੋ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਰਤਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੱਗੀ ਦਾ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ 'ਚ। ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਗੋਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਾ 1960 ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਮਨਮੋਹਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਜੋ SGPC ਪਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੀ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 1960 ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਤਾਲਿਬ ਦਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੋਗੀ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਨ ਹਰਭਜਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੋਗੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਲਿਆ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰਤਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੁੱਗਲ ਸਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ 'ਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 6 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ 'ਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੰਥਿਆ ਪੋਥੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਹੇਠ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੋਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਮਲੇਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਪੂਰੀ ਟੀਮ ਨੇ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮਸ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਹੀ ਲਏ ਨੇ, ਵੈਸੇ 15-20 ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਜਪਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ, ਇਕੱਲੇ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਸਟੀਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਪਲੀਟ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਜੋ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਭਾਈ ਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ 7 ਵੋਲਿਊਮਸ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਅਧੂਰਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਸੀਡਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 1430 ਅੰਗਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਸੀਡਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਆ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਰਕ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਮੈਥਡੋਲੋਜੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਸਟ ਕਰਦਾ, ਜੋ ਕੁਝ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਦਾ ਇਵੈਲੂਏਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਤੋਂ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਅੰਤਰਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵੀਕਰਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਅਧਿਆਪਨ ਜਾਂ ਖੋਜ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਅੰਤਰਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਤਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮੈਟਿਕ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੰਪਾਈਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਇਵੈਲੂਏਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮੁਲਾਂਕਣ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪੂਰੀ ਸਦੀ, ਲਗਭਗ 1 ਸਦੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਸਮਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੋਇਆ, ਮੈਂ 2 ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਵੀ ਦੇਵਾਂਗਾ। ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਿਆਖਿਆਵਾਂ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਹੋਣੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਚਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਥਾਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, PhDs ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਪੇਪਰ ਲਿਖੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ 3ਜੇ ਦਰਜੇ 'ਤੇ ਖੋਜ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲਾ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਚਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਦੂਜਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆਕਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਤੀਜਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਜੋ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਵਿਆਖਿਆਕਾਰੀ ਇੱਕ ਬੁਨਿਆਦੀ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਦਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਪੰਥ ਦਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਘੜਦੀ ਆ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਯੂਰਪ ਦਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਨਸਾਈਕਲੋਪੀਡੀਆ ਮਤਲਬ ਘੜਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਨਸਾਈਕਲੋਪੀਡੀਆ ਬ੍ਰਿਟੈਨਿਕਾ ਨੇ ਯੂਰਪ ਦਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਘੜਿਆ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ। ਅਸੀਂ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲਸ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਬਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ 1934 ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟੀਕ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ 8 ਵੋਲਿਊਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅਤੇ 2013 ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਹਰਵੰਸ ਸਿੰਘ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਦੋਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਰੀਪ੍ਰਜੈਂਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਵੀ 100 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਣ ਲੱਗੇ। ਇਹ ਸਟੀਕ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ 'ਤੇ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ। ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲਗਭਗ 22 ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਆ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੀਟਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਮਤਲਬ ਲਿਪੀਅੰਤਰਣ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਘੱਟ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਇਕੱਲੇ ਜਪਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ 150 ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੁਵਾਦ ਆ। ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਜੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੋਣਾ, ਤਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੋਏ ਵਰਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮੈਟਿਕ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਵੈਲੂਏਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਨਿਰਣਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਫਰੀਦਕੋਟੀ ਸਟੀਕ ਆ, ਬਟਵਾਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 47 ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਫਰੀਦਕੋਟੀ ਸਟੀਕ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਉਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਸਮੰਤ ਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਆ, ਉਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਉੱਤਰੀ ਖਿੱਤਾ ਉੱਭਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਸ ਮੌਕੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ, ਅਤੇ ਬਟਵਾਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸਿੱਖ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਨੇ, ਅਤੇ 84 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਰਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ, ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚਨ ਥਿਓਲੋਜੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਟਰਮ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਫਿਲੋਸਫੀ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਦਾ ਸੈਕਰਡ ਸਾਈਟ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਕੂਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਮ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੈਕਰਡ ਸਾਈਟ ਆ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕਰਦਾ, ਇਸਲਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਲਈ ਕੋਈ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖੀ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਈ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਲੀ ਔਲੀਏ ਰੱਬ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਰਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਹੈ, ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਹਨ, ਫਲਾਣਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਹੈ, ਤਿੰਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਟਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਰਤ ਸਕਦੇ। ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਲਈ ਰਾਖਮਾ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਟਰਮ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਵੀ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਿਖਾਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਆ, ਅਤੇ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵਜੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਲਾਸ ਲਾਤੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਆ। ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਟਰਮ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਕਮ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਟਰਮਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੀਟਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਟੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਸਕੋਲਰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖਦਾ। ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਨੁਪਮ ਜਿਸ ਦੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਸਕੇ, ਕਈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕੋਈ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਟਾਫਰਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਥਿਕ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਛ ਹੈ, ਇੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਹਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੇਖਕ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਛੋਕੜ 'ਚੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਰੱਖਦਾ, ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਸੀਪਲ ਤੇਜਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਦੋਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ, ਸਟੀਕ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ ਡਿਕਸ਼ਨਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਰਤਦੇ। ਮੇਰਾ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਵੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਦਾ ਮੁਲਾਂਕਣ 'ਤੇ, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਅੱਖਰ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ, ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ 48,000 ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਕੀਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ। ਉਹ 48,000 ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ, 34,000 ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰਕ ਆ, ਮਤਲਬ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਅਰਥ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੋਈ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਕੋਈ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਕਰਦਾ, ਬੇਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਪੂਰੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੂੰ, ਮਤਲਬ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਤੋਂ ਭਾਵ ਮੈਂ ਪਦਾ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪੌੜੀ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ, ਆਪਾਂ ਸਟੈਂਜਾ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ, ਕੋਈ ਇੱਕ ਲਾਈਨ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਰਹਾਓ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਰੱਖਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਦਾ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਨੰਦ ਬਾਣੀ ਆ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਗਭਗ 70 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜਪ, ਆਨੰਦ, ਸੁਖਮਨੀ, ਓਂਕਾਰ, ਪੱਟੀ, ਕੁਚਜੀ, ਸੁਚਜੀ, ਗੁਣਵੰਤੀ, ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੈ ਸਕਦਾ ਨਾ, ਕੋਈ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਟਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ 'ਚ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਆਨੰਦ ਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੀਕਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਰਤਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੁੱਗਲ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਨੰਦ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਨੰਦ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਆ। ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਈ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਲੇਅਰਸ ਨੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ, ਕਈ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਨੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੇਪਰ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਕੁਛ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੂਪ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਪੂਰਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੇ ਬਾਬੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਦਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕ ਲਿਆ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਿੰਗੁਇਸਟਿਕ ਦੀ ਟਰਮ 'ਚ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀਕਰਨ ਹੋਇਆ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਰਮ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਦਭਵੀਕਰਨ ਹੋਇਆ। ਗੁਰੂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਦਲਿਆ। ਜਿਵੇਂ 4 ਮੈਥਡ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੂਜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ 'ਚ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ 'ਤੇ ਮੋਰਫ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਰਫੋਲੋਜੀ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਡਿਵੈਲਪ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਧੁਨੀ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ 'ਤੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਉਚਾਰਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਵਿਆਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ 'ਤੇ ਅਤੇ ਅਰਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ 'ਤੇ। ਇਹ ਚਾਰੇ ਪੱਧਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ 'ਤੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਇਹ ਚਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਦਲਣ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਪਰ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਹਰਵੰਸ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ, ਉਹ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਆ, ਟਰਡੀਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਪਏ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਲੇਅਰਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਜੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੱਡੀਜ਼ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮੈਟਿਕ ਐਂਥੋਲੋਜੀ ਬਣਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਇਹ। ਉਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਹੁਣ ਉਹਦੀ ਬਣਤਰ ਕੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ? ਬਣਤਰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬਣਾਈ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਕ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚ। ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਦਾ, ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਮਤਲਬ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਜਿਹੜਾ SGPC 1943-44 'ਚ ਛਾਪਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ। ਉਦੋਂ SGPC ਬਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ। 53 'ਚ SGPC ਨੇ ਛਾਪਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 40 ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਲੰਘ ਗਏ। ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਕਈ ਲੱਖ ਵੋਲਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਪੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲਿਆ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਬੁੱਕ ਆ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੋਇਆ। ਉਹਦੀਆਂ 41 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬਨ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਲਗਭਗ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਵੇਖੀਆਂ ਕੁਛ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ। ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਅਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਤਰਜੀਹ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਆਦਿ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸੱਚ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਾਂ ਆਦਿ ਆ, ਜਾਂ ਆਦਿ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸੱਚ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਸੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨੇ। ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਟੀਕਾਕਾਰ ਸੱਚ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਟਰੁੱਥ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਨੈਤਿਕਤਾ 'ਚੋਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਫਿਲਸੋਫੀਕਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ। ਪਰ ਗੁਰਬਚਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਤਾਲਬ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਐਲਿਟੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ। ਰਿਐਲਿਟੀ ਫਿਲੋਸਫੀ ਦੀ ਟਰਮ ਆ, ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟ ਰਿਐਲਿਟੀ। ਟਰੁੱਥ ਐਥਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਟਰਮ ਆ, ਜਾਣੀ ਐਪਿਸਟੋਮੋਲੋਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਗਜ਼ਿਓਲੋਜੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਐਗਜ਼ਿਓਲੋਜੀਕਲ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ ਕੌਣ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਦਾ? ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਜਾਚ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਕੰਪੈਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੇ ਵੜਨਾ, ਉਹ ਫਿਲਸੋਫੀਕਲ ਟਰਮ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ ਕੁਛ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵਜੋਂ, ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ। ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੰਬਰ 'ਤੇ ਦਰਪਣ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਕੀਤੇ, ਤੀਜੇ ਨੰਬਰ 'ਤੇ ਕਰਤਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੁੱਗਲ ਨੇ, ਜਾਣੀ 15 ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਂ ਲਏ ਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਸੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਹਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਐਕਸਲ ਸੀਟ 'ਚ ਕਰੋ। ਸੱਚੀ ਮੁੱਚੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਦੇ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਦਾ। ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਲ 'ਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਅਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਧਨ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਵਾਏ GNE ਨੇ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬੱਚੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ 33 ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ। ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕੰਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ। 5 ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਾ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਕਤ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਹੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਪੇਜ 'ਤੇ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਹਾਈਲਾਈਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਕਰਨਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਮੰਨ ਲਓ ਕਾਨਸੈਪਟ 'ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ। ਕੋਈ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਾਂ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਕਮ ਦਾ ਕਾਨਸੈਪਟ ਕੀ ਆ, ਤਾਂ 15 ਸਟੀਕ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੁਕਮ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਟੇਬਲ 'ਤੇ ਮਿਲਣਗੇ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੀਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਮੀਨੈਂਟ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਮਰਾਂ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮਤਲਬ ਸਧਾਰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਵੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਤੁਕਾਂ ਹੁਕਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ 'ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਾਫੀ ਮੈਚਿਓਰ ਭਾਈ ਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਨਿਰੁਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਕਨਸੈਪਟ ਹੈ, ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਉਹ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਰਾ ਸਨ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਬਲਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਤੋਰਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ 25 ਵੋਲਮ 'ਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ ਕੰਮ, ਪਰ 2 ਵੋਲਮ ਹੀ ਬਣਾ ਸਕੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਚੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਕਰ ਗਏ ਸੀ 78 'ਚ। ਸਾਡੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2 ਵੋਲਮ ਛਾਪੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਖੇਤਰ 'ਚ ਬੜਾ ਕਲਾਸੀਕਲ ਕੰਮ ਆ, ਪਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਮੈਥਡ ਐਟੀਮੋਲੋਜੀਕਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ। ਕੋਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਰਥ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕੋਸ਼ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਅਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਤਰਜੀਹ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਫਿਰ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਕੋਸ਼ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਨੇ, ਆਈਡੀਓਲੋਜੀਕਲ ਡਿਕਸ਼ਨਰੀਆਂ ਬਣਾਉਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਸਿਧਾਂਤਕਾਰੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਤਮ ਪੜਾਅ 'ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਬੇਸ ਬਣੇਗਾ। ਇਹ ਆਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਿਹਰ ਕਰਨ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਇਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ, ਹਾਲੇ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਉਸ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ 5 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇਹ 3 ਸਾਲ 'ਚ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਬਾਕੀ ਜੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਸੁਖਾਵੇਂ ਰਹੇ, ਸੁਖਾਵੇਂ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਈ ਘਰ ਹਫ਼ਤਾ ਲਾਈਟ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ, ਫਿਰ ਖੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਇਹ ਸੁਖਾਵੇਂ ਤੋਂ ਭਾਵ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਆਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਆਇਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਚਿਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਤਾਰਾਂ ਤੂਰਾਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ। ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਸ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਵਜੋਂ, ਫਿਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਬੌਰਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵੀ ਵਰਤਦੇ ਨੇ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਬਾਬਾ ਮੈਂ ਬੌਰਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੱਤ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਰਾਮ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਹੁਣ ਬੌਰਾ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਕੀਤਾ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਮੈਂ ਨਿਆਣਾ, ਮੈਂ ਨੀਵਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟਾ। ਭਾਈ ਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਕੀਤਾ, ਬਹੁਤੀ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਰੀ ਵੀ ਬੌਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਕਿਰਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੈਨੀ ਟੈਕਸਟ ਲਿਖੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਵਾਗੁਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਆ, ਵਾਵੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਨਾ ਗੱਗੇ ਔਂਕੜ ਰਾਰਾ, ਵਾਗੁਰ ਆ ਜਾ, ਉਹ ਟਰਮ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸੂਰ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਜਾਤੀ ਆ, ਕਬੀਲਾ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਛੂਤ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ੂਦਰ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਨੀਵੇਂ ਆ, ਮਤਲਬ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਏ, ਉਹ ਸੂਰ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਰ ਕੇ। ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਾ ਜੇ ਉਹ 'ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਮਾਜ ਵਿਗਿਆਨੀ ਬੜੇ ਚਰਚਿਤ ਸਨ, ਵੀਰਿੰਦਰਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਡੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਲਿਖੀ ਬੋਰਾ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਟਰਾਈਬਸ ਆਫ ਪੰਜਾਬ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖੜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਰੀਬ ਨੀਵਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਨੀਵੇਂ ਨੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਨਾ ਨੀਚਾ ਅੰਦਰ ਨੀਚ ਜਾਤ, ਨੀਚੀ ਹੂੰ ਅਤਿ ਨੀਚ, ਉਹ ਅਤਿ ਨੀਚ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ? ਬੌਰੇ ਕਬੀਲੇ ਦੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵਜੋਂ। ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਲੋਕੇਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਪਏ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਪਏ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਟੀਕਾਕਾਰ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਸੰਕੇਤ ਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਗਾਹਾਂ ਲੱਭਣਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਮੇਰਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
We have a little bit of time for some questions from the audience. ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁੱਛ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਜੇ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਾਈਕ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ I will do my best to translate in my Punjabi, which is obviously not as good as Dr. Gurmail Singh. ਹਾਂਜੀ।
ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਰਮੇਲ ਸਿੰਘ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ GNI ਦਾ। ਇਟਸ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸਟੀਜੀਅਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਜਗਿਆਸਾ ਵਸਤ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ, ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅਧਿਅਨ ਅਤੇ ਅਧਿਆਪਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਟਿਵ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਧਿਅਨ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਲੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ? ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਮੂਲਕ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ ਮੂਲਕ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਮਾਰਕਸਵਾਦੀ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਐਬਸਰਡ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇੱਕ ਸੰਰਚਨਾਵਾਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਸੋਸਿਓਰ ਦਾ ਐਂਗਲ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ 15 ਟੀਕਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਰੋਤ ਵੀ ਦਿਓਗੇ? ਕੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੀ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੌਰਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੱਚ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਲਫਾਬੈਟਸ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਓਗੇ ਨਾਲ? ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਕ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਦਿਓਗੇ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ, ਜਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਐਸਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ 15 ਦੇ 15 ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਚਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਰੱਖੀਏ ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਲੱਭੀਏ ਜੀ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਤੋਂ ਭਾਵ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਦ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਓਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਡੈਪਥ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦਾ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਗ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਉਸ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਸਾਰਥਕਤਾ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਸਨੇ ਸਿਧਾਂਤਕਾਰੀ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਾ, ਜਾਂ ਉਸਨੇ ਵਿਆਖਿਆ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਾ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਸੋਚ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਸ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ।
ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਟੂਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੋ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਹੈ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਪੜਾਅ 'ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟੇਮੈਟਿਕ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਹਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ 15 ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨੇ 16ਵੀਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ।
ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੈਂ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ, ਮੈਂ ਸੋਰਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਦਾ ਮੂਲ ਰੂਟ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ।
ਮੈਡਮ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਜੋ 15 ਸਟੀਕ ਕਿਸੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੇ ਅਰਥ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟੇਮੈਟਿਕ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਫਸਟ ਪੜਾਅ 'ਤੇ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਸਟ ਵਿਦਾਊਟ ਐਨੀ ਕਮੈਂਟ,
ਐਂਥੋਲੋਜੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ। ਸੈਕਿੰਡ 'ਤੇ ਇਹਦਾ ਸਿਗਨੀਫਿਕੈਂਸ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਵਰਕ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲਸ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇ।
ਓਕੇ, ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਨਾ ਹੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਸਮਰੱਥਾ। ਵਰੇ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ, ਇੱਕ ਟਰਮ 'ਤੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਜਨਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ। ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਭਾਵ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਐਂਥੋਲੋਜੀ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਫਸਟ ਪੜਾਅ ਹੈ। ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਪੜਾਅ 'ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਸ ਫੀਲਡ ਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਮੰਨ ਲਓ ਕੋਈ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵਜੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਬਾਇਓਲੋਜਿਸਟ ਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਤੁਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਟੀਕਾਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਲੇਅਰਸ ਦੱਸਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੈਲਪ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ। ਇਹ ਹਜੇ ਫਸਟ ਪੜਾਅ 'ਚ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਇਹ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 2-3 ਉਦਾਹਰਨਾਂ
ਅਗਲੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਤੋਂ ਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਗਲੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਇਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੋਰਸ, ਹੋਰ ਰਿਸੋਰਸ ਜਨਰੇਟ ਕਰ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਟੂਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਦੇਅਰ ਇਜ਼ ਨੋ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਜਸਟ ਮਤਲਬ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਵਰਕ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ। ਨੈਕਸਟ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸ਼ਲਾਘਾਯੋਗ ਹੈ। ਅਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਹਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਆਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੀ ਨੀਡ ਡੇਟਾ ਕਾਰਪਸ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਸਰੋਤ ਹੋਣ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਉਸ ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਨ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਤੇ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਸਕੇ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਜੋ ਕੰਮ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, this is like the perfect source and opportunity to feed the artificial intelligence. So ਸਵਾਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਪਲਾਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਓਪਨ ਸੋਰਸ ਕਰੋ, ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਾਵੋ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋਰ ਰਿਸਰਚਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਫॉर ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਸੌਫਟਵੇਅਰ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਜਾਂ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜਿਸਟ ਆ, ਉਹ
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ GNE ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਆਲਰਾਈਟ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ।
ਜੀ
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ। ਸਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਰਹਾਂਗਾ ਅਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੰਡਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਅਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰੜੇ ਹੱਥਲਿਖਤ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਰੱਦੀ 'ਚ ਵੇਚ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਬੜੀ ਬੁਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪਤਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ।
ਮੇਰੇ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਜੀ।
ਸਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ
ਸੌਰੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਕਰੋ, ਆਪਾਂ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ। ਮੇਰੇ ਟੌਪਿਕ।
One more question quickly, if you could introduce yourself again.
ਤਰਨਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬੁਟਾਲੀਆ, ਹਾਈ ਸਟੇਟ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ। ਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਰਿਹਾ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਹੋਏ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬੇਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੈ ਫॉर ਵਰਡਸ ਇਜ਼ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ, ਪਾਲੀ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਸੋ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਕਰੰਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਾਲੀ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਹੈਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਬੀਨ ਸਟੱਡੀਡ। ਹੁਣ ਫॉर ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਫਰੀਦ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੋਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਹਕੂਚ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਗੁਰਮੁਖ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਤੇ ਪਾਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਐਕਸਪਲੋਰ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਗਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਤੇ ਪਾਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਇਟ ਵੁੱਡ ਮੇਕ ਸੈਂਸ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਵਰਡਸ ਆਏ ਹੈ ਰੈਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ, ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਯੂਰ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ।
ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਟੀਕ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲਿਖੇ ਗਏ, ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੇਗ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਿਛਲੇ 8-10 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ 10 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਅੱਖਰ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਦਾ ਵਕਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਨੋ ਡਾਊਟ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਐਸੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਔਰ ਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਗ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ। ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਹਰ ਸਟੀਕ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਸ ਹੈ, ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਸੀਮਾਵਾਂ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ ਵੀ ਨੇ। ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੰਨ ਲਓ ਫਾਰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਰਥ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਵਜੋਂ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਅਰਥ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ 'ਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਪਏ ਨੇ, ਲੋਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਨੇ, ਨਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਅਰਥ ਨੇ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਬਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆਊ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ 'ਚ ਸਮਝ ਆਊ। ਗਿਆਨੀ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਸਟ ਕਲਾਸ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ, ਸ਼ਬਦ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰੀਸਟ ਟਰਮ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਮਝ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਟਰਮ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਧਿਆਨ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਨੂੰ ਈਵਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨੋ ਡਾਊਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗ੍ਰਾਮਰ ਦਾ ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਸ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਪਰ ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਲਿਆ ਉਹਦਾ, ਨਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਜ਼ਨ। ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਗ੍ਰਾਮਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੌਰ ਨਾਲ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਆ। ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਬਣਿਆ ਬਣਾਇਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਈਏ, ਚਾਹੇ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਦੇਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਈਏ, ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਤਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਬਣੇ ਬਣਾਈ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਨਵੇਂ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਨੇ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਵੀ GNE ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਘਰ ਪਾਵੇ ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਦੇਵੇ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੀਮਾਵਾਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ, ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਮੀ ਲਾਈਨ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ।
ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ, ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਐਡ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਕਿ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੰਚ ਟਾਈਮ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਡਿਨਰ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ। ਜਦ ਵੀ ਸਾਈਡ 'ਤੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਸਿਰਫ ਫਸਟ ਫੇਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਾਟਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕੀਤਾ, all total data is being compiled. So someone doing research, they can go on to GNI website, they should be able to do enough research on it. Next phase ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ next phase ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣਗੇ. ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਛ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਹੋ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ. ਮੈਂ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ. ਮੈਂ ਫਿਰ ਜੋ ਤਾਂ ਲਾਟੂ ਮਦਾਣੀ ਆਨਕਾ ਪੰਖੀ ਪਾਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਲੈਣ ਨਸਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਦੀ ਵਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਰੋਜ਼ਾਨਾ. ਹੁਣ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਲਾਟੂ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਮਧਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਪੱਖੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ. ਸੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੁਝ ਸਕਾਲਰਸ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਕਅਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿਕਟੋਰੀਅਲ ਰੂਪ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਕਲਿੱਕ ਔਨ ਇਟ ਦੈਨ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ. ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ 100 ਸਾਲ ਨੂੰ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ, ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ. ਸੋ ਐਨੀਵੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ. ਅਗਲੇ
Thank you, Dr. Gurmail Singh. Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. Our next presentation, Planetary Health, Sikh Scholars' Contributions with Dr. Satinder Kaur Brar. Dr. Brar was planning to attend in person and give this presentation to you in person, but unfortunately she was unable to join us today. We will have a recorded version of her presentation available, and we will send that out to all participants after this summit. So we will then move on to our presentation titled Granthis in Gurdwaras, Challenges and Opportunities, which will be shared by Dr. Satvir Singh. Dr. Satvir Singh is a distinguished educator and researcher specializing in international business, organizational behavior, and law, holding a PhD from the University of Texas at El Paso, an MBA from Willamette University, and a law degree from Punjabi University. His profound understanding of global complexities is multi-dimensional. Noteworthy for his instruction and mentorship, Dr. Singh significantly influences academia through his numerous publications and presentations. His latest research on the role of Granthis in Gurdwaras, Sikh places of assembly and worship, demonstrates his ongoing contributions to pertinent scholarly discourse. Dr. Satvir Singh.
Right. Good afternoon. Sorry. I'm not used to this. In the classroom, I like to be in the front. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Satvir Singh. I'm an associate professor of management at Angelo State University in Texas. And I teach mostly human resource management, organizational behavior, which is applied psychology on how to manage employees within organizations. So this idea about this paper was in my mind from a long time, because I go to Gurdwara and I interact with Granthis, and there is not much research on Granthis. So I thought it's linked to my field because Granthis are also employees. So I'm looking at Granthis from management perspective, looking at them as employees of Gurdwaras. Next slide, please. All right, so the agenda for this presentation, I'll be talking about the purpose of this research, important definitions, just basic definitions so that everybody can be on the same page. Research methods, findings, opportunities and recommendations, and then future research. Next slide. All right, so the purpose, as I already mentioned, the connection with the Gurdwara. I think every Sikh has the connection with Guru. And if you have the connection with Guru, Gurdwara is one of the form where you go and connect with Guru. And there's also a concept of daswand in Sikhi. And I think I've published like 20 articles. So it was always in my mind to publish one article related to Sikhi or a book. So it's not really 10%, but maybe 5%, right? So I wanted to do that from a long time. So this is one of the efforts. So basically the idea is understanding Gurdwara employees, what motivates them to work there, why they decided to be there, what encouraged them to be there, and what's their purpose. Are they satisfied in what they're doing? Challenges they face in their day-to-day life. It can be their supervision, it can be their colleagues, it can be their interactions with the Sangat, or any other challenges, maybe salary, reward system, all that. Opportunities for improvement. So what can we do? What can I, as a researcher, as a scholar, bring to light that can be fixed and their conditions can be improved? Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to define a gurdwara. Everybody knows that, but and I'm going to keep it very simple. So for the purpose of this research, gurdwara is a Sikh place of worship. Presence of Shri Guru Granth Sahib is needed. It has to be there for it to be called a gurdwara. A dedicated building has to be there for the purpose of this research. If somebody has Guru Granth Sahib at their home for the purpose of this research, it's not considered a gurdwara. And they should have at least one employee, one dedicated employee. Definition of a granthi. There can be many definitions. I know there are different job titles in gurdwaras, and most of this research is in the US. So I'm calling any employee of the gurdwara a granthi for the purpose of this research. I know in gurdwaras in India there are granthis. Granthis are different from partis, then kirtaniyas, then ardasiyas. For the purpose of this research, everybody who is an employee of a gurdwara is considered a granthi. So what's the role of a granthi? So they can recite Gurbani, they can do Path, they can do Kirtan, Katha, prepare langar. Some gurdwaras require them to prepare langar. So they are granthis. Next slide. All right, so research methods. So I'm applying, before I go over research methods, I just want to let you know this is an ongoing process, ongoing project. It's a work in progress. It's not complete. So I'm summarizing what I have done so far. So there are two research methods that I'm using. First one is qualitative. And for qualitative research method, I used unstructured interviews with the granthis. So I just sat with them, talked with them casually to try to find out what's going on. This was important because as a researcher, you also need to build trust with your participant. So when you're talking with them, when asking about, when as a researcher you're asking them about their family, where they are from, you build a level of trust. They start trusting you, and they start sharing some important information with you that is needed for this research. The next research method is the quantitative, empirical part of the research, and for that I developed a survey questionnaire to measure basically their personality, their job attitudes, their perceptions related to their work, gurdwara climate, what kind of culture they're working in terms of administration and management, and many other things as well. Next. All right, so for data collection, I did site visits during COVID, because there was nothing else to do, so I thought, let's go visit gurdwaras. And moreover, gurdwaras were empty as well, right? So I thought of that as an opportunity. So 21 gurdwaras in USA, 8 states. I conducted 32 interviews, 24 survey respondents, and I drove about 3,500 miles. I like to drive, so that wasn't a big deal. Next one. All right. So findings of the qualitative research. So in terms of their job satisfaction, just talking with them, they look satisfied, they feel satisfied because obviously they're Sikhs. And if a Sikh has the opportunity to be with their Guru, which is Guru Granth Sahib, they feel satisfied in that term. But in terms of job, I think they're not very, very satisfied. And that's why I want to get more data, empirical data, to see what's the reason they are not satisfied. I'll be talking about some of the reasons as well. One of the reasons can be perceived respect. So based on my interactions with them, they say, obviously, Sangat, youngsters, and even management, they respect them. It's good, but most of the respect is mostly in words. By word, I mean one of the common words that is used is Guru ka Wazir, right? It's a common word, right? It shows their higher status, which used to be there, right? But now they feel it's just a word, right? So the words are different from actions. So we are calling them Guru ka Wazir, right? But they are not really treated like Guru ka Wazir. Then another aspect based on their job is their professional growth. So if they're a Granthi, right, they're going to be Granthi for all their life, right? There is no motivation to do the next thing, right? There's no hierarchy, right? They stay on the same level for years. So that can be another issue for low job satisfaction. Another is talent drain. Because there are better opportunities in America. That's why I put a picture of a truck there, because it's a better paying job, and there's a lot of talent drain. A lot of good kirtaniyas, good tabla players are moving to trucking industry because it's better pay, less control, and they can achieve their American dream aspirations, like buying a house, educating their kids and all that. Another interesting thing I found out based on my conversations with them is political neutrality. I think that's good because there's a lot of politics in gurdwaras. So what I found out is they try not to badmouth anybody, right? Because obviously they have to interact with the community, they have to interact with management committees. So politically, they're very sensitive. They know what they're doing. So I think that's interesting from research perspective. Next, please. All right, so the quantitative findings, and this is where most of my research is actually. My research is in statistics, analyzing the data and to find out what's going on in the data. So basically, based on the data I collected, it's all males, right? Which is kind of expected. Average age is 40 years, born and educated in India. Here in Canada, it may be different, I'm not sure. But in the US, the gurdwaras I visited, almost all of them are born and educated in India, married, and have 2 kids on an average. So they have a family. So because I'm curious about data, even though the strength of data is low, I just ran some analysis to find some interesting relationships. So I'm just sharing some graphs with you, some simple graphs. So for example, so the first one, I'm showing the relationship between climate of involvement and turnover intentions. So turnover intentions is they're looking for another job, another career, right? They want to quit and find something else. They're not quitting yet, but that's in their mind. So I'm measuring that, asking them questions about that. And then climate of involvement is how much they are involved in the gurdwara, right? So it can be interacting with the sangat, interacting with colleagues, interacting with the leadership, the committees and all that, and also involvement in the decision making, maybe a little bit. So as the graph shows there, so turnover intentions go down with increased climate of involvement. So the more you involve granthis in your decision making, right? Even though granthis are not deciding, but you're asking for their opinion, right? Their turnover intentions go down, which is good, right? So even though this is not conclusive, but we can say when you involve granthis in decision making, you ask them some questions related to what should we do, what should we talk about. They get more involved, and that decreases their intention to quit. Another one is the opposite relationship, which is climate of involvement and flexibility and turnover intentions. Climate of innovation. So involvement is good, but whenever you ask them to innovate, like, come up with a new rag, right? Or give us something new on how to conduct marriage ceremonies or something new, right? They don't like it because it's a very traditional profession, right? It's not Microsoft, it's not AI, where we are asking them, come up with something new, think outside the box. So they like thinking within the box, within the parameters. And whenever you ask them, think outside the box, they're like, I'm going away, I'm quitting, right? Even though we are not doing it, right? But that doesn't go with the traditions of the profession, because the traditions of the profession is we have Sikh Maryada, right? And they follow the traditions, and they don't like to be innovative and flexible. And next, please. All right, so some opportunities and recommendations. First one is obvious because there is no gender diversity. So as a community, we need to work on that. First, we have to find reasons why women are not going in the profession, what are the hurdles, and work towards increasing gender diversity. Next opportunity and recommendation as well is to prioritize, not the next slide, prioritize local hiring. And I think we need to do a lot of work in that, because in my interactions with grantees, I didn't see any local people, no youngsters, nobody who is from America, who is born and raised in America. So I think committees need to start thinking about what we can do in terms of their pay structure, in terms of their reward system, so that our youngsters, I know in our schools, in Khalsa schools, and even today we saw them playing Tanti Saj. We have people who pursue this as a hobby, right? But they're not wanting to pursue this as a profession. So we need to focus on that what are the hurdles, and how can we make the profession more lucrative. Support their family responsibilities. So based on the data, they have family, they have kids. So what can committees and community do to support their families? That can be part of the reward system as well, and that can help as well. Next, please. Again, promoting respectful treatment, and this can be hard work, because I think in North America, we are so engaged in our own work, we don't really see that is happening. Most of the time, it may be unintentional, right? So there is a need for more training, more education in community, so that they can learn how to treat our granthis, partis, kirtaniyas, who is doing very important job in our communities. Transform gurdwaras into learning centers, and that can be part of professional development as well. Because when gurdwara is just Sunday thing, right, there's less development opportunities. When you include more things like teaching Tanti Saj, right, or teaching Gurbani or giving Santhya, there are multiple things going on in the gurdwara. And there can be reward system that can be related to that. So if a granthi is doing more than one thing, right, their salary should be different. So if we attach rewards to the kind of work they're doing, obviously there's going to be that professional development as well, and there's going to be more motivation to do more things. Address external pay disparities. So because they are leaving the profession for better paying professions, so increasing their salaries can be a good solution to address that issue. Next, please. All right, so future direction, as I said, this is still work in progress. So what I want to do, because presently the survey is in English, and that's why I have to be there in person to sit with them and translate the survey and get their responses. So what I want to do eventually is to translate the survey in Gurmukhi and make an online survey so that everybody can access it, and then send them the link so that they can respond to the survey. And that way it'll be easier to collect data rather than me driving 3,500 miles, right? I can be home and they can be inputting their surveys. Then eventually analyze the data to make any conclusive claims. And if possible, if I get a lot of output from the data, I would also like to publish a handbook for granthi management, because a lot of our committees don't know how to manage employees or manage granthis. So a small little handbook that they can read to guide them on how to manage granthis. Next. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. We have some time for maybe 2 or 3 very quick questions. Again, if you could introduce yourself, that would be very helpful. And we will try and get to all questions. But I promise you, we are going to lunch right after this. He will be here for lunch. You can catch him outside as well to have a more personal conversation.
My name is Ajit Singh Sahota. You are really doing a very good job. It's something that must be discussed. Please change the name of your project, Guru Ke Wazir. It's bad. It must not be there like that. I have been listening to this things. Basically, Granthi is an attendant in the presence of the Guru. And most of these Granthis who come, they are not very well educated. They don't even know Gurbani very well. They learn a little bit Santhya or whatever, and they can't even pronounce the Gurbani very well. Guru Ke Wazir, this Akal Tak Jathedar, I have heard him, Baba Banta Singh and so many other high kathakars saying, Bahla Sahib Gurdwara da Granthi, Ranjit Singh, Guru Ke Wazir. Guru does not need any wazir, any salahkar. Aapੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆਪ ਵਜ਼ੀਰ. ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ, ਗੁਰੂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਹ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਵਜ਼ੀਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੀ. ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ it needs lot of improvement ਐਂਡ ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੱਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਿਕਸੀ ਰੋਡ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਸੇ ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਉਹ ਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਆਪ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਹ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਇਹ ਸੇਵਾ ਆ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਏ ਜੌਬ ਇਜ਼ ਸਿੰਪਲੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਤੇ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਮੀਨਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਲਰਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਦੇ ਔਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਟ ਹੋਰ ਸਭ ਥਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ ਥੈਂਕਸ ਫॉर योर फीडबैक आई जस्ट वांट टू करेक्ट you the name of the project is not Guru Ka Wazir that's a slide that's what people call them the name of the project is not Guru Ka Wazir
So I'll just ask my question. I also want to thank you for taking on this project because I think it's a very little researched, if at all, especially in the diaspora, so in Canada and America. Yes. My question is more looking at how power operates amongst Granthis. So there's two things. One is in Canada that I've seen, so I've worked for 12 years at the Heritage Gurdwara in Abbotsford, and I've seen how the committees have abused the Granthis in many, many ways. Yeah. And abused also because of caste. Many of the Granthis who come are caste oppressed. And second, abused because of their precarious situation in terms of citizenship, right? Yes. PR, whatever status that they have come here means that they're often abused and abused by the Gurdwara committees, which are so problematic as it is, in terms of how they treat the Granthis. So did you see that in terms of caste and then their precarious status in what you did in your research? And thank you for it.
Thank you. Thanks. That's a very good question. Caste discrimination, that wasn't my focus. I did not talk about it. Maybe there is, right? I know even in Sikhism, we have caste discrimination, right? So, and you talked about abuse. I can sense and feel the abuse, but they don't want to talk about it because they are in the process, right? They're waiting for their green cards, their permanent residents, right? And technically, I want to correct you again. They're employees. They're on employment visa, right? So technically, they're employees of the Gurdwara. So definitely, there is abuse. Here in North America, all over the world, even in India, right? I would say it can be one of the most abused profession, right? There's not a lot of research. Don't quote me on my statement, but it can be, right? And that's why there is need for more research. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Sukhvinder Kaur. My question is, we got rid of the Masand system, and it wasn't just because of money mismanagement. It was because of people feeling they had power over Sikhs, and a lot. That's a struggle many faiths have. Is people that are in the cleric position, Granthi position, can then abuse and insert themselves as a barrier between the practitioner and Paramatma. Right? Yeah. So I'm curious, this system, like you're looking at having a guidebook, for management and how to manage Granthis, are you looking at all of making sure this doesn't become like another Masanda system of giving these people power over the Sangat? Is any of that, are you incorporating that?
Actually, Granthis don't have any power. That's the issue, right? Gurdwara committees have more power, right? And that's why in my recommendation I said we in Canada it's our third or fourth generation, right? Why don't we have any Canadian Granthis? Do we have any? I'm not sure.
Paji, actually I'll tell you, I'm born and raised here. It's because we were taught that the Gurdwaras are run by the Sangat. So we learn Prachar not as a profession but as volunteers. New West Gurdwara's got a huge pool of young children who help run the Gurdwara. Yeah. So yes, we do.
Yeah, that's good, right? Sangat's involvement is important, but you have to have a full-time person who is there, right? And Granthis are those people, they're providing those services, right? As a service to Gurdwara, you can be there on your, based on your, let's say you can only be there on Sunday, right? You cannot be there on Monday. Somebody has to be there on Monday, and that's going to be a paid employee, right? And that's going to be a granthi, right? But why our kids are not choosing this profession? That's my question, right? We want to do seva. I want to do seva, right? Do I want my kid to be a granthi? No. Do a granthi want his or her kid to be a granthi? No, right? Why so? So the bigger question is why, right? And it can be abuse, it can be salary, it can be many other things.
My name is Gurbal Singh. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My question is, do you believe it has something to do with the capitalism too? Because the granthis don't seem to be putting any value to the GDP scale and something like that. And second question is, not specifically to you, but to all the Sikh scholars. We already see granthis play CDs and YouTube videos in gurdwaras. Do we need a granthi position first of all? And if we really need, can we replace it with robots and AI technology in future?
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, last question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I hope there is a world where everything is run by AI, but right now, no AI. You cannot, in my courses, the first question I ask, can you think of a company that doesn't have an employee, right? That doesn't have a human being. We are not there yet, right? And I don't see that in the near future, right? But there may be a time when the world is run by AI and we don't need anybody there, right? Everybody can be sitting in their rooms and doing meditation, right? That's it. Okay.
Last question only. Presentation was damn good. दो questions ने मेरे. Either questions नहीं है, कुछ मेरे आप दिया insights ने. First, in the quantitative slide, तुसी कहा कि granthis, all men. Is there any women also in any country?
There may be, but I haven't found any.
In Punjab? In Punjab? Okay, right. Okay, right. दूसरी ਗੱਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀਸ ਦੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਇੱਕ ਐਸਪੈਕਟ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਆ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੈਲਰੀ ਘੱਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਖੁਸ਼ ਨੇ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜੇ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀਸ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੈਲਰੀ ਘੱਟ ਆ ਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਪ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਗਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਾਠ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਮਨੀ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਮੈਟਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਤੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਊ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਹੈ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀਸ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ਆਈ ਮੈਟ
ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ ਉਸ ਤੇ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੈਸ਼ਨੇਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਰਾਈਟ passionate ਹੈਗੇ ਆ and I think one of the main reason many of them are there still doing the job is because of the passion right ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵੈਸੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ let's say ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਤਾਂ I have to put in an effort right I have to make time for it but ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ it's a motivation that ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਨੀਆਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਮੈਡੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨੀ so they're in that aura you know the passion ਤਾਂ definitely ਹੈ right ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਰਨਾ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਘੱਟ ਪੈਸੇ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ but it's their service right ਤਾਂ passion ਤਾਂ ਹੈ but when you're in America right you see other people ਸੰਗਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ BMWs Mercedes right and they give you a broken Toyota right which is good because they're coming from India, they're getting a car, right? Their needs are met, right? But aspirations ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਛ, right? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਈ ਗ੍ਰੰਥੀਸ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਘਰ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਜ਼ ਜਾਣ ਰਾਈਟ AI ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ you know all that aspirations when they are here They're one of us, right? They have the same aspirations.
There are a few more things to discuss. We will discuss it over lunch. Thank you.
Again, any further questions, I encourage you to meet up during our lunch break, which we will be going to in a minute. I just wanted to acknowledge we are very lucky to have Mr. John Aldag here, who is the MP for Cloverdale Langley City. Wanted to acknowledge you joining us today. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Aldag. Like I said, we are moving to our lunch right now. I would like to, on behalf of Surrey City Hall, remind everybody that there is no food allowed in this room. So please enjoy your lunch outside, have a chance to chat with all of the other participants, but please do not bring any food into this room. And we will be coming back promptly at 1:45. I will make one of my loud announcements outside 5 minutes too, but please enjoy your lunch.
because each of the presenters has a set of slides. So they probably need to be here so that they can look at their slides and talk and give their talk. Okay? I don't know if each of them have them, but some of them certainly have them. Gauraji, how many of them have slides? The presenters for the international students? Just not, okay, can you please make sure that's all set up and ready to go when it goes? Technical difficulties, yes. Everybody, yeah. So everybody else might choose to speak from there or there. I'm going to let the moderator decide. Whatever the moderator feels is fine. They give up power, right? But when so in terms of afternoon, I'm coming up introducing the MC for the afternoon. He's going to come up and then just talk about the afternoon a little bit and then introduce Rachana Singh, the Minister of Education. She's going to come up, talk 15 minutes. She is done. MC's going to come here and then tell us what's happening with the panel discussions. People who want to stay with the international panel are going to stay here. The panelists will come up here. The other panelists and the people in the audience who want to go together too.
Red mic is now live again.
I would say maybe when they're doing their presentation.
Can I get someone to go from seat to seat and talk into a microphone, please? Oh, you are my friend. You are more than you're not my Oma, but you're more than a friend.
So Abby will pick up the other. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah.
I'll start on this end, and Abby can pick up on the other end as I walk my way down.
I think it's better that way.
Testing.
That way we can see how they're interacting.
Good, I can move on.
Oh. And when they
Microphone number 2.
when the
Same
moderator
one.
comes here,
Oh.
I will just double check that with him to make sure he wants the lights off there.
Can continue to talk. Oh, this is very good. I can lean way back and still be heard. Other than the fact that I'm really loud anyway, so I don't need a microphone. And this is the second microphone, and it also is allowing me to speak very quietly and be amplified nicely. This is a sound check. Oh, somebody got the legs between the legs, but that's okay. Oh, that's not too bad. Good, thank you. This is 4 of 5. I'm not leaning into it, and it sounds like good amplification. And this is 5 of 5, and it also has excellent amplification, even though I can project.
Question: should we have the house lights on? The
I was talking very quietly.
I think it's probably better.
I was
Or
not
should we do it
raising my voice.
Thank you, Ardith.
Hanji, yeah. Yeah. Gurvinder Singh, are you ready? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. What scrumptious food we had, and they even gave me gluten-free, so I didn't have to starve today. I'm incredibly grateful to our sponsors who've sponsored our food and sponsored our conference as well. It was a wonderful, wonderful morning, and Gurjeet Kaur did an incredible job at emceeing and the presentations. For me personally, having grown up here in Canada and not having had the opportunity to study abroad, as a lot of young people get today, it's awe-inspiring to see all of you from all over the world coming here to have dialogue, discussion on all aspects of Sikhi and issues that are really relevant to us today in terms of how do we address the issues of youth, how do we address the issues of elders, how do we address the issues of community. This afternoon, what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 panel discussions, and our MC, who I'm going to introduce right now, is going to give you an overview of that, and prior to that, we have a guest keynote speech first. So let me introduce Gurvinder Singh, who is a mechanical engineer and SFU's executive MBA alum, currently working as an executive director of the Career Management Center at Simon Fraser University BD School of Business. He has extensive project management and R&D team leadership experience gained at one of the largest forest companies in North America. He has also provided business consultancy to small and mid-sized firms to help them grow their businesses. Following his passion for education and social entrepreneurship, Gurvinder Singh also co-founded a non-profit organization providing education to over 250 underprivileged children in India annually. He collaborates with various NGOs to conduct youth camps on leadership, personality development, and entrepreneurship mindset development. An amazing, amazing human being as I've gotten to know him over the years. I give you Gurvinder Singh.
Thank you, Panji. Thank you so much. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. You know, to be an MC after the lunch, it's always challenging, and I thought after Punjabi lunch, it would be more challenging. But luckily, it was sub-based, right? So thank you all. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and I'm so excited, thrilled, and I'm sure all of you would be feeling the same way. We had such an insightful discussions, topic, dialogues, and it's amazing to see our community coming together to have this space, which I'm, just like all of you, I feel in debt that to GNI that has started this initiative, and it's growing, and we wish all the best. And now I have an honor and privilege to invite and welcome and introduce our distinguished guest, Honorable Rachna Singh. She has been an elected MLA for Surrey Green Timbers since 2017 and serves as BC's Minister of Education and Childcare. With a background as a drug and alcohol counselor and a support worker for victims of domestic violence, her experience speaks volumes about her commitment to societal change and education. As a community activist, Minister Singh has always championed the underrepresented. In addition to her professional achievement, she has consistently prioritized the well-being of all British Columbians. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Rachna Singh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gurvinder Singh ji. Such an honor. And ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰ ਭਰੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ. And it is honestly a pleasure to be here today. I caught a little bit of the last session, and it was really so interesting, and the conversations that we are having over here are so important. So I'm really, really thankful to all of you to be part of this. And before I start, I really want to acknowledge that I'm humbly joining you from the shared territories of the Ketsi, Semiamu, Kwantlen, and other Coast Salish peoples. So grateful to the Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies for this opportunity to speak at this summit as British Columbia's Minister of Education and Childcare. To gather so many Sikh scholars, speakers, and leaders of note here is a mark of the Institute's leadership and ambition of service to the community. Knowledge has always been a cornerstone within Sikhi, and I feel it also, as many of you will agree, that light will show the path forward. Sikhs have always been a brave and pioneering diaspora, and with Sangats in all corners of the world, it is apt to explore what Sikhi looks like in a globalized world through the lens of both Miri and Piri. These perspectives and consequent knowledge from this summit, I'm sure, will become the foundation of the principles that will help educate Sikhs in the world and the world about Sikhs. I really want to thank again the Institute for continuing this much important work. Today, I would also like to take the opportunity to share with you some of the initiatives and themes that our government is prioritizing here in British Columbia. So here, we are always working to ensure that our schools are places where all students and staff feel safe and welcome. And it was an honor for me that in January of this year, we launched the K-12 Anti-Racism Action Plan. It was developed to identify and address racism in schools and in our communities. Anti-racism work plays a crucial role in progressing student success, and it is something that I'm deeply passionate about. Before I became the Minister of Education and Childcare, as the province's first parliamentary secretary for anti-racism initiatives, I worked hard for advocating a legislation that works towards an equal society. All children and youth in British Columbia and in this country deserve an equal opportunity in schools to learn and thrive in a safe and caring environment and deserve an equal opportunity to succeed. Education can and must play a key role in creating a future of equity and justice for all. And with our leadership, we can help make these opportunities a reality. In addition to the anti-racism work action plan, the Ministry and the First Nations Education Steering Committee are also working together to implement the 13 education and childcare specific actions in the Declaration Act Action Plan. These include strategies to address Indigenous specific racism in the education sector and to further improve educational outcomes for Indigenous students. From this year onwards, especially just this month onwards as the new school year starts, all British Columbian students will need to successfully complete at least 4 credits in Indigenous-focused coursework between grades 10 and 12 in order to graduate. The new requirement will provide British Columbian students with the necessary time and opportunity to develop deeper understanding of the experiences, cultures, and histories of Indigenous peoples in Canada. And this work, I'm really proud to say, has been done in close collaboration with the First Nations Education Steering Committee. British Columbia is committed to work with First Nations and our Indigenous partners to address each action in the action plan to collectively support Indigenous students in the years ahead. And we are committed to making impactful investments to support this. On another very important front, British Columbia heard from schools and districts the need for consistent and sustainable funding to ensure that all students are properly fed for learning. And I think this concept, this whole advocacy came from the teachings that we get from Sikhi. And I'm very proud to say that British Columbia's commitment to $214 million over 3 years in budget of 2023 is the largest single investment towards school food programs in our history. And we are leading the way and supporting children most at risk of going hungry in our schools. Strong cross-ministry collaboration has helped us get where we are today and will continue to make sure we follow through with ensuring that students are nourished and they are prepared for learning. I'm very passionate about this significant social initiative that means our kids are fed and ready to learn and will make a real difference for families and our communities. I missed a very important session today. I know there was a session on AI that many people were talking during lunch, but this is a question about the rapid technology development that we all must tackle, especially when we talk about artificial intelligence, which presents many opportunities as well as challenges for the education system. BC's modernized courses are set up well for students to learn about AI in different ways based on their competencies. Part of the BC curriculum includes the digital literacy framework, which teaches students from K to 12 about digital tools like ChatGPT and how to use them effectively, appropriately, and safely. Students can learn about the design of AI or how AI can help to automate tasks within the applied design, skills, and technology curriculum. The ministry is continuing to research AI and how best to support schools and teachers as they navigate this topic. This may include developing policy and guidelines, providing training and resources for teachers, and or finding new ways to connect with school districts, with the tech sector to support student learning. And the ministry is also engaging with district superintendents further on this issue this fall to learn more about district needs and their concerns. As we move forward, we will continue to look for ways to advance our curriculum and prepare students to be successful in the future. We have heard from many teachers and professors this week and we know that we are continuing those discussions as well. We are having conversations with the teachers and with all the education partners that how we can collaborate do the collaborative work and how we can tackle this issue. I know it's quite challenging, but at the same time, quite intriguing. Another key priority for us in the mental health, for us in education is the mental health. Our mental health in school strategy takes a system-wide approach to find new and improved ways to support the mental health of students and adults in the education system. We are also continuing to expand our provincial arrays website to include more information for students, educators, and parents' families on mental health and substance use. And to further support educators and students, the province has committed to create new integrated child and youth teams in 12 school districts, communities, expanding up to 20 by 2025 across British Columbia with the help of the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. ICY teams will work to fill the gaps in mental health and substance use care, removing roadblocks, bringing providers together and delivering more integrated care. School counselors and teachers will now be able to connect students to an ICY team with the goal to relieve pressure on school counselors and teachers. And this is much needed support across the province, and we are committed to build on these supports to ensure that our children and staff have a right environment to flourish in. There's a lot more work that I can list here, like our historic $3.4 billion investment to date in major school capital projects, and another $3.4 billion that has been earmarked for this year and rolling out seismic upgrades, but I'm very cognizant of the time. In the end, I would like to wrap up by thanking you all, and also thanking the Institute's commitment to being a source of much-needed knowledge and light in this uncertain world. Your leadership is immensely valued and appreciated, and a special thank you to all of you from our province for the work that you all do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for all the achievements that you and your government has been doing and doing for the community. We would like to thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Now we have very exciting and very interesting, insightful topics for this afternoon panel discussion. And there are 3 panels we have, which will be, 2 of them will be outside this main hall and 1 will be here. The one which is going to happen, the name of the panel, which probably you already have the sheet with you, is happening at upper level boardroom. And the topic is mental health and Sikhi. So the topic is mental health and Sikhi. And the moderator, which we are very thankful, is Dr. Bali Sohi with us, who has received her PhD in counseling psychology, and she's a psychologist, practitioner, and doing an amazing job for the community. Thank you so much for moderating that. So you'll be following her and at the upper level boardroom. Then the other one is the lower level boardroom, which is also outside. And the topic is a discussion with Sikh and indigenous elders, keeping the ethos alive. Very interesting topic again. And we have with us moderator here, Bhupinder Singh Hundal, who's a media professional with nearly 20 years of experience and currently serving as the news director and station manager at Global BC. He has also with CBC News and also did a great job with the Hockey Night in Canada in Punjabi. So a lot of you will have already seen him there and at Omni Television. So he's going to moderate that panel, a discussion with Sikh and indigenous elders, keeping the ethos alive. And that's in the lower level boardroom. And the main stage, which is here, our panel discussion topic is addressing the challenges facing international students in Canada. And we're very thankful to have this collaboration with the University of Victoria. And we have an eminent Dr. Victor V. Ramraj, who's a law professor and a Center for Asia Pacific Initiative Director at the University of Victoria. So thank you so much for moderating that panel. So these are the 3 panels. I know I have a dilemma that which one I should go, but we'll be recording these panels, and they will be coming back after the panel to share their summary. So all the moderators, the 2 of them, will come back with their panel to share the briefs and the summary here. So you have to pick which one. I know it's a hard decision to make, but as I said, the one which we're going to have it here, which will be led by Dr. Victor V. Ramraj, is addressing the challenges facing international students in Canada, and other 2 topics will be discussed outside. So we'll go from here. And that's it, right? Yeah, so people can go outside if you have made up your mind. We can give 2 minutes, or you could do a lucky draw, right? So we'll be coming back here after, and you will come back and we'll do the review here. So again, I'm repeating, the mental health and Sikhi is at upper level boardroom. if you are interested in mental health and Sikhi, low-level boardroom, a discussion with Sikh and indigenous elders. Dr. Ramraj, I'm over to you, so thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope I kept that was perfect. It was perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the interaction. Oh, thank you. Pleasure.
Sorry. Oh, sure. That's fine. Show time, give you a countdown.
Yes, yes, someone's gonna have a. Yeah, it's good.
I feel bad for the panels, because everybody has a tendency to stay up. Maybe they're smaller rooms. Or maybe they're interested. That could be it too. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just sorting out a couple of technical issues, so just bear with us. We'll be on in a couple of minutes. Where's your office?
Where is it?
At
It's in the life building. Do you know what that is? It's near the nest. Yeah, there's a. Do you know where the nest is?
I think so, yeah.
That's
I
like
walked
the-
around a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Isn't that sort of low-lying building? It's kind of a two-story building.
No, you mean the nest?
No, the other.
The life building. The life building used to be. It's
Where the Sikh Center for Accessible Learning is, or?
Yeah, that's where there's Go Global there. There's a Starbucks, which is how most people know it. There's some classrooms. And, yeah, it's the. Yeah, and our department is separated. We have one that's the immigration advising office. That's where I work. And then there's another place called the Golden Lounge, and that's more of the social, cultural activities that happen with international students.
Slowly starting to get a sense of the campus.
Where did your other son go to school?
U of T.
U of T.
Vic College, U of T. So, nice, good size.
Yeah.
Big university, small college. So. Let me go and see how they're doing. Okay, while we're sorting out a couple of the slide presentations, I'm going to start our session. And so please come up as you are ready, dear panelists. So, a very good afternoon, everyone. And I understand we have some audience members joining us remotely, so I'm not sure if it's good evening or good morning, but whatever the case, welcome to this session and this panel on addressing the challenges facing international students in Canada. So as you would have heard, my name is Victor Ramraj. I'm a professor of law and the director of the Center for Asia-Pacific Initiatives at the University of Victoria, just across the Salish Sea. Before I begin formally, I do want to extend my thanks to GNI for the invitation for my center, CAPI, as we call it, to collaborate, and to the University of Victoria, to collaborate on this panel. And I also want to say that I was very moved by the welcome session this morning. It was very touching, and I want to acknowledge with respect and gratitude the Coast Salish peoples of this territory and the elders past and present, and to affirm my commitment to reconciliation and peaceful coexistence, which I think is very much in the spirit of all that I heard this morning at the conference. So this panel addresses a topic that has risen steadily in the public agenda, even over the past couple of months in Canada and around the world, the challenges facing international students. For my part, I've recently been asked to chair my faculty's international committee and have had a chance to talk to some of my counterparts in Asia and Europe, and I've been struck by how common these problems are. So we are talking about the Canadian problems, but these are not problems that are necessarily unique to Canada, and in many other parts of the world, both governments and higher education institutions are facing similar challenges. I also just recently read through a report, and some of you might have seen it, published this week, authored by 4 senators in Ottawa, highlighting the problems facing international students and offering suggestions on how to tackle them. And so I'm glad to see that these challenges are getting the attention they deserve. The senators' report is called Strengthening the Integrity of Canada's International Student Programs, and it outlines both the benefits of international student programs, and as an aside, as a professor who has taught in Singapore, the United Kingdom, and Canada, a diverse international classroom truly enriches the student experience and their understanding of the world, and that experience of learning from peers from different countries, there's nothing quite like it. There's nothing I can say as a professor to really imbue that sense of global citizenship and diversity that they can't get from me what they will get from interacting with their peers and discussing the topics that come out in the classroom. So I see those benefits. But the report also, of course, highlights many of the challenges facing international students in Canada, and I was struck by how those themes resonated with our earlier discussion. We met as a group a couple of weeks ago to talk about the themes on this panel. So let me list a few of the themes that came out in this report. Challenges of rising tuition for international students. Some of the unethical and in some cases fraudulent practices of education agents, the intermediaries that bring international students to Canada. Some problems faced by private colleges or that arise due to private colleges that aren't necessarily able to provide the immigration pathways that students are looking for and sometimes are incorrectly promised by those recruiting them. There are many accounts of unsuitable housing conditions and discrimination in housing, employment issues, both on the parts of the employers and in some cases on the part of the employees, sexual abuse and violence, and again, concerns about what happens after graduation in terms of those immigration pathways. So these are some of the problems. It's not an exhaustive list. So for those who might not be familiar with these problems, the report is really illuminating reading. I would recommend it. But these problems are not new, and we are fortunate to have a panel of experts who have been looking at these issues, studying, researching, and engaged in activism around these issues for a very long time. I will not do justice to their bios, and I won't even try, because we have decided collectively that we should just go, now I've already taken up so much time, but we'll go straight into the presentation. So let me just say a few words, make sure I get it in the right order. So Mandeep Kaur Musina is an assistant professor and in the School of Child and Youth Care at my own institution, and I'm also grateful to GNI for introducing us on this side of the Coalish, the Straight Coast Salish Sea. Yeah, it's great to have you on the panel. To your right is Lisa Bruner, who just received her PhD and is an international student advisor at UBC, the University of British Columbia. I imagine you know where that is. To my right, your left, Jaspreet Singh came to Canada as a student and is, among other things, the founder of the International Sikh Students Association of Canada, and has been involved in all kinds of activities to support international students. I also saw a really interesting interview with you online. You did. Oh yeah, which one exactly? Yeah, that says it all. And then Dr. Sharada Srinivasan is, I understand, former Canada Research Chair, just concluded a 10-year term as Canada Research Chair in Gender, Justice and Development at the University of Guelph. So we have made a little change to our format. We're going to go straight into presentations, 15 minutes each, and then we'll have a short moderated discussion before we turn to your questions. So we are going to go in the order that I introduced the panelists. So
I get to go first.
You get to go first, and you can either speak from here, or if you're more comfortable, you can speak from the podium. It's up to you.
Oh, okay, great. Maybe I'll just speak from here, because it might take a while for the slides to start. Thank you so much, Victor. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you, GNI, for the invite and for starting this wonderful collaboration. I'm very excited about it. I want to begin as a good visitor on these lands and acknowledge the Katsi, Kwatlems, Tuasin, and the other Coast Salish peoples who are the first caretakers of these lands. I traveled across the Coast Salish waters from what's colonially known as Victoria on the unceded lands of the Lekwungen peoples. They're the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, and there's 3 nations there, the Songhees, the Esquimalt, and Wasanish nations. The University of Victoria sits and occupies these lands, and the First Nations communities have been incredibly gracious to offer us as visitors knowledge and gifts and open themselves up to really embrace communities. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm an associate professor now, so I apologize you received the wrong bio.
Tell UVic to update the website.
I will. And in the School of Child and Youth Care, and I'm also the acting director of the school. So I navigate these multiple spaces of being an administrator and a researcher. And it is actually a very rare occurrence to be in a panel with my friends here, all South Asian folks who are focused on research and knowledge production within our communities. It's incredibly inspiring to be in a space like this, and I'm very, very grateful. A lot of my life in education has been about educating others, mostly white communities, about racist stereotypes and dismantling them and speaking about our lived experiences. So to have the opportunity to start from a place where we're all sort of on the same footing is incredible. It is just a sign of growth and very inspiring. I come from very humble beginnings. My parents were working class and had migrated to this land because of hardships back home. They unknowingly contributed to the colonial mission of displacing indigenous communities and extracting resources from these lands. And so I want to acknowledge that I benefit from that colonial endeavor and that occupation. So I go into this talk with what I share and what I've gained from my social justice work. I was a social worker for a long time. I did a lot of frontline work with children and youth. I worked in the gender-based violence sector for quite a bit. And across multiple cities across Canada. I received my MA in social work from the University of Victoria. And that's where I started to do research. I started to really think about what does my experience mean and how is it played out in other people's lives? Are there common experiences here? And one of the first research projects I looked at was working with second generation South Asian women and our experiences of navigating izzat and honor in the diaspora. And that really set the foundation for my research work beyond that. Since then, I've explored deep questions about intergenerational trauma, partition history, partition stories, how trauma impacts migrant communities. And I've looked at gender-based violence and honor-based violence in my PhD research as well. Maybe we can move back 2 slides because I'm not quite there yet. I don't know who's in charge of the slides. There we go. Maybe the next one would be great. So I really like the words of Métis scholar Natalie Clark, who asked the question, who are you and why do you care? She's asking us to really think about the kind of work that we do and what brings us to this work. So I am a critical scholar, activist. I want to be a responsible visitor on these lands, and I work towards uncolonizing myself and my family. And as a second-generation South Asian Sikh woman, I grew up in a very mill-working, blue-collar town called Lake Cowichan. It's very close to Baldy. If folks have heard of the history of BC, you'll know a little bit about this particular space that many migrant communities had come to at very early time in our history. So the reason why I bring these stories forward is that the issues that I'm sharing today about our current context of international students and their experiences of racism, discrimination, and the political context, these are not new conversations. We've been having them for quite some time. Our struggles on these lands are about navigating all of these pieces on a political stage, in political ways, but also social ways, and the ways that we work and live with each other. So I'm drawing from personal stories in my family and community, as well as my family back home in India. My family comes from the most northern province called Himachal Pradesh, and we are on the border of Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. And so I've been navigating these geographic locations in my research and work as well. Throughout my childhood, I went back to India to visit my family, and we would have conversations with other family members who didn't have the means to come to Canada. And we were often reminded that we were the lucky ones who were born away, that we had a chance to start our life in a different space. After 20 years, I went back in February, just this last year. And I went to visit my family both in Himachal and Punjab. And it seemed like the common theme amongst every single person that I met was that it was no longer about the lucky ones who got out, but it was about how folks were getting out, how they were trying to find a way to the diaspora. So in that short time, as I had this researcher hat on, as I had a social justice activist hat on, I couldn't stop myself. I started to really talk to people. I was having conversations with family members, with neighbors, with aunties, uncles, with young people. And I started to ask them questions about what was happening in the current context there and what was drawing them out and abroad. And I asked about the socio-political context that shapes their story and their observations. And what I'll say at the outset of this process is that I am very much still learning. And this is why this panel is so important. I think I'll be learning so much from everybody here as much as I might be contributing to the conversation. I'm definitely not an expert, but this is an essential topic. It's something that my family and community told me you have to go and do something different. And so as a researcher, I've often started from community and allowed community to really shape the kinds of research questions that I pursue. And to me, this was another way, another call for us to start this work. So if you could turn to the next slide. As a storyteller, as somebody who does this work, I really like to center stories as a way of broadening out these bigger societal issues. So my father, my aunties, my uncles, they came here because of the colonial occupation of India by the British, and resulting in a long history of indentured migration, structural racism. The Punjabi Sikh community has a deep history of migrating to colonial empires to escape violence and move towards what's the so-called freedom in settler colonial West. Settler colonial states like so-called Canada are often mandated with regulating migrant subjects as temporary, permanent, illegal, and disposable. And so those are the histories of this land. And so when we come here, we encounter those moments. My father and 3 generations of our family have moved to these lands since 1908. That's where our earliest family members came to these shores. And there's stories, oral stories, written stories, conversations that have been had about racism, forced assimilation, and regulations that determine us as always outsiders. My father worked in the CP Rail, he worked in chicken farms in northern BC, and then finally settled in Yubo, British Columbia, which is just near Baldy. And he worked in the lumber mill for years and years. I grew up with multiple generations of South Asians in that space. It was such a unique upbringing that I at the time didn't realize how special it was. But I was able to talk to folks in my neighborhood that had been here since the 1930s to 40s. And they shared their experiences and how their children navigated these systems. And we were considered the young generation that had come into the community. So these intergenerational stories really shaped how I understood migration. It shapes how I understand our communities and the work that we do. So if you go to the next slide. Oh, maybe not. Maybe don't go to the next slide. That's okay. I don't know who's listening. So some of the histories that brought us here is, of course, war. The British Army has led many migrant communities here. Indentured labor, poverty. The policies that impact how we come to these shores really do shape this conversation. And many of the policies that shape international students now are built on and stem from those earlier policies and practices. I won't go into detail about them, but there's a lot of information and a lot of pieces that have been written about the continuous passage stipulation, the ban on Indian women from migrating to Canada, the redefinition of categories of who is admissible to Canada, and then the 1976 Immigration Act. And overwhelmingly, immigration has been gendered, and I think Sharda's work will really speak to just the gendered nature in which this happens. And this 2-stage migration process is often discriminatory based on race, ethnicity, class, and gender. And in the last 15 years, there's been a lot of incentives and programs to attract more international students from India. Something to consider when we have this conversation, and Dale McCartney really names this eloquently. He says that when we're talking about how policy is created and then changed, in the eyes of the Canadian policymakers, the migration phenomenon exists to serve Canada, not migrants themselves. And so this is the part that I think we're often missing in the conversation, is that who are the folks that are making these policies are not always making them for the sake of migrants. We're often making these policies for the sake of Canada as a nation. And so if you go to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. So when I did have this wonderful experience after 20 years in India and I started having these conversations in the community, I started to pick up on some common themes that many international students were sharing about, and families were sharing about why they're sending their kids abroad. And I think it's important to consider not only what is happening here, but what is the socio-political context in India that is shaping international students to leave. They're not the same as they used to be. Competition is one of the big pieces that came up in my conversations. Competition to educate youth to attain the highest grade at any cost is incredibly demanding. Tuition costs from childhood, and tuition costs in this context often means adulthood, but in India it can often mean starting from a very young age of primary school all the way to the time that post-secondary and beyond and graduate work. Often the extreme competition and these costs of tuition and tutors has led students to, really are pushing students to achieve high exam marks in these public exams. And often the jobs and the work that our communities were traditionally doing, like labor jobs, aren't as attractive anymore, and we've outsourced many of those jobs to folks from outside the province. And so folks who are willing to do those really difficult labor jobs are working in Punjab, in Himachal Pradesh, and we're sending our young people out to to Canada, Australia, and to the West. And post-secondary spots are limited. So many of the community members were talking about the situation in India, in Punjab, in Himachal is untenable. And often the only option is to find a way to send youth out. So what used to be some of the traditional ways of working, the farming and the ways that we understood education, the way we understood ourselves in relationship to education has shifted drastically. And so now folks are finding any way to send students to Canada and America and Australia. Okay, and then the last slide. Oh, it's gone. That's okay. So ultimately, I wanted to set the framework for our conversation around really thinking about what is our history, what is our stories, how do our personal stories shape the way that we do the work that we do. I've shared a little bit about myself. I encourage you all to think about yourselves, who you are, why do you care, what is your relationship to this land, what is your relationship to each other. And I think it's really important that we center our lived experiences and lived expertise in the work that we do, and that we're starting a conversation here, and really there's very little research and data that we're building on that we can draw from. So having more opportunities to do this is incredibly important. And I think I'll leave it there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That was great, and thank you for starting us with stories. That's really wonderful. I come from a family of storytellers. I don't know how I ended up as a lawyer, but anyway, so I appreciate you starting with stories. And I think now we're going to go to some of the sort of general context of international students and challenges, and over to Lisa. Oh, right, sorry. And some of us might move just so that we can see the slides a little bit better. I might stay put here, but anyone who wants to,
thank you.
Please. I think I want to go there. Okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you, Victor. Sure. And thank you so much, Mandeep, for starting us off on that really powerful note. I'm so humbled and I'm really honored to be invited and participate in this panel and be at this conference. So I've worked in immigrant and refugee settlement in Metro Vancouver for about 15 years. I'm a regulated Canadian immigration consultant, and since 2012, I've been an international student advisor at UBC. And so in that work, I support students with their study permits, their work authorization, their health insurance, and I more generally try to connect them to services. And as part of that work, I've spent several years on a committee called the Early Alert Committee, which is a group of advisors and professionals, counselors on campus who try to identify students who might be struggling early on before they encounter a kind of snowballing effect of their challenges and try to get them connected to supports. Earlier, there was a useful discussion about the land grant history in the United States of universities, and in addition to the land acknowledgements that Mandeep and Victor have already given, just want to acknowledge that UBC as an institution is also on unceded Musqueam territory. That's where I live with my family in staff housing, and really the whole university wouldn't exist without the endowment that essentially has come not by choice necessarily from the Musqueam First Nation. So this is really tied up in any kind of discussions about higher education in Canada as well. So in addition to my practitioner experience, I also recently completed my PhD, and I'm going to begin a postdoctoral research fellowship at the Center for Migration Studies at UBC soon. So I'm quite new in my academic career. I'm much less experienced than a lot of the experts in the audience and on this panel here today. But what I hope I can bring is just a practitioner, scholar perspective, and also give a broader picture of the overall situation of international students in Canada. So the big picture, essentially, that I think most of us know is that the number of international students in Canada has really grown rapidly over the past 20 years, but in particular since 2015, following some policy changes. So in December 2002, there were about 150,000 international students. 10 years later, the number almost doubled to 270,000. It dipped temporarily due to COVID, but by December 2022, it was 800,000. So to put that into context, over a quarter of all post-secondary students in Canada are now international, which is really one of the highest proportions of any higher education system globally. It's roughly, probably right now, it's second to Australia. So Indian students in particular, and I use that because that's the data that IRCC has available for a lot of this big picture information, Indian students have significantly contributed to that growth, and particularly since 2015. And it occurred especially at the college level, where international student enrollment has grown really rapidly, but also at the university level. So India has now replaced China as the #1 source country, so to speak, of new international university students. So roughly 40% of all new study permit holders today are from India. And that's a pretty big shift. So there are basically more Indian study permit holders alone today than there were all international students from any nationality in 2015. Two other major trends that we see recently is that there's a significant concentration of international students in Ontario. The majority go there, just slightly over half, and then BC is second. And there's also concentrations in fields of study, in particular business. So this growth is happening alongside some related trends in Canada's higher education system and immigration system. So I'll just summarize a few of those points. In higher education, the share of provincial funds has really been declining for some time, and that means that tuition, from any source, including from domestic students, is increasingly important as a revenue source for institutions. So higher education in Canada is depending more and more on tuition as opposed to provincial funding. At the same time, domestic student enrollment is pretty stagnant across Canada, and public domestic tuition fees are largely capped in Canada. Okay, so what this means, as we know, is that the higher education sector is looking to international student tuition as a source of revenue, and it has become really structurally dependent on international students, not just economically for the fees that they contribute, but also demographically, in some regions really to sustain the higher education system as it stands itself. Without international students, some institutions would not be able to exist. And then on the Canadian immigration side, as we know, Canada is also highly dependent on immigrants demographically, but it used to be that immigrants were selected from outside Canada and then arrived in Canada as permanent residents. But this model, many highly educated and so-called highly skilled immigrants faced a racist and discriminatory labor market, which resulted in significant underemployment. So countries like Canada have shifted to what was alluded to earlier in this two-step immigration system. So not permanent residents, but temporary workers are brought to Canada and tested in the labor market. And only those who succeed in the labor market, according to the Canadian government's goals and priorities, are offered permanent residency.
So this has shifted the role of who is selecting immigrants, because in a two-step immigration system, employers' hiring decisions make a really big role in selecting who can become a Canadian, who can stay in the country. And because of this focus on two-step immigration, there's also been a really big growth in temporary residents overall. So not just international students, but also temporary workers in Canada. So gradually over the past 20 years, international students have become positioned in the policy discourse as ideal immigrants. It really kind of started in Australia. Canada is about a decade behind Australia in the policy development, and now it's increasingly being developed in other countries like Germany, which is about 10 years behind Canada in terms of this, this policy, traveling from one country to the other. Last year in the OECD International Migration Outlook report, there was a huge focus on international students as future economic immigrants across the OECD. So as Victor mentioned, this is not just in Canada, but we're really seeing trends across immigrant-dependent countries. This has created a pretty unique three-step immigration process where higher education institutions are now playing a big role in the selection of immigrants. So international students first arrive as study permit holders, and they often work during their studies, so they become a source of labor during their studies. They make major contributions to the Canadian labor market. And then if they graduate and if they want to stay, they transition to post-grad work permit holders. And then if they find qualifying work experience in the labor market, then they can apply for permanent residency. But those involve a lot of ifs, and it's not guaranteed. It's not necessarily easy, despite what some recruiters or agents may tell students. So it is possible, there's a path, but it can be a gamble. And we know from survey data that the vast majority of international students from a lot of nationalities plan to work in Canada after graduation and apply for permanent residence. And the Canadian government has published some data showing that Indian students are among the most likely to intend to immigrate permanently. So what does this mean for international students? What do we see among the students when we're advising them? First of all, as I'm sure also there's a very wide range of lived experiences among international students. There's such a heterogeneous group, so it's really difficult to generalize about international students, even though that's what we see again and again in the media and in the policy discourse. Some students are in their 40s, they're here with their spouse and their children making a career change. Some are 17, they've never left their home city before. Some have lived in Canada for many years after attending secondary or even primary school. The largest number of primary level study permit holders are also from India, which is a very big, rapidly growing, although still small number of study permit holders. So it's very difficult to generalize, but one thing that seems to be quite common is a prolonged status as a temporary resident in Canada, which means sitting with uncertainty about the future. And if you want to become a permanent resident, so if that's your goal, it really hinges on a lot of things. You have to pass your classes. Many students have to work to afford their tuition. You have to study full-time, and it's difficult to take breaks. You have to find a job after you graduate. So obviously it's a very big investment, not just financially, but emotionally for the students. And it can be really hard to have so much pressure riding on your shoulders when you're also, in a new country. I personally immigrated to Canada from the United States through this pathway after my graduate school, and although I have a lot of privilege being white and being a native English speaker and being from the US, it still, even for me, was anxiety-inducing to not know whether my career would be in Canada and what jobs I could find. So it's just amplified by the structural racism that we see here in Canada today. At the same time, temporary residents like international students are really in a unique position because although many of them will eventually become permanent residents, they don't qualify for federal newcomer settlement services because they're not permanent residents yet. And the way the system is set up is that they're expected to settle themselves in a way without much support from the government, which is part of why in the policy discourse they're positioned as ideal immigrants. So speaking to who is benefiting, are these policies set up for the migrants or for Canada itself? So as a result, international students rely on a patchwork of settlement services. So BC is actually, they have a settlement and integration services unit, and they've stepped in and they're doing some work that a lot of provinces aren't. And many higher education institutions do offer targeted student services, like the office that I work at. But the quality and the availability of those services vary significantly. They're not mandated, they're not regulated, so it means that the type of institution, the local cost of living, the labor market, availability of housing, level of study, all these things really contribute to that significant variances of experiences across Canada. So, what we've come to in Canada now is that there's a real recognition, I think, of areas for improvement system-wide. Some of you may be aware that in Brampton, Ontario, there was a grassroots international student summit last summer in 2022, which pulled together a really impressive range of stakeholders from the community, and it produced a charter for improving the international student experience. If you're interested, I think that's a great example of some of the steps that could be taken. Global Affairs Canada held consultations this summer because they're going to be renewing the international education strategy next year. So the government is really thinking about what the future of international student recruitment for the benefit of Canada will look like. And then Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada had multiple consultations related to international experience this year, which I was involved in participating as a stakeholder and an academic advisor. And this includes a total redesign of the international student program. And one proposal is a trusted institution framework, which would offer an expedited study permit processing to institutions that meet certain benchmarks. And some of those benchmarks are intended to provide a safe and enriching international student experience. So I think the government is recognizing that international student services are lacking, but they're looking to the higher education institutions to be providing some of that, which are not necessarily being provided by every institution now. So some of those benchmarks that IRCC is exploring include the school's program completion rates, the availability of scholarships for international students, funding for international student support, student-teacher ratios, availability of on-campus housing, etc. So we can see these plans to try to incentivize institutions to bolster supports. I think this is great, and I also think there's some opportunities for institutions to better coordinate services with existing local settlement services and other community resources as well. There's not a very good connection between the two. And that will likely require some strategic vision and funding perhaps from the provinces and the federal government. So in conclusion, I would just want to share beyond the international student experience, I think this edugration, what I just call it, the education immigration system that's happening in Canada and elsewhere, has three implications for higher education institutions that we should consider. First, education programs and policies are becoming intertwined with immigration policy. And this, for example, like the parameters of an academic program might be designed in order to meet the requirements of a post-graduation work permit eligibility. And that really changes the role of higher education and the structure of academic programs. And I think people outside of the system don't always realize how closely intertwined these policies are becoming. Second, higher education institutions are really performing these new roles in society, like supporting newcomers to Canada, and I don't think they're necessarily funded or equipped to do so, and so we need a conversation about that role. And finally, I think this was a conclusion from the report from the 4 senators that Victor mentioned. It's a really important moment for Canada to consider the sustainability of its higher education funding models, and really across the OECD, how are countries going to fund their higher education? In Europe, for example, Germany is also dependent on international students for immigration, but they fund their higher education institutions in a very different way. So it's not reliant on international students for tuition. So there's lots of reliances, but they can look very different if you compare higher education models. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. That was an excellent primer survey, an account of the policy context, and some really interesting suggestions too. So we'll move on from that context to Jaspreet and his experience, both as a student and a student activist, and someone who is deeply concerned in his work about these issues.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Slides, please. Just a quick introduction. I'm Jaspreet Singh. I also came here as an international student back in 2015, December, and I did electromechanical engineering from Sheridan College in Brampton. It was an advanced diploma, and then I started my activism during my college time as a president of Sheridan SSA, and then we formed another group to help international students throughout all other colleges in GTA. And later, last year, I joined WSO, World Sikh Organization of Canada, as a director to do more advocacy and representation of international students into the mainstream. And so international students, it's a Canadian dream, but most of the time, sometimes the expectations are far away. I mean, the reality is far away from the expectations. And next slide, please. Let's understand why international students, especially from Punjab, I will be talking about from the Punjabi perspective, maybe students from Punjab and Haryana, Himachal, from the area. The reason migration started out of Punjab, as I understand, started around 100 years ago, or maybe a little bit before that. At that time, the biggest reason was only financial reasons. I'm from the Doaba region, and we used to say that the Doaba doesn't have that much land for the people, so that's why people are trying to, people go into army or they go abroad for better opportunity, just, trying to fight poverty. But later in 70s, 80s, and 90s, the other reason for moving out of Punjab was political reasons, the oppression by Indian government, and we all know the stories, whatever happened during those 3-4 decades. And people has no trust in government, people doesn't trust any bureaucracy, no trust in policemen. So at that time, people were, flying away from Punjab, they tried to change the system, but that didn't work out in a best way. So they started escaping the system. But later on, right now, what we are seeing, especially when I was in high school back in 2013, right now, I think we had a batch of 40 or 42 students in my high school, in my section, non-medical. Right now, majority of us are here in Canada, and whoever doesn't make it to Canada, they are in Middle East or somewhere in Dubai or countries like that. But literally no one is over there. Last year I went to Punjab after 7 years, and I didn't find any of my friend, any of my companion. I was talking to my school principal a few months ago, and he was like, literally everyone in my school right now, in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, they are preparing to go to Canada. And in case if they will not be able to come to Canada, they will go to some other space. But no one wants to stay in Punjab. The reasons are financial reasons again, but the situation was same 100 years ago. And then political as well. Still people don't trust governments. Still people are not trusting any bureaucracy or any other structure. Even right now, the situation is worse right now because the children of policemen, the children of politicians are also coming to Canada for a better future. So what you can expect from the system, what will happen? They see no scope, they don't see any future over there. Even if someone studies there, they know most likely they're not going to find job in Punjab, or most likely they have to move out of Punjab to find a job maybe in Delhi or Mumbai. And for Punjabis, Canada is close to Punjab as compared to Delhi or Mumbai. So they prefer moving to Canada or some other Western countries, but no one wants to stay there, live there. Again, because of the financial reasons as well as the political reasons. The third one is social. As I just mentioned, this is a trend in Punjab right now, that after high school, the best option for you. The rest of India, they start preparing for IITs, Indian Institute of Technologies, NITs, and other top-of-the-line colleges. But the students in high schools of Punjab and Haryana and Himachal, they are like, oh, assi ta Canada jana. We have the Canadian option. We are not going to compete. We are not going into that competition for to go into the entrance examinations to get into those top-of-the-line colleges. Okay, this is okay if the Canada is a solution for the problems of Punjab. But the thing happening right now is, the next slide, please. These are all GoFundMes from 2021 and 2022 of the international students who died maybe because of reasons related to drug addiction, heart attacks, and suicides. And these are not all of them. These are the one when people, we have a pretty decent social media following, so people send us the GoFundMe links, the post, so that we can share and that they can arrange funds to send the body back to India. But these are all of the GoFundMes, and they are not all of them. There will be a lot more than these. What is the reason I started thinking back in 2020 and 2021 when we saw the sudden increase in number of international students committing suicides? I talked to families and friends and families of a couple of students, and the most common thing was when you talk to them, they're like, oh, he was in depression, he was going through something, or he or she. But mostly international students, boys are committing suicides, maybe because of the responsibilities they are bearing or whatever. That's a different story. But the most common thing was mental health related issues. And when we dig deeper, most of the time they were just about to go out of status. So getting out of status in terms of immigration, like Lisa just mentioned that they have to keep their immigration status active, right? They can't do any part-time semesters above a certain number. I think it's 2 or 3, and also they can't take any unofficial breaks. So the problem happening right now is mostly the parents, they take loans in Punjab to arrange enough funds for their kids to come to Canada and to study. And when they fail in a certain course, they have to retake that course. And in most of the colleges, to retake that course, the fees is in between $1,500 to $2,500 or maybe $3,000. And the student is not going to tell their parents that they failed in certain course and they need more money. Most likely they're going to start working extra, maybe under the table on cash, so that they can arrange enough funds. And when they start doing that, they also mean they won't be able to concentrate on their studies, and it started a series of another problem. They will fail in more other courses, and when they fail in courses, unfortunately, they won't be able to pay the fee of those failed courses, and then college won't give them the enrollment letter. And in order to extend their study permit or to extend their study permit, they need the enrollment letter, and for that they need to pay fees which they don't have. And eventually they went out of status, and when they become out of status, it is really hard to. It's not that easy to get your status back, and also not easy to get the work permit and eventually the PR. This was the common story in many of the suicides. And also, if not even suicides, when we have seen many students becoming homeless here in Canada, especially in GTA, this was the most common story, the getting out of status. Now, the thing we have to understand, the thing I can't understand is an international student who's coming here. The parents have already spent lifetime savings, or they have take mortgages, loans against their by securing against their lands to send their kids to study here. And when they came here, when they're not able to get the PR, because the ultimate goal, which the another thing we need to understand is education as well as PR. It's not only education. If it is only about education, we have pretty good colleges and universities in Punjab as well. The immigration is also a part of the international student program. That's why students are coming here. And whenever you open the college websites of most of the colleges, you won't see they claiming that after you graduate from this course, you will get a field job in this industry. The only thing they will make to mention that you will get a postgraduate work permit after graduating that course, basically, which is a kind of guarantee of immigration, and that's what's happening right now. You might have seen the CBC documentary, the Fifth State one, and they have explained this in a better way, where an agent in India was saying that go to Canada after studying, you will get your work permit and eventually you will get the PR. But it's not that easy. That's the expectation, but the reality is different. When you face the reality, and the reality is being faced by someone who's 18, 19 or 20 years old. Even for me, the first time I went out of Punjab, I came to Canada. And I think this is a story of majority of international students. They never came out of Punjab. And they just came to Canada. They haven't seen the world yet, and especially talking about their age, 18 and 19, they don't know how to navigate through the system. They don't know how to, the social relations and everything. Next slide, please. And I think Lisa already talked about the number of international students who are coming to Canada. In 2022, from India alone, 319,000 international students came to Canada from India, and majority of them are from. We don't have statistics because I didn't find any statistics from CIC website that talks about the students from a particular region. But I think I would say maybe 60 or 70 or maybe more than that percent of students from this number, from these figures, are from Punjab. So that's a pretty big number. And the next slide, please. And these are the number of dead bodies, remains sent back to India every year. They don't have any statistics for 23, but from last couple of years, they have seen the increase in number of international students dying here in Canada. So the thing happened was the CBC was doing a story. The reason was they interviewed me as well. The initial theme of the story was to find out why international students are dying. But when they start digging deeper, no one was keeping track of the number. The government of Canada, they say they don't track the deaths ethnically. They don't know how many of them were Punjabis or Sikhs or from India. And they also request Indian High Commission. They were also not able to provide the best information. But they are part of the sending body back to India, so they know kind of how many cases they helped in. So I think this was the number that provided by them to the CBC. So we can see someone is coming here for a better future after spending lifetime savings of their family, and somehow ending up their lives because they think they failed themselves, they failed their parents. For every Canadian, the international student, it's like coming here to study, and then once you study, you can also go back. But for someone from South Asia, the going back is not an option. They're coming here, spending that much amount of money, spending their that much amount of time to study here, work here, and then settle down here. The next slide, please. The Canadian dream, who is winning? I think everyone is winning except international students. If you talk about the agents in India, there are certain colleges who are paying up to 33% of commission, 33% of the whole fee back to the agent. So, for example, if agent is getting, if someone is paying college the $30,000, the agent is getting back $10,000. So the agent doesn't care whatever the college you're going into. The only thing the agent care about is the amount of money they're gonna get back. So that's why we have seen the number of international students going into public-private partnership colleges. Basically, those are the colleges in the plaza or something, usually using students as a cash cow. And then the colleges are winning too. They have waiting lists for their programs, students, sometimes 6 months or 9 or 10 months ahead. And then I just have, I think, 2 or 3 minutes, so I will just try to be as fast as possible. And then, so it's like a game. If a student passes through the level 1 of agent, then he or she will be trapped by the colleges. If they pass the colleges, then the third one is the employer, the part-time, wherever they're working part-time. The students are facing the problems like wage theft, because the minimum working hour limit is 20, and there are not that much part-time working opportunities, so they have to work under the table most of the time, above that limit on cash. That's like unreported, and that's when the wage theft comes into play. And then the landlord-tenant issue. There are so many problems right here about the lack of housing for international students. So these are all things, and in recent months, we have seen international students. There's a growing demand of students are applying to food banks for their groceries, especially over there in Brampton. The Carlside Brampton team is helping, I think, 1,500 students bi-weekly or something to help them into their groceries. Just think about it. Those are the international students. They have spent lifetime savings of their parents on their studies, and now they are just not able to even afford groceries. How bright their future will be? And even after graduating from those colleges, we don't have statistics, but from my own personal experience, especially the public-private colleges, 90% of students are not able to get jobs in their fields. So how they are surviving? Most of the boys they start driving trucks, so they make decent amount of money by compromising their time. But we need to think, and the girls, they start working in restaurants or warehouses. I'm not saying those are bad jobs, but the thing is, after getting international education, after spending them much amount of money, they still have to work in warehouses. They still have to drive trucks. And community-wise, where we are going, we have in future years we will have hundreds of thousands international students who might get PR, but they will be unskilled labor here in Canada. So community-wise, we need to think about that. And next slide, please. So accountability of the thing. Now, from the last couple of months, we are trying to do political lobbying. We met with all levels of political parties, and because I think as a solution to also, if we want to maintain the integrity of the system, and as well as just to make sure the international students get what they are paying for, the first thing it has to be divided into three parts. The city has a role to play, and then the provincial governments has a role to play. The provincial governments can make regular audits or checks just to make sure the quality of education is good, is compared to the money, the fee the international student is paying. And also the biggest accountability is on the federal government as well. The number of international students are coming to Canada every year, but the PR pathways available for them. I was looking into stats, and according to that, I might be off a little bit, but from 10 to 15, only 10 to 15% international students, not students, the postgraduate work permits holders, they are getting PR. So the transition is 10 to 15% only. And by the end of this year, there will be around 800,000 work permit holders. And the annual, the number of students who get PR every year is close to 80,000 or 100,000 or something like that. So the transition is close to 10 or 15% or somewhere in between. So the problem is, what will happen to the rest of the international students? What they will do? So they are in such a situation after spending everything they have from last couple of years. They are waiting for PR pathways. They are waiting for the right time when the draw will come and they will get invitation for the PR. And the government of Canada is right now, they are just keep giving them the extra work permit time, extending 18 months like every year, but there are not enough PR pathways. And they also open them to more exploitation by the vicious circle of employers and agents who are selling jobs for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, including LMIAs, and the student has no other option just to pay $30,000 to an agent that can find them a job on a minimum wage, maybe in a restaurant or other place like that. And that's just another way of exploitation. That's just another way of slavery, right? You are spending $30,000 just to get a job on a minimum wage. And this is a very common thing. No international student is going to stand up and start raising their voice because they are always fear of getting deported back. So it is. I think this is our responsibility to stand up and talk about these issues and talk about the exploitation that is happening. That's why I was just super quick. We have so many things that we can discuss, but this problem is real, and we are trying to escape the problems of Punjab. We had a solution. We thought we have a solution, and that is migration, but that is creating another problem. That is problem after problem. We have problems over back there in Punjab, and then we are having more problems here in Canada, and it's like a time bomb. The problems are just keep on increasing. We don't see any solution right now. So I think I'm super optimistic, but I think sometimes you need to figure out. Sometimes you have to be critical about the negative things as well. Yeah. So that's it. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Wow, thank you so much. That was a powerful, sobering account and a reality check. So thanks for that. And congratulations on your work. I mean, that's really important work. Sharda.
I think I'll be here, so it's easy for me to see if the slides are showing. Thank you to the Guru Nanak Institute for inviting me to be a part of this panel. And like my colleagues who spoke before me, a lot of my work, research has actually informed the work that I'm currently undertaking related to international students' experiences of gender-based violence. So over the last 25 years, I have undertaken research related to daughter discrimination and son preference in India. And then when I came to Canada in 2008, I started doing the same research among the Punjabi community, mainly in Ontario. I've also done work related to domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and the sort of violence that young girls experience growing up knowing that they were not wanted and sort of the psychological effects it has on them. So last year I attended the International Student Experience Summit that was organized by Sheridan. And just around the same time, I think a day before the summit, there was this grant announced by SHRC, the Social Sciences Humanities Research Council of Canada, this was basically for undertaking a scoping review on gender-based violence in Canada. So it could be on any issue related to gender-based violence in Canada. So it was kind of coming together of my own work related to gender-based violence and the emerging crisis among international students. So what I'm going to share today is basically findings from the scoping review that we have done. The scoping review is a very limited methodology, but I think a very necessary methodology. So the scoping review basically reviews material that already exists. So it's not primary research where I go out and talk to students such as Jaspreet. It's not based on primary data. It is basically looking at the material that is publicly available. They are published or unpublished, but that could be students' thesis or newspaper reports. So we have reviewed all of that material. So it is a limited methodology, but I'm happy to answer those questions, if there is interest in the next slide, please. So I think I won't talk much about the problems that international students face. That's, I think, has been quite well established both by Lisa and Jaspreet, and I think the audience here is pretty knowledgeable. But what I do want to say is international students are poorly supported. They are marginalized, they are under-researched, underrepresented, and that sets them up particularly to be vulnerable to gender-based violence. So what do we know about gender-based violence amongst international students? Because we did a scoping review, so I should be able to tell you what is already out there. You won't be surprised, but what is very frustrating is that we know very little about the extent of gender-based violence among international students. We do know from the limited work that is out there that international students are at more of a risk to gender-based violence than domestic students. And female international students are more likely to experience gender-based violence than male students. And unsurprisingly, again, these are grossly underreported. Next slide, please. So in terms of a methodology, we used a feminist political economy with an emphasis on intersectionality. What we realized is currently there is a lack of gender perspective in understanding, conceptualizing, and analyzing international student experiences. We're not talking about gender-based violence, right? I think international students are treated as homogeneous and are treated as gender neutral, right? So the moment you say international student, what comes to your mind? It's often a young male student, right? It's rarely a female student that comes to your mind, but that is the problem of lack of gender perspective in how international students, I mean, Mandeep talked about the trajectories of international students, right? I think male and female students have very different trajectories. Gender diversity is lacking in understanding international student experience. So that's why it was very imperative that we locate the study of gender-based violence experiences of international students within a feminist framework, which is at the intersection of gender, race, international student status, the immigration status, and power hierarchies. The next slide, please. So at the core of, the next slide, please. So there is, we use the Government of Canada definition of gender-based violence. Any act of violence is rooted in power hierarchies. I think that's the most important thing to take away from this definition. The next slide, please. So what it means is that, first of all, gender-based violence is a global pandemic. It's not unique to international students. It is not unique to Canada. It is a global pandemic. Even as we are speaking, about 3 to 5 women in the world are currently experiencing violence. Indigenous women, racialized minority women, and people with disabilities are more likely to experience gender-based violence. Again, it just means that these are they are not norm-conforming. So basically, anything that violates dominant white cisgender norms and expectations, people are likely to be more subject to gender-based violence. The next slide, please. So we reviewed both scholarly literature and literature related to policy and from community organizations and news media. We found a lot of material that focuses on gender-based violence and gendered experiences of international students in Africa, in Australia. But it's pretty limited. But within the limited context, Australia seems to have a much better research focus on gendered experiences of international students and gender-based violence among international students. In the Canadian context, we found only 27 scholarly sources, right? Canada has a vibrant research environment, but in my experience, and probably people like Mandeep and other South Asian scholars in the audience can speak to that, research related to South Asian community is quite weak. And research related to gender-based violence among international students is a reflection of that, I think. So we found only 27 scholarly sources. The next slide, please. We also reviewed a lot of materials from the websites of community-based organizations, policy organizations, news organizations, as well as university and college websites, which is not much. Universities and colleges don't report everything that they do on the website because of confidentiality issues. So we actually wrote to a lot of universities and colleges, but we didn't get much response. We probably got about 5% was the response rate from universities and colleges. But again, nothing that really provided us information that would strengthen our understanding of international students' experiences of gender-based violence. The next slide, please. So what I will do in the next 2 slides, I think, is really summarize the main causes and impacts of gender-based violence that international students experience. And then I will talk about some of the implications of the work that we did for research and for practice. So in terms of the causes, the next slide, please. There are three key causal factors that underlie gender-based violence that international students experience. First is related to a set of cultural factors. I think the important thing to remember when we talk about these experiences is, I come from India, and I've done a lot of research, and I continue to do a lot of research on gender issues in India. India, Punjab, South Asia, and a lot of cultural contexts have a serious gender problem, right? A lot of these cultures are gender oppressive, which means a lot of students that come from these regions may have already experienced gender violence in their particular contexts. Or they come here, and the first thing is we entered into relationships with our own kind because it provides a lot of support and solidarity. But those are also the context for a lot of abuse and discrimination. I think it's important to keep that in mind, however disturbing it is, and however unflattering it is of our own cultural context, right? The second set of factors is what Inderjit Grewal calls outsourcing patriarchy, where domestic communities, white and other communities, see international students and the newcomers as the source of all problems, right? We are a very gender equal society. Very often, and I'm sure you've all encountered this, very often white people say it is only, all these people, new immigrants and immigrants who bring the problem with them, the cultural baggage, right? So international students have to deal with both these sets of cultural obstacles in the sort of gender-based violence terrain, right? So a lot of it may be coming from within, but a lot of it is also in the sort of prejudice and racism that they encounter in the host country, which is Canada. And that affects whether they will report or not the violence that they have experienced, the sort of services and the attitude of service providers. And so that becomes a vicious circle in and of itself. I think at the core of, if somebody asks, but I think when you are financially vulnerable, you are compromised. I think we are put in a lot of vulnerable situations, which lends itself to abuse. So whether it is with a prospective or with an employer, or with a property owner, or with relatives with whom you may be living because you can't afford housing. All of these things, I think, set people up to be in abusive relationships. It's very hard to get out of abusive relationships when you don't have independent financial means, right? The third set of factors, again, which I think Jaspreet alluded quite powerfully, is the implications for immigration, right? People come here because a lot of families and others have spent money for their coming here. So when these sorts of things happen, people experience shame and guilt. There's something that I did which made me a victim of rape or sexual abuse, right? The fault is in me. And the victim blaming and victim shaming doesn't really help this. And that has consequences for their immigration status. So that takes me to the next slide, the impacts. Can we move to the next slide, please? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. The next one, please? And the next one? Sorry, I didn't realize this was on thing, so I'll be more mindful. The next slide, please. So again, I think a lot of us, South Asian cultures, Indian Punjabi cultures, we do not acknowledge mental health challenges. I wish I could go sit in the other panel that's talking about mental health issues. So I think when we have people who have experienced, oh, you didn't show the 5, or did you show and I didn't see? Sorry about that. So the issue is that it compromises their academic performance, and they have to maintain grades, they can't drop out, they can't, I mean, if they have physical health problems, international students can't take a leave of absence because all of that will affect their immigration status. The next slide, please. So basically what is happening is, the next slide, please, this becomes a vicious circle, right? They experience abuse, they're in vulnerable situations, they experience abuse, they can't get out of the abuse because, and then that kind of reproduces vulnerability. Okay, I don't know what's happening with the slides anymore, but we are in a good place to wrap up. So what does this mean for our scoping review, mean for further research? I mean, in the new Truth and Reconciliation, there is a lot of attention paid to how we should be engaging indigenous communities. And at the core of it is listening to indigenous communities, respecting their knowledge, and centering their knowledge. We need to do the same thing in all the research that we undertake related to international students. We need to privilege their voices. We need to privilege their agency. The second aspect is international students are treated as a homogeneous entity, but we need to pay attention to diversity in terms of gender, in terms of sexuality, race, class, religion, region, and so on and so forth. We need a lot of systematic study, which is in the form of surveys, in-depth ethnographic studies, but these need to be ongoing, sustained, so we can have a good sense of the experiences, particularly as they relate to gender-based violence. We need a database of good practices, best practices, and in doing the scoping review, we realized, even within a university, within a post-secondary institution, one unit often doesn't know what the other unit is doing. So there's a lot of information gap, and we need to find a way of bridging this. And often I think, when in the way we communicate, there is a lot of coherence, but when you translate that into institutions, you really wonder why communication often fails. And I think the sort of one of the main things is we have in every post-secondary institution, education institution, a student wellness center that focuses on health, and they're all now mandated also to focus on gender and sexual violence experiences of all students. But then international students somehow fall through the crack, and we know why they fall through the crack, right? The next slide, please. Next slide. So this is basically about, I am a researcher, and I think my responsibility is really in producing very good quality research, critical research that is useful. But in order for that research to be useful, we need to work very closely with policymakers as well as practitioners, community-based organizations, social workers, and so on and so forth. And I think this issue has come up both in Lisa's presentation and in Jaspreet's in presentation. Who's to bell the cat? You go to, and this came up very clearly during the COVID. Something happens, you go to the university, they say, well, this is not what we do, you should go to the IRCC. You go to the IRCC for something, they say, no, this is not what we do, you go to your provincial government. You go to your provincial department, they say, no, this is not what we do, you go to your city. So all that it means is a lot of challenges that international students face, and those who experience gender-based violence, it just falls through the crack. And one of the things that struck us in the literature from Australia, from UK, New Zealand, the US, and Canada, they're all really zoning on the responsibility of the post-secondary education institutions, right? Students come there. They are the ones who send out the invitation letter, right? So then they can, in many ways, act as the nodal agency to bring together federal, provincial, city, and all other actors. But how do you do that, right? Universities are starved of resources. The revenues are declining. Any framework that we come up with have to be binding. How do you make all actors accountable? And that's a huge challenge. But this is no longer an issue that can be pushed to the margins, each one passing the buck on to the other. That is just not possible, I think. But I think post-secondary education institutions are well positioned to act as nodal agencies because they are the first point of contact for students, and they continue to be in touch with students for 1 or 2 years that the students are in, and they come on study visas, right? The other major issue that kept coming up repeatedly in all the literature is how a lot of initiatives are culturally insensitive to the individual experiences of international students. So this is where dominant groups have a lot of work to do. We talk a lot about multiculturalism in Canada, but often I think a lot of multiculturalism of the work that it takes to keep Canada multicultural falls on racialized minorities. My question has always been, what are dominant groups doing? What are white students in universities doing to make racialized students feel welcome, to make them feel safe? I think that's something that requires wider conversation, and it's not a problem just for international students, right? But it is going to benefit everybody. And at the end of it all, I come back to the empowering of international students, and that was my first point when I started with what do we do to enhance research on international students. The voice of international students is marginalized, is missing in much of the research related to international students. So we need to have international students not just in research, but also in policy and practice. I mean, otherwise, how can we come up with policies and programs that will benefit the largest growing demographic in Canada? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharada. Again, another incredibly important and sobering account of the situation. Really appreciate it. So we have, by my count, about 17 minutes. We were hoping to have a short exchange on the panel and then turn it over to the floor for questions. So maybe you could start thinking about and getting your questions ready. I was really struck, so I have to confess that I'm not someone who studies this, the challenge, and I have sort of secondhand information about it. And so for me, this was incredibly illuminating and sobering and disturbing at times, and I learned a lot. One thing that I have been looking at a lot in my research is law and complexity, and the sort of the literature around wicked problems, which persists in different areas. And this strikes me as one of those truly wicked problems. I think you ended with some really interesting suggestions on, how to tackle that problem. I know, Jaspreet, you had some ideas. Actually, Lisa, everyone was sort of hinting at different ways of coming at a very, very difficult problem. But I want to pick up on one thing that you said, that if there was one thing, it would be fixing the financial issue. And I wanted first to see if you had a reaction to that, Jaspreet, because I think you were sort of hinting at the vulnerability as well, the financial vulnerability. Do you have a reaction to that comment? I mean, given that it is still a very complex and wicked problem.
You mean the financial aspect of students?
The financial vulnerability of students and what it, like you talked about that sort of vicious cycle of students getting into that situation where, and then not being able to get out of it. And do you think that the financial piece is an important part of?
Yeah, I think that is the biggest part right now, especially right now from last couple of months, the economic slowdown. The students are one of the biggest victims of the thing because mostly, I know right here in British Columbia, mostly students are engaged in if they're doing part-time work, they are in construction industry, and they're still doing okay. I was talking to some other folks out there. But over there in Ontario, where the mostly students are working in warehouses or retail stores or maybe restaurants, and those industries are really hit bad by the economic slowdown. The students are getting it really hard to find a job. You guys might have seen videos of of a local stores where they have 2 or 3 job opportunities, and hundreds of international students are standing in lineups for just to apply for those jobs. And even on our social medias, we are getting like dozens of messages every day of students. They are looking for jobs, and this problem, I think, I've seen from last year September, this problem started, and it's just getting worse and worse. And because again, the same reason, the thing we have to understand is over there in Punjab, people are getting loans, people are selling their lands just to arrange enough funds for the fee. The student who is coming here, they most of the cases, they will have just $1,000 or something with them, and along with that, there will be a $10,000 of GIC that they will get back every month as an installment of $600 or something. Now think about it. The initial $1,000 they have, most likely they're gonna spend that on their first and last rent, or maybe they're gonna get a laptop or clothing or something. Then that's done, and then they will be getting $600 monthly. And with that amount of money, they will just be able to pay their rent. And what about the other expenses and everything? From Canadian perspective, here's another thing. When a student applies for visa, they write a SOP. There's I think, statement of purpose. I'm not sure the exact the wording. I think it's a statement of purpose that says, we have enough funds in our bank account, and I'm coming here to study. So the government is like, okay, you declare that thing. But from the other perspective, from the student itself, whatever it is, the misinformation by the agents or by anyone else. I know for a couple of years ago, I know many of my friends, they were studying and working part-time. Actually, they were working full-time along with the studies, whatever, right? And they arrange enough funds to pay their own fee. But that's no longer the case right now from last couple of months. But the parents in India, they're still thinking that they send their kids, and they're like, okay, we paid the fees for first 2 semesters, now you can take care of next 2. And also you can take care of your expenses. But right now, this is no longer the case. That's why the students are turning towards the food banks right now. And again, they're just getting $600 something back, and they will be getting that money back for 1 year. What will happen after 2nd year? I know many people who are on work permit right now, they are not able to find a job right now, especially talking about GTA in those regions. So the problems are the financial aspect. This is the biggest problem the students are facing right now. Okay. Yeah, especially the South Asian.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to bring Lisa and Mandeep in a moment, but I want to add another question for the panel, and I know this is a very politically sort of sensitive question, but it comes out of this idea of the sort of massive increase in international students. And I'm someone who, my parents migrated to Canada in the 1960s, so I'm very much a supporter of migration generally, but what about that idea of the numbers having grown so quickly? Is that something that we should be talking about in some context? Now, I know lately it's been discussed in the context of housing, but I'm wondering for students themselves, for Canada's ability, for institutional ability, is that something that we should be talking about more openly and open-mindedly, or would you suggest not going there? I don't know if Lisa or Mandeep,
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, I don't want to fall into the trap of deciding who and which groups of communities are entitled to come to particularly this nation. And I think some of the issues that we brought up today is the push and pull factors are quite strong in both contexts. I think that, like what you've just brought up around the incredible debt that families are putting, and then selling their land, like land that's been in their families for generations, to bring children to hear that is layered with guilt and often lots of different emotions about what that means, what kind of pressure is put on students as well. So I'm not sure if I'm comfortable saying, should we slow down the numbers? Because the other factor is that those students, if you go to Tsawwassen Mills Mall, every single person that's working there is predominantly international students, Punjabi, South Asian international students. That's overwhelming. An entire mall can be run by students and by folks who are needing the work, and then also because our labor market, not a lot of folks are wanting to work in those kinds of sectors. So, yeah, so it's a combination of different things.
Thanks.
Could I?
Yes, please.
I think there are two things here. First is, yes, Canada clearly needs the numbers of skilled workers, healthy people to keep the economy and the country growing. So there's no question of saying, oh no, we don't want people, right? So clearly it's an instrumental thing that Canada needs people for a variety of things. But it's not, even if it is just about Canada, Canadians need to be well. They need to have all rights and needs fulfilled. The health infrastructure is crumbling pretty much across the country. So what are we doing? I mean, I can speak about Ontario. The wait times for everybody who has a OHIP is incredible, right? So to get an MRI, we are all waiting for 3 months, 4 months. I mean, and in this context, we are bringing in more people. So the answer is not to say don't bring in more people. The answer is, how do we increase investments in our infrastructure so that everybody who comes into Canada and is working towards making Canada prosperous and happy actually has a good life, right? So that has to be the overarching vision of any government, any agency that's tackling this issue. The second issue that I want to talk about is really when we talk about the finances, the financial crisis, it is really about why is education so expensive? Why is international higher education so expensive? And I think Lisa touched about the different models of higher education that's available globally. And, in countries like Canada, the US, higher education is a commodity. So you pay a higher price, you get you get whatever that degree is supposed to give you, but it may not give you. It's an illusion for most people. So therefore, I think that is the larger question we need to focus about. It's not really about when international students come here, can we create more working hours for them? Can we give them more jobs in malls and factories? No. That's a secondary point. The larger point is, why is higher education, international higher education, so expensive, right? And I think those are the sort of questions that we need to, civil society needs to have at all levels so that we can put pressure on governments to think about these issues in a different way. They cannot go on thinking that we can keep making money from higher education, right? No, that has to stop, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer, and I'm glad for that answer. I think we have about 7 minutes, and I don't want to push it because I know we've got everyone else joining us. But if I might suggest that some short questions, maybe we collect some questions and then turn it back to the panel for reactions if we have time. So, yes, please, could you maybe...
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Guru Nanak Institute for putting this together, and thank you for your leadership. And I love to welcome my dear friend and was colleague at one point in time, Honorable Navdeep Singh Vance, who was the industry minister in the Liberal government. And this is a perfect topic for both of us to listen. In fact, when I look at this, the policy that was there was 20 hours a week for the students. And then we had a community pressure, then we brought in 40 hours, because now we are saying that students are not finding enough jobs. I would like to ask you, how would you feel if we go back to the same policy, 20 hours a week, which gives approximately $1,300 a month to each student in earnings?
Thank you. Next question.
Like Dr. Messina's great-grandfather, I also came to a city called Duncan 54 years ago. The culture and work ethics at that time were different. But before I go there, I want to say thank you to all the researchers for bringing up some excellent points. My question is that in addition to all the points that you have brought to the audience, one point which hasn't been brought up is we, the Canadians, when we go back to Punjab, I can only speak about Punjab, we don't portray the clear picture how hard we work in Canada. We actually start flashing the dollars. We start building big mansions and that gives the incentive to young people, hey, if he can come back in 4 years and do this, do that, we have to take some responsibility, people living in Canada, and saying, this is also an issue we need to address. My second comment is...
we only have 3 minutes, and there are three people
I'll take
behind
30
you.
seconds.
Okay.
All the research is needed, rightly so. But who is responsible to translate that research or take it to the policymakers? It's not happening. We have some very experienced politicians among us. They have to pick up the banner and do something because students are suffering. As Dr. Srinivasan has said, financial problem is the major problem. They're paying 3 times. We send our children to England or the Scandinavian or whatever for medicine, law, and all that. So,
Okay, now we have 2 minutes, so we...
two points are raised.
Appreciate it.
Researchers have to take the responsibility to transfer the research, move the research to policymakers.
Thank you. Yes, and that's a very important question. Could I just check with the organizers? We're almost at 4. Are we strictly within that time, or? Okay. Well, all right.
Maybe we can close the doors.
So I'm going to, if you don't mind, everyone, I'm going to limit the questions to those who are already at the mic, and if I could ask you to keep those questions very short, because we may not even have time for answers, and then you'll just have to be, you'll be left wondering. So
yeah, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity again. My name is Gurbal Singh, a former international student. And I really congratulate you, all of you guys. You have done a great job on research and bringing up the issues of international students. So my question to Jaspreet is, how much do you think you are being able to put a contribution to the solution to these problems practically? If not enough, do you think it's a great idea to build a political party of former international students who are Canadian citizens now, so that we can send our representations in the parliament and lawmaking offices who actually work in favor of international students, not just pretend? And second is, I came here roughly 10 years ago, and my class was not diverse enough. And we were all basically a bunch of young people from state of Punjab, and our instructor was also Punjabi. So we had minimum to no opportunity to learn Canadian values, and we felt like we have been used in Canadian labor market. How can we have events of socialization of international students so that international students from different parts of countries can get together and discuss about their issues and solutions, not just work for the Canadian labor market? And third question.
Oh,
okay, yeah,
I think that's probably enough. Thanks.
Thank you.
There might be time afterwards to discuss it privately. Yes.
My name is Gurdarshan Singh. After listening to all the speakers, I could realize there is other side of this thing also there. Under the word of education, there are 2 things that are hidden. One is the money, other one is the cheap labor. Cheap labor and money is the main thing behind the international education. And this education word is hiding corruption. At each step, there is a corruption. Work permit on sale, immigration people take the money, and when the students are struggling for life, employer, instead of giving a minimum wages, give the minimum wages check, other side they collect the extra money. Why? There is no government. I can say this one, there is no government. I put this question to 7 MP and 1 minister. They were not able to answer. I asked, what is the your share? This is my state question. This is a self-made corruption in this country to, in Punjabi word, loot these people. Please, this will not be solved by anyone. This is a corruption and hidden underneath international student.
Thank you.
My name is Ajit Singh Sota. I didn't come here as a student 55 years ago. I came as an immigrant. What I have noticed is that why there is a international student has to pay higher fee than the domestic, when the domestic people can get loans also, student loans and all that. That's a big difference. It should be abolished and they should be the same fees.
Thanks very much, and I do apologize that we didn't have more time for questions. Since the others haven't joined us yet, I'm going to turn this over to the panel and see if you want to respond in particular to any of those questions.
It's okay. Can you start?
Okay.
I'm going to wait for that.
No, it's fine.
So I think the first question was about working hour limit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Mr. Suktariwal and Navdeep Benz. So back in 2021, and I think in December, we put an online petition asking government to increase working hour limits. So at that time, we did a quick survey. So initially, in the survey, we had options like, we know 20 hours are not enough. So how much it should be, 24, 30, 40. I think the last one was 44. And everyone was selecting 44. So we take out the option and then we start the survey again. And the next time the most liked option was 30 hours. So on the basis of that, we started that petition and I think we got close to 20,000 signatures on that petition. And we also talked to MP Ruby Soth at that time, I think back in 2021. So what we think is about the working hour limit is 20 is just not enough, because maybe at that time when it was introduced, it was okay. But right now, as we know, normal working hour day in Canada is like 8 working hours per day. So in 1 week, a student can either do 2 shifts, that means 16 hours, or he or she has to go for 24 hours. That's 3 days. But in that case, they are breaking the law of 20. So no employers want a student to come for 2 full days and then the third day is like a half day, right? So that's why we were asking for, and also after the COVID, many companies, they make their working week of 4 days, like 10 hours per day. So that's why we were asking like 30 hours are okay, because even if the 10 hours working per day, even in that case, 30 hours makes sense. And at least 30. I think 40s are fine too. But anything above 40, to be honest, from my own experience, is going to affect students again as well. Because they most likely they want to work extra, and that will definitely resulting them compromising their studies. And again, if they start failing in courses, they need to work extra, and then they need to pay thousands of dollars back to their college. So I think that way, at least 30, something in between 30 and 40 should be the best option for us. And also the other brother asked the question regarding I think it was like what political parties can do. So initially when we start helping students, we were working on case by case, and from last 2-3 years we were getting many students were contacting us regarding wage theft cases. And we don't have any resources. We are just a group of like-minded people. We don't have any lawyers or anything that we can help students about their wage theft issue. So, but the issue we figured out, the main reason behind the wage theft was 20-hour working limit. Mostly the employers or job agencies, they push students to work extra, maybe 5 days a week under the table on cash. But mostly those hours are unreported, and that's where the issue of wage theft was coming in. So that's why we were asking at that time the working hour limit should not be 20. It should be at least something more than 20. So obviously, all levels of government has a role to play. And also even for the more PR pathways, only federal government can introduce more pathways specifically designed for international students. As I just mentioned earlier, by the end of this year, there will be close to 800,000 postgraduate work permit holders in Canada. So yeah, and then the provincial government also has a role to play, because this is the provincial government who approve colleges in their provinces, and they also create huge problem especially when during COVID time, dozens of public-private colleges came up in GTA region, and we all know the quality of education of those colleges. So all level of government has to play a role. That's it.
Okay. So I've just been given a signal that we have to wrap in 1 minute. Lisa, Shard?
I can say something very quickly, and then you can conclude if it's okay. My understanding about the cap on hours is that I don't think the government is super interested in the interests of international students. My understanding is that was because of intense lobbying from the business sector, who benefits from the availability of vulnerable student workers. So that's just one point I wanted to make. And I think there's interest, not just in this room, but everywhere I go when I talk about international students in Metro Vancouver. It's a huge issue. People want to talk about it. If there is interest to have some kind of community grassroots discussion about this that involves a lot of sectors, including the housing sectors, like there was in Brampton, I think it would be really welcomed, and we could continue these conversations.
Thank you. And Shard, did you want to say anything final,
Yeah,
particularly on the gender?
Yeah, I think the number of hours, whether should it be 20, should it be 40, I think if we go back to our 20-hour cap, more students can work, but that also opens up room for more exploitation. I think this brings us to the point of funding, right? And the gentleman who spoke at the very end, who said, why should international students pay 3 times the fee of domestic students? Can we have the same fee? That plus, creating funding opportunities for students other than employment, precarious employment, right? And I can speak for universities. A lot of scholarships that come from the federal agency, from the provinces, are not open for international students. They're all geared towards domestic students. And I didn't come to Canada as an international student. I came as a very highly skilled, employee to the York University. I did my higher education in the Netherlands. And it was one of the most generous and comfortable scholarship that I received. And that was because of the sort of funding model in higher education that Lisa was actually referring to. So I think there are a lot of examples of how higher education is funded, and how to make sure students are not forgotten in all of this process. So there is something that, it will be a slightly long process, but I think we have to keep that option on the table. If we keep saying, all these international students are coming, you're charging them 3 times the fee, but create employment for them, that's the easiest thing to do. Employment which is exploitative, which is precarious, which pays them low wages, is the easiest thing to do. But that is not a solution for anybody, right? So I think we have to talk about how do we fund higher education that doesn't exploit and make international students more vulnerable, right? And that has gender implications. Because nearly half the students that are coming, international students that are coming, are women. So, there is a lot to be said about the experiences of international students from a gender perspective. Thanks.
And I think that's an excellent note to end on. So, yes, let's thank the panelists, and also
thank you so much. I know time is limited and we have a constraint here, and I wish we could talk more, but I have an important announcement to make that, Guru Nanak Institute and University of Victoria, and we are probably going to invite other universities going to collaborate to continue this conversation. So it's not going to stop here. And it's very important for Canada, for our communities, to find solutions. So thank you all for participation. And I would now like to invite, while we are giving a vote of thanks here, I would also like to have our other panelists and moderators here. And I know we have two other panel discussions that we would like to have a summary of those panel by the moderators. And I would like to request if Dr. Victor Ramraj can summarize, take 3 or 4 minutes about this, because others couldn't attend. So that would be wonderful to hear from you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Yeah, please. If you want a couple of minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome back. I think those of you who have joined us from the other session, I have the distinctly unenviable task of trying to summarize what was an incredibly rich discussion. So, panelists, please forgive me if I don't touch on all of the key points. I have 11. I'm not going to do justice to them, but to give you a flavor for some of the issues we talked about. So the question that was lingering is this question about the challenges facing international students. And Mandeep began by giving us a context, particularly from India, from Punjab, of the kinds of push factors. And Jaspreet also spoke to this in his presentation. Some of the factors, the political, the economic factors, and I think as a parent, I also sort of understand this sort of deep desire for your children to get a solid education, and the lengths that people will go to, sacrificing their family savings and so forth to get students to have an overseas education. So there's this cluster of there's a cluster of push factors that we discussed. And there were many stories about this. And then Lisa told us gave us a sense of the context in Canada, some of the policies, the demographics. I think she also just used the phrase, the structural dependence of the Canadian economy, Canadian education system on international student numbers. And so there's very much a discussion of the political economy, including the feminist political economy that drives these international student numbers. We spoke about the structural racism and patriarchy in Canada. We also learned about the deep uncertainty that many students face in the context of their immigration status and the immigration pathways, and the waiting and the mental health challenges and the problems that creates. The last two speakers, Sharda and Jaspreet, really, I think, brought us down to earth in a really big way. Very powerful presentations, very sobering presentations of the kinds of Jaspreet framed it in terms of the Canadian dream, the expectations, and then the reality and the disjunction between the two. And we talked about, again, mental health challenges, exploitation, gender-based violence, the system of desperation in times and exploitation of international students that created all kinds of problems. And we saw some very heart-wrenching photos of students who lost their lives, international students who lost or took their lives in Canada and had to return. for their remains to be repatriated. So it was a very poignant way to end the discussion. We did talk about potential solutions. These are complex and wicked problems. There were many, many good suggestions. I won't be able to do justice to them, and I won't try. But like many other problems of this kind, these are complex problems that require coordination, that require community activism, that require the attention of key policymakers. And my sense is that, and here I'm going to try to speak a little bit for the panel, that the most important thing we can do is bring these issues and these problems into a much larger public discussion. So please forgive me again if I didn't hit on all of the important themes, but I hope that gives those of you who weren't able to attend a sense of what we talked about in this session. And again, my sincere thanks to JNI, and congratulations. I mean, this institution, I heard, is 2 years old. It feels much more venerable than that, and it's been a privilege for me to chair this panel and to speak to you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ramraj, for sharing the summary. And I know we are all looking forward to this continued conversation to find the potential solution. It's so important and so emotional to all of us. And we don't want to lose lives of our young children who are coming with dream. And thank you so much, all the panelists as well. I would like to invite and request Dr. Bali Sohi, who was moderating mental health and Sikhi panel, to have the summary here. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Bali.
Hello, Sat Sri Akal, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, and I'm very honored. I had the pleasure of moderating the mental health panel, and it is recorded, so if you'd like, please take a few minutes and watch it. We started out with Dr. Birendra Narang, who's a family physician, and he was talking about how we can access mental, services, really. It's services, what is available, because I think sometimes people don't even know, how do I go talk to my physician? And he was also talking about how you create a safe place, a non-judgmental place, because, how do family members know, there's a lot of stigma still. I mean, it's improved a lot, but there is still a lot of stigma. And so how do we create a place where people trust professionals and can actually come and seek help? So also at the end, we were talking a lot about the systemic barriers. What stops us from seeking services, mental health services? Because this is a big part. It's not that they're not available, but we hesitate, or there's that stigma, or that sort of like, oh no. And like our culture, even though we don't openly say that nowadays, and we didn't actually say this in the discussion, but it's more about, vyah kaun karega? So-and-so has been diagnosed with this and that. So there's all those sort of underlying stigma. We didn't get to actually talk about that. Then we also had Dr. Grace Gulati, who's a psychiatrist, and I think she summarized severe persistent mental illness and how to access care, and also, the role of medication in illness, as well as cannabis. I know that you are having another panel tomorrow, but it's just such an important part of mental health. So we did talk briefly about psychedelics as well as cannabis. And so she was talking about how it can create, psychotic reactions in some people. And so that's also very important to know, because I think sometimes we feel, it's just a herb. It's just leaves, what's it going to do? And so that was her part, and also about self-care, and just also the panelists, they all tried to start with a meditation and, Gurbani, which was also very nice. And then we had Sardar Kulpreet Singh, who has done an amazing job of the grassroots movements. And I don't think sometimes people can really have a sense, even though he was trying to present it, of how hungry the community is for this. Because, he was referencing a conference that was done in 2014, and I had a privilege of presenting there. And I couldn't believe how many people showed up. and there was a lot of men in there, which I know that for some of you may think, that's not a big deal. But hey, you know, I'm 60 now, so to me, it's like, yeah, it's a big deal because that means society has really changed. And so he was also talking about how you can get involved. And I think sometimes people don't realize even small things and little things can go a really long way. So please, if you can, do a little bit. It could be an hour a month. It could be a little bit, but also just kind of guiding people that these are the resources and this is how you can get help. So that was his talk. And then we had Dr. Aridaman Mahal, and I felt so bad we had to shorten his talk. He was talking more about, I would highly recommend, he has a YouTube video, you can watch that too. Talking about how the different practices, so, you know, like food, you know, for example, different kinds of food, different elements in our body, different elements in the universe, you know, earth, wind, fire, space, you know, those elements, and then how our personality traits are also, you know, like whether we have, growth, low, more, you know, it's like lust and greed and anger and those kinds of things, just to be aware of that in ourselves, and also using the principles of Sikhi, you know, what does this mean and how can we make some changes in that. And then I did talk a little bit about psychedelics because I think it's a burning question and a lot of people are asking, you know, well, can they be used for example, PTSD and various things like that? And if you have questions, do come and ask me. I do have a lot of knowledge in this area. And and then we were talking about the systemic barriers, and you know, I'm bring that up again because it is an important part. So I think I'm just going to end there because I know we are really running short of time. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sohi, and all the other panelist members. It was a very important topic as well. As you all understand, mental health is a big issue. And she reminded, I think, the discussion, I had a brief, time to go there, and the hunger to know that, and the resources. I hope our community, again, our institutes can do more, and GNI is doing an amazing job, again, to bring these topics and we can talk like that. Now I'm going to, again, thank you so much, and now I'm going to invite our last moderator for the topic, a discussion with Sikh and Indigenous elders, keeping the ethos alive, Bhupinder Singh Hundal. Thank you so much.
Okay. Leave it to the TV person to keep it really brief and keep this on time, right? Okay. We had a great conversation, a conversation that was rich, talking about the commonalities that exist between Sikh community and Indigenous peoples in Canada who have suffered in intergenerational trauma, rooted in colonial practices. It was a rich conversation. I want to thank the panelists who did a fantastic job. Wade Grant from the Musqueam Nation, Kiran Singh from CBC Vancouver, Sukhvinder Kaur Vinning, all of whom were spectacular in sharing just tremendously great perspective. And if there's, you know, I had one-word takeaways from each of them, because I know I had to summarize a pretty complex conversation here into something very brief. From Wade comes sensuital. There's this concept of when we walk into a room and to have a difficult conversation, we keep our emotions on the outside and keep those in check so we can have a free and open discussion and a respectful conversation. And then when we walk out, we're not carrying those conversations or those feelings with us as we go. I thought that was really powerful because many of the conversations that we are all going to have as a society around very difficult issues, highly emotionally charged issues, really require that kind of centering before we have those conversations. And those conversations are difficult and they're really important for us to not only learn and grow, but nurture a society and an environment that we want in which all of us are going to succeed. I thought that was great. Sukhvinder talked about gatekeeping and gatekeepers, how to navigate those who are deciding on what is and what isn't okay. what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. And some of those things are also used as a mechanism to suppress or oppress one voice over another, to keep one group above and keep another group below. And if you look at the history of Indigenous peoples in this country, that has been the case. So we delved into a real deep conversation about that. And the power of conversation, when we're able to have an understanding and learning about each other's perspectives outside of our own bubble. We all come into every conversation and every situation with an idea of the way things should be, or the way the world should be as I see it. But how do we understand that, but open ourselves up to consider perspectives outside of our own? And if we begin to do that with the idea to seek knowledge, which is a core principle of Sikhi, is to learn. If we go into conversations with the idea of learning about another perspective that may be not my own, may be different than the one I have, there is real power from having those conversations that can lead us to a place of greater power, because we are trying to go into every conversation with the idea that we're going to learn about each other, as opposed to my way is the right way and your way is the wrong way. I think there's some power that we can have if we can encourage all of us and the people around us to have those types of conversations. So, in a nutshell, I mean, we could have talked for another 3 hours, and I think it would have been an amazing conversation. But I think, in summary, if there's one takeaway that we can have is what kind of quality and meaningful conversation we can have as we walk out of here, and how can we seek a perspective that challenges our assertions of what we believe and what we know, so we can learn something more as we move forward. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful message. We're all together, and I know this institute foundation, the value is about equity, diversity, and oneness, which is blessed to all of us by Baba Guru Nanak. And that's our value, to have a dialogue and to understand each other and work together for the welfare of all beings. That's what Sarbat Dapala means. All beings, not the majority, not the minority, all beings. Living, visible, invisible, anyone. And I always say that, if anyone would welcome aliens, Sikhs will be the first one to say, hey, come, you're a friend, not an alien, right? So thank you so much again, all the panelists here. And now I would like to invite and welcome and introduce our very eminent guest here, Dr. Satpal Singh. He's a distinguished scholar and a former professor of medicine and biomedical sciences at State University of New York. His research endeavors revolve around understanding and combating neurodegenerative diseases. In terms of his academic trajectory, he received his PhD in molecular biology from the renowned Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Bombay in 1980, before further honing his research skills through extensive training in Germany and the United States. Dr. Singh is a 1984 Sikh genocide survivor. Beside academia, he's a key promoter of interfaith harmony, as a founding trustee of the Sikh Council for Interfaith Relations and a regular OPED writer for Washington Post and the Huffington Post. Please welcome Dr. Satpal Singh to summarize for today's. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience and staying alert until now. Dr. Bhupinder Singh just mentioned that he could go on for 3 hours. I wish I could. I actually came here to the stage with that expectation. But I was just informed as I was going up that they've installed a trap door here. And that would open up sharp at 4:45. So I have to be ready for that. So my profound thanks to Guru Nanak Institute for Global Studies it's a great initiative, and it's been doing really very well. As you have learned by now, within 20 months, it has achieved the progress equivalent to what most people would get in 20 years. I know this conference or this summit has been organized over the last few months, and any person who has organized a conference like this knows that it's a tremendously difficult task to organize something like this. I personally know from our meeting that some of the main organizers have spent many sleepless nights. It's a dedication, it's their passion, and Guru's bakshish that has enabled this program to go so well. I will come to the summary that I have been asked to give here, but I have a dilemma, and then I found an in-between solution. The dilemma is most of you have heard all these lectures that have been given here, so I don't want to actually put you to sleep. So what I'm going to do is very briefly for a couple of sentences for each of the presentations, maybe 3 or 4 sentences at the most, I would bring in the subject and then bring in a couple of thoughts that these presentations have elicited in my mind and what I think about those. The first thing I want to talk about is the theme itself. The theme of Sikhi in a globalized world, I think it depicts, it manifests the very fundamental aspect of the foundation of Sikhi. When Guruji starts by saying that we are not Hindus, we are not Muslims, we are human beings. Now just think about that. Vaheguru has created all of us as human beings. Vaheguru did not create us as Hindus or Muslims or Sikhs or Christians or Jews or Pakistanis or Indians. Vaheguru created all of us as humans. That's what Guruji is targeting. That's what Guruji's message is, and what can be more global than that. Also, Guru Nanak initiated his message to the world by going tens of thousands of miles in various directions. And again, I would say, what can be more global than that? And the last thing in this context I would bring in is the concept of Ik Onkar. Of course, we tell our children, Ik Onkar means one Vaheguru, and we call it monotheism. It's more complicated than that. But if you look at the depth of the concept of Ik Onkar, and if you relate it to many verses in Gurbani, you get a picture where Vaheguru's creation is not only global in the extent that we think global, it's far broader than that. From the smallest particles that we can think of, whether it's muons or whatever we think of, to the greatest reaches of the cosmos, and if I may dare to say that, even beyond the physical cosmos that we can think about. So that's as far as the overall theme is concerned. I'm very heartened by the coverage today in terms of Sikhi in a globalized world. The first presentation that we had from Dr. Nabila Rahman actually brought a thought to my mind that tomorrow we are concluding the 19th month of aggression by Russia on Ukraine. Now just think about that and the atrocities that have been committed. Vaheguru made earth. Vaheguru did not make Russia or Ukraine or US or Canada or India or Pakistan or Germany or England. Vaheguru created earth. We have done to ourselves those divisions. The reason that came to my mind was that we fight not only about our country's boundaries, but also about languages, about cultures, and the topic of multiculturalism, multilingualism, and the most beautiful and powerful entry at many places into Sri Guru Granth Sahib that reflects that sentiment of living in a multicultural, multilingual, racial should not even exist as a point of matter. That's the beauty and that's the power. The next lecture that we had was by Dr. Harjinder Singh on artificial intelligence. And it's completely transformative, as he mentioned to us. And in fact, what I found really very challenging and interesting is the point where he talks about the challenges it offers to us and how to avoid those challenges. So we have challenges as well as opportunities. And one thing I would like to bring up is just look at how Guru Nanak spread his message going on foot. Guru Nanak didn't travel on electrons, as we can do by going to AI or anything else, but that message caught the attention of wherever he went. And the question that we have to ask ourselves is how far we have been successful in doing that. And now we have opportunities in AI and other similar things. I think we should try to exploit that as much as we can. His presentation did bring up a question in my mind, which I think almost everybody here would have asked, and that is, have we become so good at creating AI that AI would eventually take over our own intelligence? Most of the people have been thinking about that. I don't know an answer to that. I will leave it to Dr. Harjinder Singh Sandhu to answer that question. But it does remind me of some paradox that we used to talk to children about. We say God is omnipotent, can do everything, and we used to ask them, if God is able to do everything, can God create a stone so heavy that God cannot move it? If we are powerful enough to have created AI, can our intelligence create such AI that it can take over our intelligence? I leave Dr. Harjinder Singh to answer that. Then, of course, we had a wonderful project described by Dr. Gurmail Singh. The project consists of trying to put together thoughts from 15 different tekas, teaks, interpretations, and translations from Guru Granth Sahib. And as he mentioned, it's not just these various authors, but also the way they interpreted things were different. The time at which they did their projects or their translations was different. It's an enormous task and a great challenge for any researcher who wants to do research in that. And I think Dr. Gurmail Singh and his team, wonderful team of 33 students or even more, have created a gold mine for all the researchers that would be useful for not only decades, for much longer than that. Dr. Satveer Singh touched upon the matter of granthis, and there is no doubt in any of our minds that that topic is a multifactorial topic, and there are many issues that came up both during his presentation and the question-answer session, and they included things like whether we even need granthis, what should be their power structure, what should be their compensation, how the relationships between different people should be there. These are really difficult and important questions to answer, and therefore I think all of us should think about seriously. I would wind up but mention one thing which really heartened me, which really inspired me. Vladimir Lenin said something very interesting before I was born, of course. He said, there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks within which decades happen. And I think what I witnessed here in this place is several months and almost years happened within the last 2 days. On Friday, when we came here, and today, I have seen so much of interaction, dialogue, connectedness, and very enthusiastic discussions among everybody here. And I think it's really very heartening. And given that, we can imagine, and given the fact that in 20 months what has happened, look at what can be happening in the several decades that are coming. And I think that is the kind of culture that Guru Nanak Institute of Global Studies is going to set up. And I have no doubt that while this is a challenging task, the principal architects of Guru Nanak Institute are very capable of that. And what they are looking at, they have achieved great success. The situation, as Robert Frost said, the woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. And I'm sure, having especially spent many sleepless nights in the last few weeks, I think they still have miles to go before they sleep. So my profound thanks to all the organizers. Particularly, I never want to take names, but I want to still, I cannot avoid taking 2 or 3 names. Sardar Gyan Singh Sandhu, Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur Sidhu, and Dr. Aman Hundal, among many, many, many others, several volunteers, several staff members. You have done an amazing task. And we are all the richer for it, and we look forward to the coming decades and years. And I have 3 minutes before the door drops down. Thank you very much. The last thing I would mention is that we have a dinner starting at 6:30. Come early, although we don't have doors that drop there, but still. Come early. And we have to vacate this place within a couple of minutes. And it would be at the Mirage banquet. Thank you very much to everyone. And Vaheguru Ji ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਹੋਵੇ.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Satpal Singh Ji. What an amazing summary and very inspirational. Yes, there are thousands of miles before I go to sleep, and I always say that journey of 1,000 miles begins with first step, and I think GNA has taken that step, and it looks very promising. And it is promising because you all are here, and you all are here with enthusiasm and going to continue to support this initiative. I just have a couple of important announcements. As was mentioned by Dr. Singh, that we have at a banquet hall dinner, and it is at Mirage Banquet Hall at Cloverdale. So it will be starting at 6:30. Please make sure that you are there. And we'll be having a performance of Tanti Saj instrumental there for 15-20 minutes as well, if you want to enjoy that as well. Another important request is that we have close to 15-20 student volunteers who would like to have a ride to that banquet hall. If you can, please, if you have a space and you can be out there, and let us know that if you can take them with you, even 1 or 2 students, anyone you can take, that would be wonderful if you're going that way. So that's another request I have to make. Okay. Okay. So I've been informed that at banquet hall, there are 2 doors. You have to come at the back door. That's a bigger hall. So please ask for that. In case if you're lost, just ask the reps there. So just ask for the bigger hall and you will know where we are. And so that's, yes. And I also want to, again, thank you and acknowledge we have Honorable Navdeep Singh Bans and Sukh Singh Taliwal. Thank you so much for being here. And I know Honorable Navdeep Singh Bans will be also the keynote speaker tonight there. So again, thank you both for being here. And I again also want to remind that we're going to have another amazing day tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. sharp. The doors will be open. So please be here to have a breakfast and then all the great topics that we'll be having tomorrow as well. Again, thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.